Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of the Fallen Legion, File 1. Summary. Even in total defeat, a true shinobi never stops fighting. The war was lost. Nothing they did or tried was enough to save their world. But even as he fell, Naruto Uzumaki used his final moments to protect the last of his people, and in a final act of gratitude, they saved him. Welcome to The Fallen Legion File 1, a brand new Naruto the 10th High School DxD crossover. Awakening in a strange, modern land of the living, Naruto has to figure out exactly where the hell he is, navigate a hidden world of devils and angels, and find his new purpose. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and High School DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 21 Crystal Clear. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. After his weekend off, seeing his sisters to school for the first day, Naruto returned to his station and job as head of the Night Wings, leader of the Hidden Shrine. So now, he sits in his office, studying the two subordinates standing before him who have reported something incredibly interesting. Smirking, Naruto asks, "So, crystallized chakra, huh? How does it stack up against my chains?" Chuckling awkwardly, Omoi scratches the back of his neck while sharing a look with Sakura, who was the one to speak. "That is why we are here. We have cultivated a few varieties of them, but they are still very much in the test stage, and we wanted to get your input. You are the best option for this." Humming, Naruto thought on that fact and knew that was technically true. There is another, even more so as this is Crystal they are working with, but she wanted to remain anonymous. After a moment, he replied, "Okay. Let's tackle this before I deal with Anko and her squad." Pausing for a moment, he then asked carefully, "Where's Kuratsuchi, by the way?" "Well, the thing is..." Sakura began with a strained smile and Omoi averts his eyes. Naruto sighed at that, pushing himself out of his seat and suspecting his second-in-command's tendency to hyperfocus has resurfaced. He thought she had better control than this. Then again, all things considered, she's done great up until now. Passing the desk, he listens to Sakura add, "She's kinda pushing things along really quickly, adamant that we need this now. What has Tenten said about it?" Naruto asks as they join his approach to the door. Omoi responds swiftly, "That it's dangerous tech. We have to keep it quiet." Nodding, Naruto pulls the door open as he replied, "We'll keep it S-ranked. If she said that, then I agree with." He was suddenly tackled by a familiar platinum blonde blur that he catches on reflex, his ears assaulted by a very familiar giggle that caused him to chuckle and smile, Naruto offering, "Where's the fire, Ino?" Looking up from his chest, wrapped up in his embrace, Ino beams and replied, "When did you get back? You didn't even call me or anything." "Well, I just got out the shower and sat down when these two came to me," Naruto explained, and she peeks over at the other two present, brow arched as she asks, "Billboard brow? Sweet tooth? What gives?" Both gaining a tick mark, Sakura growled back, "Shut it, Ino pig. We got serious things to talk about." Omoi nods with her as it was true. Kuratsuchi's insistence is driving everyone nuts and the boss is the one person she listens to. This is top priority. Frowning, Ino looks back at her fiancé and asks, "Is that true?" Nodding, Naruto reports swiftly, "It sounds it, yeah. S-rank minimum. We can catch up afterwards, but this takes precedence." Unwilling to let him go after reuniting after 3 days apart, Ino hummed as she was released from his hold, and stated, In that case, I'm coming too. This isn't. Naruto began, but she cut him off, not wanting to hear it. Not happening. I am coming too. Sighing, mentally mumbling about bossy ladies ruling his life, that Ino caught and narrowed her cornflower blues at him for, Naruto spoke firmly. Fine, but you will remain silent and out of the way. No, you are not permitted to touch anything or anyone. Am I clear? Frowning, Ino switched to telepathy. Why are you being? Am I clear, Ino? This could be dangerous, from what I hear. Naruto enforces and she nods slowly, stepping back. Sighing, he looks back at the others and says aloud. Let's go see what kind of crazy we're dealing with. Jinjigaku no Haisaido, Fabrication Station 1. Tapping her foot to a military beat, Kuratsuchi watches as Karui and Tenten, supported by the stone genin, attempt modifications to a new mold that she came up with on the third workbench present. On the first held the newly grown raw crystals, on the second a bunch of warped and spent tool heads from all manner of drills, lathes, and milling machines. None could reliably or accurately cut the crystals without something breaking. So, her current idea is to create molds using various metals, dirt, sand, and ceramics to grow the crystals and to form the shapes needed for their weapons of tomorrow. The first 4 attempts were mixed results at best, but Kuratsuchi is sure they were heading in the right direction. They just were missing something, and for the life of her she cannot put her finger on it. Just as her impatience got the better of her, growl rising from her throat, the door opened and drew all eyes to see none other than Naruto standing there with a stern visage. He was flanked by Omoe and Sakura, with Ino at his back and had his arms crossed. Kuratsuchi suddenly found her throat dry, and so swallowed hard, idly noticing that the others had stopped working to observe this interaction. Stepping in casually, observing the single-story workshop's contents as the garage shutter-like door stops at full, Naruto approached the suddenly very tense Kuratsuchi and spoke calmly. Kuratsuchi, I heard you were taking charge of this project directly and were being a bit. Stopping before her, she didn't flinch away or move, besides turning to face him directly, while Naruto thought on how best to word her behavior. When he stopped before her, the secret seraph finished. Of a hard ass. You wouldn't be falling into your old habits again, would you now? After all the progress you've made, right? Displaying her unyielding nature proudly, Kuratsuchi met his gaze sternly and responded with steel. With all the threats we are dealing with, this project has to succeed to make sure we can fight them head-on and without fear of losing again. I'm sure you understand. Nodding his agreement, Naruto replied casually. Oh, I do understand. She nodded, but waited for the backhand that came swiftly as he added. More than anyone else in our present company, however, the problem is that we can't afford to lose sight of what made us as strong as we are in order to do so. That's even more. I wasn't done. Naruto comments and she bites her tongue, allowing him to pull out a privacy tag. He gestured to it with his eyes and reluctantly, Kuratsuchi places her hand atop it, enclosing the paper slip between their hands. Upon activation, the others can see them but not hear them and Ino is pushed out of his mind. When safe to do so, Naruto's face softens as he speaks. I know you care for everyone here and are scared of losing us all. Glaring, Kuratsuchi quipped back. I don't know. But falls silent under his smirk, eyes dancing in amusement, and she huffs looking away while muttering. Whatever. Nodding, Naruto continues. But honestly, you need to calm down. I know you and you know us. We won't yield to any of these idiots who threaten our own. Together, we'll get through this. Like last time? Kuratsuchi snipped, glaring back at him, and he sighs, shaking his head as she added. Sorry if I don't feel like jumping whole fucking worlds again to survive. But we did survive. Naruto challenged and she growled, though he sighs and nods, replying to her earlier statement. Yeah, not sure we'd pull that off a second time either. Then why are you? Because you're hyper-focusing again. Naruto cut her off and she paused long enough for him to comment airily. And going about it the wrong way. Ignoring the hyper-focus comment for now, Kuratsuchi perked up and interest in that statement took center stage as she spoke. The wrong way? What have I overlooked? Smirking knowingly, Naruto replied. Two things. Brute force has never worked well when dealing with chakra. Nodding as she knew this, Kuratsuchi thus asked. And the second? But instead of replying, Naruto drops his hand and breaks the privacy seal the two were in as he said, while maintaining his locked gaze with his second. Everyone can return to their regular routines. I'll take over from here. Sighs of relief echoed as he finally broke eye contact and said, Kuratsuchi, with me. There's someone I know that can help us. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Wind Office. Entering the Wind Offices, a building with a strange blend of architectural cues and color palette from Sunigakure mixed with the current Shinto architecture style, Naruto leads Kuratsuchi and Ino. They pass by the receptionist, a dark-haired woman with bright blue eyes, who smiles as they pass. Though, Naruto's intense look and nod caused her to gulp and nod back while standing to follow him. This confused both his two guests as to why Kimura, the former Suna Chunin, was joining them and how she was related to this new project. Reaching the first-level basement, Kimura was quick to knock and a call from within. Come in. The door parted and the moment the black-haired, black-eyed woman looked up and saw the leader of their outfit standing there, arms crossed with a serious expression, she knew it was time. Even more so when she spots that Kimura was with him. Sighing, she asks, Not here for a social call, I take it. Shaking his head as he steps into the inventory office of the Wind Company, Naruto replied softly. No, not this time, I'm afraid. Leaning back in her comfortable seat, away from her relatively small, but tidy desk, the woman asks carefully. A shame, but judging by your look and… Glancing to the others with him, she finishes. Company, I assume you came for something else. Cracking a half-smile briefly, Naruto nodded and replied. Yeah, your expertise. Smirking lightly, the kunoichi believed to be of Suna responded softly. You trying to get me on the front lines again? Even after everything that's happened? After that promise? Naruto knew that was unfair and that he did not want to, but it is all hands on deck and that now includes them, so he offered. You know that was unfair. We lost, Naruto. The woman said fiercely, glaring at him, and that is when both Ino and Kuratsuchi stepped forward only to find Naruto with his arm out to stop them. After glancing to them both, forcing them back, he looks back at her. We are all painfully aware of that. Then, why are you? She did not get to finish as Naruto flicked a small chakra stone at her, and she caught it without breaking eye contact. As she turns it over and looks upon the jagged ore-like glass, her eyes widen but still hears him say, Because you alone are uniquely suited to this task, Guren. It's time for both Fukui and Kimura to come out of hiding. We need you both, now more than ever. Upon those words, the woman most knew as Kimura began to shift. Her long black hair lightened to a reddish brown, and a mole appeared under her left eye, causing both Kuratsuchi and Ino to raise brows. Chuckling, Amaru asked hesitantly, Then, does that mean? Looking over to his old friend, little sister type, man, he has a lot of those, Naruto offered a stiff nod and explained. Our medical team could use your help. You've been studying, right? Amaru nodded as she replied softly. Yeah. It's why I offered to do receptionist duties. So I can study and work at the same time. Smirking, Naruto nodded before looking back to the other woman, previously identified as Fukui but was apparently the sound kunoichi Guren. She had maintained her disguise and was just staring at the small gemrock in hand that she caught from Naruto, who broke her focus as he spoke. Well? Your decision? Stiffly, she broke her gaze from the ore to look at him, and he can see the conflict raging as she whispered. But you promised him. I promised I would never force this on you. Naruto said softly, agreeing with a nod as he stepped forward towards the desk. When passing around it, he knelt down to be eye level with her and whispered. I never go back on my word. I haven't forced you into anything, and so I am asking this of you. We need your help badly, so please. After nearly a minute, she sighed and pulled her chakra from the transformation seal he placed on her arm all that time ago, bringing forth Guren of the crystal release out from retirement. Sighing, she nods and stands with him, offering a hand as she says, "Okay. I'll help." Smiling softly, Naruto nodded and replied, "Thank you, Guren. With your help, our crystal program can proceed a lot safer than before." Looking to said crystal, Guren commented on that. "How exactly did you guys make this? It's so crude and unrefined." Despite her lack of knowledge on this person and the general feel of confusion about this whole affair, Kuratsuchi responded, "We grew them from a bacterium in a lab. They convert chakra to crystal and show promise in weapons." "Why?" Her nod caused her light blue hair to be noticed in the low light of the room as Guren replied, "That explains the chaotic nature of the grains, allowing them to grow without direction." "You know this, how?" Kuratsuchi with a risen brow, hands on hip, causing the pale-skinned, black-eyed woman to look to Naruto, who nodded, so she finally released his hand and proceeded to create a Camilla out of pink crystal in her palm. That certainly shut down the naysayers and brought back her confident smirk upon witnessing their dropped jaws. Looking back at Naruto, Guren asks, "If I am to do this?" Nodding, Naruto returns her gaze and says, "With you rejoining the Kunoichi ranks and as an 8-winged, you will have full security clearance." "How does head of weapon development sound?" Nodding her approval, Guren replied, "As long as it isn't just weapons. I am sure I can do something about the armor and defenses too." Smirking, Naruto nodded and offered, "A joint project then? See if we can blend my Uzumaki seals and your crystal conduction?" Smirking back just as challengingly, Guren replied, "Oh, that does sound productive. Guess I'll have to inform Temari about. Others will handle that." Naruto corrected as he moved towards the exit, the blue-haired woman following a step behind as he finishes. "You work for me now, as her equal. Hope you're ready for this." "Don't really have a choice, do I?" Guren quipped, and he chuckled as they all leave the small office. As they made their way back up through the building, and her curiosity unable to be contained, Ino opened a telepathic connection with her fiancé to ask, "You two sound chummy. Should I be worried?" Replying in kind, not looking back at her, Naruto says, "I ran into her and her group during a mission to find the 3 tails. We battled and ended up being eaten by the bijou. Had to work together to get out, and ultimately, she went rogue from the sound to protect her young charge she had adopted as a brother of sorts." "You didn't answer my question. And you didn't ask about where her charge was either." Naruto returned before glancing back at her over his shoulder. The look of defeat she knew all too well told her what happened in that story. Sighing and nodding, Ino responded, "Another casualty, I take it? Just another failure, yes, but also another sacrifice." Naruto's voice was heavy as he recalled the action that led to Guren's retirement from the fighting. Her mental breakdown that she is still somewhat recovering from. Sighing, as that was not his story to tell, he added, "Just think of her as my patient on therapy. A Class 3 break." Ino winced at that. A Class 3 breakdown is 1 short of a comatose mental shutdown, and 2 short of complete personality destruction. In the kind of battlefields they're used to, for someone to have fallen to that level of mental health means that it's actually a miracle that she's still even sane, let alone talking like this. Damn, her man is a true miracle worker and the final boss in mental health to pull that off in the middle of the apocalypse. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Medical Wing. The party led by Naruto and Kuratsuchi enter the more than normally populated medical center of the hidden shrine. The numerous beds and seating filled with the usual suspects, the Grigori members currently staying with them to train, covered in cuts, scrapes, and one with a particularly bad-looking black eye. No doubt, training with Ren, Kyota, Kiba, or Hana. The others, however, caught Guren and Amaru by surprise as they all had snake lower bodies. Naruto was not surprised sensing the former kunoichi of the sound tense up, but she relaxed when his arm raised ahead of her, drawing his eyes to his understanding blues to witness him shake his head. Upon her nod, he lowered his hand and looked forward to see the last part of this scene approaching him with a dark expression upon her normally cheeky face, Enko asking, How the hell is she here? Deciding to nip this in the bud, Naruto introduced Gyurin using her alias. Anko meet Fukui, formerly of Sunagakure, now going by her original name of Gyurin. Snapping to him, a look of hurt on her face, Anko whispered. You know she's… I was the one to ask Temari for this favor, yes? Naruto says with a soft voice, knowing what was about to happen and catching the arm that was going to slap him. Ignoring the snake mistress's glare of anger, he calmly caught the sneak attack from his blind spot with his palm catching her fist. Knowing she will not listen to him in her enraged state right now, Naruto looked to Kuratsuchi and ordered. Take them both to Sakura. I'll be back in a sec. The cadre just nodded silently and allowed him to vanish in a swirl of water, wind, and sparks. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. The second they appeared in Naruto's bedroom, Anko went for a knee to his balls, but he was faster in deflecting the strike than yanking her forward against his chest. As he went to bear hug her, she ducked and pulled out a kunai, going for a leg shot, that he sidestepped. A second kunai appeared and Anko swipes several times, forcing Naruto back until he catches one arm, but is immediately stabbed in his shoulder by the other. Not even flinching, Naruto flips them around and pins the struggling kunoichi against the wall. Kicking and crying out, Anko went for the kunai out when he spoke lowly. Listen to me. Her eyes lock on to his pained expression, that managed to break through her rage state enough to halt her struggle long enough for Naruto to continue. Please, Anko. Just listen. Going limp in his hold, she takes a breath before nodding and he smiles with a nod. After a brief stint of silence, he explains. Gyurin is not our enemy. Hasn't been even before we were forced from the leaf. But even from before the war. Naruto continued over her protest, not giving her a chance and forcing her to listen to him. She abandoned everything to protect her family. Walked away from that bastard like you did, for a hope of saving a kid she saw as her own flesh and blood. Swallowing thickly, realizing she may have overreacted, Anko went to speak, but his glare forced her to silence and allowed Naruto to continue. That same kid sacrificed himself to save her from being killed by our enemy, on the promise that I'd protect her and let her live freely. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and she swallowed a lot harder than before as he hissed. I promised him, Anko. I promised the kid, who gave up his future for the sake of another, on his deathbed, that I would protect his family. Do you understand me, Anko? She nodded and he growled threateningly. Do you understand me, Anko Mitarashi? I do. Anko whimpered, never actually being the focus of his anger before, looking down as he finally released her and stepped back to give her space. After a breath to calm himself down, still ignoring the weapon embedded in his shoulder, Naruto continued. Your hatred for that village and its leader is well documented and understood. However, I can't have you snap at one of our own every time you see or hear anything associated with her. Nodding meekly, Anko knew that already, but he wasn't done as he yanked the kunai from his shoulder. Write your reports in here and cool off. I'll deal with you later. Before vanishing in a swirl of water, wind, and golden sparks, leaving the former special jonin to stare at the blood-stained weapon she just used on her closest friend. The guilt built the longer she stared at it. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Medical Wing. Reappearing in the village hospital, Naruto strolled past the gawking masses that could clearly tell he had been in a small fight and had a wound that he was seemingly ignoring. None dared say anything though, as he did not look happy right now. Eventually, he caught up with his group from earlier plus Sakura, who took one look at him and frowned, then spoke. That bad, huh? Shrugging as she approached, Naruto responded. We all have demons in our closet, Sakura. That's hers. As the pink-haired woman healed his injury, he looks to Gyurin, who looked more than a bit crestfallen, and he spoke again, to reassure her. It isn't your fault, Gyurin. Trust me, it isn't. Trying to joke around, Naruto added after a comical pause. This time at least. Some of her previous fire came back as she glared at him. Gyurin responded sharply. What do you mean, this time exactly, huh? Grinning like the fox he used to hold, Naruto seemed to add a large helping of cheek to his following statements. Well, with that loose uniform, you aren't competing with her in the figure department, so this time refers to. He catches the thrown crystal dagger aimed at his face, her pale cheeks a tint of pink, as she growls. Do not mention that again. Do you understand me? Crystal. Naruto chirps, and more than a few had to look away. A few choked on air, a smaller group on spit, and the last glared at him with so much fire in her eyes, any less of a man would have caught a light. After everyone had recovered, Naruto looked to Sakura and asked, Have you sorted things out with Amaru? Sakura nodded and explained. Yeah, she's competent enough to start right away. I'll train her on more advanced chakra techniques as we go. Smirking, Naruto looked to his friend, who smiled nervously, before looking back to his former teammate and asking, That's cool. So, can you take us to the laboratory? That's where Guren's going to be of most use. Said woman nodded, and the chief medical officer turns to lead them to her hidden labyrinth, where her laboratory lay in wait. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Medical Laboratory. Among the mass of scientific equipment and materials, Sakura Inuzuka leads her fellows toward the laboratory where she left the cultures of crystal-creating bacterium. For her, they are a biological phenomenon that has reignited her passion for medical science and research all over again, just like the first time around. After handing out the relative basic safety equipment to the group, the leading medical examiner brought the group into the room where several experimental molds were found, and specimens were kept. Sakura informed them as they stopped before a growing kunai. As you can see, we are trying the method that Kuratsuchi came up with by growing them into molds. Parting one said mold, she shows the room a slightly deformed kunai, and the crystal expert present eyed it critically, Guren offering after a moment. It isn't terrible, but certainly not very good either. Kuratsuchi thus asked, arms folded. Then, what do you propose to do to fix this? Despite wearing a mask over her mouth and nose, Naruto knew full well that Guren was smirking with a knowing undertone as she looked back at the cadre as she announced. Oh, my dear, I have a few options. Before she erupts like that volcano he knew, Naruto raises a hand ahead of his second, and Kuratsuchi barely holds back her rage upon that unspoken order. Sighing, he looks back to the blue-haired woman and asked, Can you do it please, Guren? Nodding, the former sound Kunoichi looks back at the malformed object and reached for it only for Sakura to catch her arm and inform. It's still active. If it gets into your body, your chakra will. I'll be fine. Guren states matter-of-factly, pulling her arm clear and then gently touching the crystal, that started to glow softly. After about a minute, with nothing changing visually, the glow fades and the woman looked conflicted. A few moments later she looked back at the black-banged blonde and offered. This is certainly an intriguing prospect. Nodding, Naruto said. From the looks of things, I can expect great things from this collaboration. Everyone but Guren looked to him in confusion. The crystal user's eyes seemed to sparkle, suspecting her little light show was seen through, and she replied. You certainly are sharp, Naruto. His shrug was casual, lips in a tight smile as he replied. Well, seeing as I've experienced it firsthand and everything. Shrugging too, Guren replied. In any case, I can handle this, though I am somewhat curious about how your chains will react in this situation. Everyone else nodded to that, and Naruto observed their faces with a brow raised before finally landing on Sakura, who spoke first. It was one of the things that I wanted to ask you about, actually. Humming, he shrugged again before looking back at the crystal the brunette had worked on, and she stepped back. Out of sheer audacity, Naruto sent a chain out from his back that curled around Guren's new location and then struck the dagger's center in all of a second. He hadn't even appeared to put effort into it as he stared into her black eyes, watching the flush rising to her pale cheek with a foxy smirk on his. It took a moment before the room to realize what happened, and all eyes snapped to the chakra chain embedded in the experiment, Sakura making her observations first. Cut clean through. Not even stress lines signifying resistance. Though Naruto and Guren hadn't broken their locked gazes, so Ino griped in his head. Oi, what the hell are you playing at? Testing her resolve. Naruto replied swiftly, narrowing his eyes on his foe, and the blue-haired woman responded in kind, unwilling to back down. It was her pride on the line, and Gyurin would not allow him to keep walking all over her like this. Meanwhile, Sakura was studying the calmly floating chain tip and the bacteria that rested upon the chakra construct. Despite being made of chakra, they were not deforming or reacting like they do with other samples. At least from what she could tell. Is it due to the density of it? Naruto's chakra is the densest of them all, so maybe that is a factor too. The researcher is aware of the fact that, as a civilian-born shinobi, and regardless of her training and growth, her chakra is one of the thinnest of those present. Even Hanabi has denser, with the only real contender being maybe Cheyenne, and that is a maybe. Idly, Sakura wonders if any of the mutations she's come up with could even make a dent in these chains, and how potent she'd have to make them to create a crystal lattice of it. Then again, what would said structure look like? She was brought back to the room when she heard Gyurin huff, drawing eyes to the formerly hidden Kunoichi, who whispered, "This is not over." "It never is," Naruto replied with a smug grin, arms folded in victory, before he finally looks to her and asks, "Get what you need to, Sakura?" Nodding, Sakura began. "Kinda. The bacteria are not reacting with your dense chakra," pointing to the bladed chain tip, and drew all eyes to it, but Naruto, Gyurin, and Kuratsuchi speak in unison. "Yes, they are." Everyone blinks at that, the three sharing looks briefly, though all looked back at the chain as it moves back close to them so everyone could observe, though Ino noticed how it also forced Gyurin to step close to Naruto as it was curved around her, and she was not pleased with this. Gesturing to the blade tip, Naruto points out, "It's small and barely registering, but it's slowly feeding on my chakra. Kinda like sipping ice cream through a straw that's too small." Sakura was taking notes, though both Kuratsuchi and Gyurin were leaning in close to watch very closely with the former offering. "This is a lot slower than the reaction my chakra gave. That took forever to work too. The structure of it is far more complex than the other one you showed me," Gyurin added with a detached morbid fascination as the shapes continued to grow under their scrutiny. After a few moments, she glanced at the owner and asked, while raising her hand above the final link of the chain, "May I?" Letting out a heavy sigh, Naruto muttered, "This is going to be a drag, you know that, right?" Grinning, she nodded and explained, "That's the point." Offering a hand towards him, and he took it while the other rested above the chain. Taking a deep breath, Naruto and Gyurin channeled chakra, and the results were interesting. He felt a sharp sting ripple up his arm and down his back, then across the chain that grew a slight pink hue over the steelish silver, rippling down towards the place her hand was. When the pulse reached the hand, the chain beneath and beyond it abruptly turned into a silverish pink crystal. With a slight tug, the normal chain snapped off and returned to Naruto's back, and their hands released, while Gyurin was now holding the crystal chain tip and inspecting closely. The other watched this spectacle happen in absolute silence for a full minute. Kuratsuchi broke it by screaming, "What the actual fuck?" That broke Naruto from rolling his shoulder and stretching his back from the somewhat painful ordeal. The sudden drop in his chakra levels was manageable, but the amount of foreign chakra in his system, especially of such an exotic nature, was a bit much. It also broke Gyurin from her admiration for the joint chakra construct, a true work of art and a fine piece, if you asked her. It was unique and certainly complex, yet dazzling, organized, and perfectly formed. A perfect specimen for this research they were undertaking. Both of these people looked at the others briefly, then to one another, then both to Kuratsuchi, and, in unison, Naruto and Gyurin asked together, "What? Don't what me?" Kuratsuchi roared, with the others nodding at her back, confusing the duo further, and so she elaborated somewhat. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" Gyurin asks, looking to Naruto, who shrugged before looking to Kuratsuchi and asks himself, "You aren't making much sense, you know. We didn't do anything you hadn't seen before, have you? You just used her chakra in your chakra-disrupting chains." Ino yelled in Naruto's head, causing him to wince. That went unnoticed as Kuratsuchi continued to yell, "Like hell you've done that before! Did you hit your head or?" She fell silent when Naruto raised a hand, having realized what they were asking and wanted to clarify for them all by saying, "That was just the reverse thing I did from the war. Remember, When I shared chakra with everyone? Dawning comprehension hit the others in the room at that realization, helped along further when Giren nodded along and explained further. Back in the training camp, during one of my sessions with him, we discovered that he still had the ability to share chakra. When we were sparring, his chains against my crystals, he caught my fist. I channeled my crystal chakra to encase both our hands to pin him down. Then I called upon my chains. Naruto took over the explanation here, drawing eyes to him, and he finishes. And the act inadvertently drew in her crystal chakra that caused the manifested chains to have pink crystal tips. After a few different experiments, we realized that our bloodlines work on a principle that is fundamentally similar enough to work in concert with the other. Sakura had been following along with the explanation, nodding along with him, and thus was the first to voice. Then, can you channel the nature of others into them? Both Naruto and Giren shook their heads, the latter answering. My bloodline is unique as I alone have it. Essentially, a brand new bloodline. The fact that it works with us at all is a miracle in of itself, as I doubt even any kids I have will have it. Naruto nodded and added. Same with the chakra chains. By all rights, I shouldn't have them as they are only normally awakened by females of the Uzumaki clan. The men are carriers but can't use it like I can. As he spoke, a dozen chains peel out from his back gently and hover around him in their sights. Though, they all noticed that 2 of them had pink crystal edges, and that was commented on by Giren. Oh, you still had some of my chakra in your system. Nodding with a frown, Naruto explained. Yeah, this was the easiest way to get rid of it. It's so damn sharp and irritating, I was uncomfortable. Ignoring the chuckle from the crystal release user, he looked back at Kuratsuchi and added. So, from our estimated guesses, unless you have a bloodline limit that crystallizes your chakra, my chains won't work with them. Everyone was thoughtful about this information, though they were also curious about trying anyway and checking the results. Both Naruto and Giren could see it in their eyes. It wouldn't work for them. Though, the former suspected something might happen if he and Samui were to try, based on their chakra resonance with each other, but that is for another time. Idly, he wonders if their child, if a girl, would inherit the Uzumaki chains and her mother's storm release. What kind of monster that could create? Storm chains. Unknown location. Yeah, many people are looking for them, Vala. Then, someone must have caught wind of their location, right? Vala asked, leaning against a darkened wall, his blue eyes side-eyeing his squad mate, who shrugged before saying, None of our spies have reported it. Though a number of them have gone silent in Japan recently. Japan, huh? Vala muses aloud before asking. Anything interesting happen around there recently? There was a pause before the voice returned. Well, actually, yes. A number of them. You know of the Tokyo incident, right? Only rumors and the like. Vala clarified casually with a shrug, before offering what he knew. Something about an 8-winged fallen frying a bunch of devils with natural lightning. A picture was thrown on the table between the two parties, and the moment Vala's eyes lock on the blown-up picture of the blonde fallen, his eyes narrowed, announcing lowly. Where did you get this? Does it matter? I suppose it doesn't, but that uniform is definitely the same as the one I met back in the Grigori headquarters. Vala confirmed with a nod. Glancing to the blonde, he adds. That's the uniform for the 1st Grigori Legion, the Night Wings. Yeah, we've figured as much. Before throwing down another set of pictures, showing off several other fallen donning similar such uniforms. A girl with tattooed cheeks and brown hair walking beside a raven-haired, green-eyed woman. A white-haired man cutting through devils with a straight-blade sword, flowing lightning through it. A giant tornado that has several fallen hovering calmly within it, but at the range the photo was taken, nothing else could really be made out besides a few had specks of gray on them. Vala stared at each of them critically, to commit them to memory, but still asked. Is this all of them you've found? At the moment, yes. All of these are from either the Grigori headquarters or the nation of Japan. The blonde speaker states, pushing up his glasses and drawing his teammates' eyes, as planned as he finishes. The same place we know a new alliance has formed. A new alliance? Indeed, and it has the devils on both sides nervous. The blonde informs with a calculated glasses push. Humming, Vala then asks. Then, we need to go to Japan and search for. Not so fast, Vala. Why not? They're powerful, right? Vala retorts and his friend sighs, shaking his head before informing the Dragon Gear hybrid. Wait a bit. In about a month or so Kokabeel is planning an invasion. Quirking a brow, Vala asks calmly. You know this how? Don't worry about it, but with any luck, it will at least be confirmation on whether or not they are based there, and we won't even have to waste any effort to do so. For a few moments, Vala just stared into those calculated blue eyes of his friend before nodding slowly and replying. Fine, but only a month. After that, we go ourselves to check the validity of these reports. Naturally, as I said before, there are many parties interested in this particular group of individuals, for various reasons. They could be powerful pawns, or dangerous liabilities that will have to be dealt with after all. Too bad they are so good at covering their tracks, Naya. Probably why they do. Vala commented with a shrug, pushing off the wall he was leaning against and offering. They also have top-level detection capabilities. The cadre I met caught me, even with my presence suppressed. You aren't exactly well known for stealth. Not really part of your skill set. The blonde informed with a shrug, and Vala took that as a mark against him, promising himself to work on it if even his allies are saying that. Jinjigaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Returning to his office, Naruto was suddenly reminded of the issue with Anko and caused him to let out a soft sigh, before cutting off his fiancée's current mental tirade. Ino, listen to me for a moment. Pausing as requested, Ino looks to him with a raised brow as she stands next to him, and without glancing to her, he continued telepathically. I need you to wait here. There is something I must handle in private. Lowering the raised brow, the female blonde expanded her senses but stopped upon realizing that the secret love nest of theirs is hidden from sensory perception, largely. Nodding, Ino whispered despite the telepathy they were sharing. Okay. I'll wait here. Naruto nodded stiffly as he took a breath and moved towards the hidden bedroom. Parting the discreet door, he proceeded in, and Ino only caught the soft sound of someone whispering. I'm so... before it shut and sealed tight. Sighing, she sat down on the couch by the door's entrance, and hoped it wouldn't take too long. It was the longest 10 minutes of her life. Due to the fact that she has a fucking image to maintain, the actual conversation behind that closed door was been restricted due to fuck off, and I will end use in abundance. Thus, even I, the writer of this FIC, am not at liberty to inform you, the reader, of what was said, but I will say it was not pretty, and kinda heavy. When the door opened, Anko had a stone-straight face as Ino stood up, but the special Jonin just left silently. The blonde swore her eyes were bloodshot and was going to call out to her, but Naruto's voice in her head stopped her. Leave it alone, Ino, please. His voice was heavy too, and that caused her to snap around to the door, see him standing there with a tired expression on his face. Wanting to comfort him, she made her way towards him and brought him into a hug that he returned. Whatever happened clearly took its toll on them both. Some time later. You know, Shika, I am honestly wondering if you are deliberately making my job harder. Naruto muttered at his desk, staring at the document before him that was placed by the Nara and the squad that was in the Twilight meeting. The Nara in question was sitting opposite him, the others were chilling, but Shikamaru just grunts, replying swiftly. In all honesty, it was annoying because it's reasonable. Can't really blame them for it. So you are aware of it then? Naruto spoke with amusement thick in his voice, and he just sighed from the depths of his soul. After a few moments of silence, Shikamaru replied. Well, at least they are respecting our boundaries and not pushing for us to reveal our secrets. Conceding that point, Naruto nodded but asked. Yeah, but the more important question is whether they bought our internal marriage contracts. I agreed to it as to stop us from having to reject constant pressure from contracts flung at us, and making us seem unreasonable. Oh, it worked. Temari revealed from the seat opposite her husband, according to records, drawing Naruto's eyes to her smirk as she explained. Got a very, Vibrant reaction from Gabriel because of it. Is that so? Naruto murmured and she nodded, though Hana felt like she had to add. Yeah, she began tearing up and saying stuff about being terrible, not being recognized and stuff. That other white wing with her looked somewhat pacified too. They all nodded in agreement, then Temari informed. Then Cheyenne came in with her words of only needing each other, love and all that, which they absolutely ate up. Smirking in mirth, Naruto looks to his girlfriend who had been standing off to his left side, now with a slight blush rising from beneath her kimono, and gestured to come over. Tentatively, she does so, and when in range he pulls her down gently onto his lap, getting a squeak from the light blonde as he whispered. Thank you, Cheyenne-chan. Embarrassed but happy to help, Cheyenne just nodded meekly with her hands in her oversized sleeves and covering her mouth. As she sat on his lap, Naruto smiled before looking back towards the others and asked, Then, what else happened? Well, besides Azazel trying to give out potentially valuable information on his power trip or something. Shikamaru muttered, earning a risen brow from Naruto that led into a tired sigh before escalating into a glare at the sofa where said man sat nonchalantly, arm on the top and stuffing his mouth with a cookie. Hana also commented. Oh, and they figured out that Cheyenne-chan was a shrine maiden in the past. Cheyenne felt Naruto stiffen beneath her and gulped, knowing he had been shielding her from them for that very reason. Glancing back at him, she saw numerous emotions rush through his eyes as his face was set in stone. After a few moments of this, he looked back at her and asked softly, What do you think about that, Cheyenne? I'm fine with it, honestly, but I don't know what they are planning on doing with that information. Cheyenne says honestly and in a small voice, unsure about how he would take that stance personally. A short pause before he nodded and replied, If they try anything, flare your chakra and I'll be there in a heartbeat. You hear me? She nodded and smiled brilliantly, her tension sliding off her, as he matched it briefly before looking back at the group. Hana was quick to offer up. They did mention something about a devil house targeting innocent sisters of the church, corrupting them, and getting them kicked out because of it. Naruto's face morphed into his war face immediately, as he barked. What's the battle plan? I propose a twin set of pinpoint strikes. Shikamaru spoke immediately and without delay. Naruto nodded, so he continued. Primary strike being the Astaroth house, to find and liberate any of these sisters. The secondary being the Nibiris, right? Naruto asked, and the Nara nodded with a smirk. The acting cadre matched before Hana added. A snatch and grab. Smash in, grab any ranking official and intelligence, then get out before they can even hear about it. Maps? Naruto asked for, and Temari brought out a map of the underworld, but as they gathered up, Azazel cut in here shouting. Whoa, wait! You can't start a war over a single. We won't be starting anything. Naruto commented dryly, looking to the man dead seriously with the weight of countless abandoned innocent people seemingly haunting his gaze. The seraph felt the pressure as the cadre continued. We are simply undergoing a humanitarian operation. They aren't human. Naruto-kun, Cheyenne whispered, and the whole room stilled. Daring to grace her form with a glance, Naruto looked to her and her sweet smile, with the others standing down too and map put away as this was already a done deal, as the light blonde continued. Lady Gabriel has said that they will handle it. I said that was fine, and I will help anyone they send our way. Are you going to make me into a liar who did not listen? He shook his head vehemently, and she nodded, smiling saintly as she spoke softly. Then I believe that this humanitarian operation can wait until we hear back, right? Right. Naruto nodded in full agreement, unable to look away, and so she kept her smile while looking to the others, who all stood taller or sat straighter. After looking over them all once, Cheyenne nodded and spoke. We mustn't let our own morals blind us to our allies' judgment. I too am somewhat unsettled by this news, but we must also learn to trust others. The pure angels have assured us they will handle it. Let's try believing in them first. Yes, ma'am. The room spoke as one, even Azazel and Naruto. The shrine maiden nodded from her place on her boyfriend's lap, glad she nipped this in the bud. Honestly, they are all a bit trigger-happy sometimes, and she must be level-headed one among them to rein them back in. She loves them all as her family, but again, they can be children with too much power. Passionate and caring, but ruthless children with enough power to topple nations, but children, nonetheless. To change gear to something more positive, Azazel asks his fellow 12-winger. On a different note, Naruto, did you tell Katarina about the Twilight Alliance? I did. Naruto confirmed smoothly, looking to the man and adding. She's been having problems with artificial humans recently. Told her to contact her local Pure Angel for a collaborative effort to make sure no toes were stepped on. Thought it was a good idea for the Grigori's image change. Smart. Temari commented, getting an incredulous look from her little brother for that sight causing her to grin. After a shrug, she continued. What? You typically aren't so broadly forward-thinking outside of battle. I am trying, Mari. Naruto snipped, indignant at the claim, even if there was some truth to it. But the war has taught him to look at more than the forward vision and the far-reaching implications of his actions. He needs to change for this role he now holds. Temari and Shikamaru incline their heads in approval. Azazel and Hana smirk whilst Cheyenne runs her hand through his somewhat shaggy black-banged blonde hair and smiling. Sighing, Naruto recalls another decision he's made recently and informs the Wind Commander. On that note, I've recalled both Fukui and Kimura, Mari. They both have been discharged from duty. Temari's eyes widened briefly, before a smirk took over her features, one arm resting on the back of her chair as she crosses her legs while commenting. It's about damn time you stopped holding them back. I made a promise, Mari. You know how I am about them. Naruto retorts stubbornly, and she nodded without a change of expression. She challenges. Though, what pushed this along? Well, part of Sakura's research into that yukai disease. Naruto began and only continued upon getting a nod back. Kuro and Karui, on Omoi's suggestion, came up with a way to utilize the bacterium in a more constructive way. Fukui and Kimura, more Fukui than Kimura, are both required for the project. Many raised brows at this conversation, with even Shikamaru lost at this point and thus voices. Mind filling us in? Gaining his best friend and wife's attention, with Naruto informing. Fukui and Kimura were aliases for two people I promised to protect from back home. For various reasons they had pasts that some might disagree with, and so I hid them among Mari's unit for safekeeping. Now Azazel was interested. He had thought that these shinobi were pretty flexible in their thinking, but to learn there were some among them considered questionable by their standards. Who are they, he wonders, and how come this is the first he has heard of them? Nodding in understanding, Shikamaru poses the million-ryo question. So, who are we dealing with exactly? The less questionable one, Kimura, is someone I met during that attack from Sky Country. Naruto began, and then Naruto's eyes widened, Shikamaru commenting. Oh right, I recall you were redirected from an ongoing mission to respond to the threat. Nodding, Naruto explained further. Yeah, it turned to a S rank pretty quickly. Details aside, my escort targets turned out to be directly related to the issue. One orchestrated the whole thing, the other an unknowing victim of circumstance. Upon getting hesitant nods, he informs the group. Kimura was the victim. Her actual name is Amaru. A doctor that specializes in treating injuries without chakra. She has it, like the rest of us, but due to certain circumstances, she has more control issues than I did, which isn't very conducive for medical practice. Shikamaru nodded and asks. Then, she's with Sakura now then? She's still training and hasn't been idle either, but yes. She's training under Sakura. Naruto informed before looking to Hana and adding. Though if she starts using chakra, Hana, prepare yourself and remember, she is an ally. It isn't her fault. Somewhat confused as to the warning, Hana nodded and replied. I will keep that in mind. Can I assume her chakra is unique? Shikamaru asked, to which, to the surprise of all but Naruto, Temari answered. Doesn't even begin to cover it. I have never seen anything like it. Drawing eyes to the quad-bun blonde, who only offered her husband a slight glance before looking back at Naruto, who countered. It isn't that bad. Temari rose a brow at him, blank face so nothing else moved, and after a few moments, he conceded. Okay. I get it. For normal people it can be pretty terrifying, but that isn't her fault, and you know it. I never said it was. Temari quipped, arms still crossed as she added. Even if only temporarily, she's your kin, which is why I allowed this thing in the first place. Shikamaru snapped to Naruto in disbelief and was about to ask, but the male blonde shook his head subtly with a light glance at him. So, instead he asked after a moment. Then, the other one. The troublesome one, no doubt. Putting it lightly. Naruto commented with an inclination of his head, before taking a deep breath, though Temari added. She isn't that bad. A true gem in the rough. Naruto snorted at the pun, shaking his head in disbelief of her words, though that only made Temari smirk harder. It was a great pun, she muses. After a moment, he answers the question. A friend of mine who sought a different path from her former associate, a particularly nasty snake bastard of ours, in fact. All the Leaf Shinobi tensed, knowing there was only one person who fit that bill, and their eyes hardened. Seeing this, Azazel didn't need any information on this individual to know this snake entity was not someone to take lightly. Someone of the sound? Hana asks with a brow raised, her arms still crossed as she sat on the love seat in the corner, and Naruto nodded, explaining quickly. She abandoned her mission and post in order to protect her charge she had come to care for like a younger brother, or maybe a son. That line was kinda blurred in their case. Reminds me of another. Temari spoke softly as she looked upon her little brother, who glanced to her with a knowing smile and nodded, Naruto countering. Well, either way, I found them during the war by chance. I promised the kid to protect his sister on his last stand against hostile forces. Looking dead into Shikamaru's eyes, he finished. Thus, Guren of the Crystal Release is under my protection, and I will deal with anyone who threatens her. I had to deal with Anko earlier, so I will not permit anyone else to treat her any differently. Am I clear? Relax, Naruto. If she's here, then she's an ally. Shikamaru commented lazily to hide the fact that he had actually had to punish Anko of all people. He knew how close the two were, and that particular kunoichi had been given a lot of leeway because of it. Then again, this is what the Nara has come to expect from his not full-blonde friend in regards to his promises. Hana nodded and commented. If that is what you want, then I will welcome her regardless. Glancing to her briefly, Naruto's gaze swept the room as he announced. She is a vital figure in our medical research project. Many lives are dependent on its success. As one of our strongest, Guren is not to be taken lightly, but also not wanting to be bothered. So please get along with her. They all nod, though Azazel asks. One of our strongest, huh? How so? Temari answers him. Think Samui's attack strength, but in a mobile defensive powerhouse. The governor whistles appreciatively, Azazel muttering. Damn, another overpowered Nightwing. Naruto shrugged, explaining calmly. She was a headache to fight against, even able to block most my attacks when we were enemies. She's gotten a lot stronger in our spars since then, as have I. Shaking his head in disbelief, Azazel muttered. Can't slow down for a moment, can you? With a casual shrug, Naruto didn't feel the need to dignify that with a response. Shikamaru, though, did ask. How strong is she? 8-winged with the fine control that most others would be jealous of. Naruto answered smoothly, and the Nara nodded, a fine addition to their defensive force. The Uzumaki added. Though, I have excluded her from Genma's group for the most part. Give her time to come into her own and see if she wants to rejoin the front on her own time. They all nodded, and so Naruto looks to the governor and asks. Anything else you want to tell me before we call it a day? Thinking on it, Azazel shrugged casually and reports. Nah, not really. I did train your recruits a bit, but nothing beyond that. Nodding, Naruto responded. Before I left, I tasked Chojuro with establishing control over the west of the sector. When he reports back, I'll let Benamiya know to pass you a message. Smirking, Azazel asks. Getting more into your role, huh? A stiff nod was the wordless response, so he presses. Then, what of the east? Far more complicated than a simple takeover, Naruto said with a sigh, offering up shortly after. It's where the remnants of the old order are held up. Loosing his smirk and frowning, Azazel asks. Hara's or Kokubil's goons, yes. Naruto confirms with a nod, getting a sigh from his boss, but he continues. We have one of his top goons in lockup right now, brought in by our deep recon expert. I'll be interviewing him when I have a moment. That's fine. Send me a copy of that report. Azazel commanded, and upon the nod, he adds. I'll see what I can find out back in the underworld. Maybe task one of the legions with hunting down any information. Why not make it a general order? Create a challenge with a reward out of it. Hannah asks, and the governor snapped to her, eyes wide before breaking out into a grin, and nodded. Chuckling lightly, Azazel commented. That is a great idea, girlie. Hannah growled at him, but stopped upon Naruto's raised hand, who added promptly. I thought we spoke about this, Azazel. Said man just waved him off, Azazel commenting. Relax, kiddo. I meant nothing beyond that. I know painfully well what would happen if I tried. His glance to Temari was not missed, nor her viciously smiling face at the gentle reminder of the damage she had done to the fallen seraph. After all, she commands the very air they breathe, and, on a whim, she can take that away, and Azazel has witnessed such firsthand, having lost that privilege once in the past briefly. Smirking too, Naruto nodded to his commander, who returned it, before looking to the governor and asking, Anything else you want to ask? Nah, spent too much time here already. Azazel informed as he spun up a transfer circle, and upon sensing the barrier open up for him, he added, Keep up the stellar work and call if you need anything. Tell Tamil to call me when he has a moment. Naruto ordered, and the man nodded as he vanished back to the underworld once more. The moment the flash died down, Shikamaru spoke. Sounds like we're in for a lot of work in the near future, Naruto. Sighing so hard in unison with the Naruto nodded and said, Yeah, sounds it. Thought things would calm down for a bit, but the opposite happened. Doesn't matter, we got this right? Naturally. Temari snipped confidently and brought smiles the room over. Cheyenne finally stands from her place on Naruto's lap and offered. I shall prepare some tea. Sighing, the secret seraph-level fallen nods as he gives the stacks of scroll on the tables and the dirtiest side-eye known by angel kind as he whispered. Yeah, thanks Cheyenne. Ku Academy. A week later. Lowering her bow from the ready position, Hanabi stares at the 3 near bullseye she managed on this session thus far. Her senpai have stated that she was a prodigal genius in the art of archery, but she was not so immature to believe that. Sure, it's been a challenging week since attending this human school with all the chaos of the students doing whatever the hell they want with no direction or repercussions, but she's adapted. Retaking her seat while contemplating things, Hanabi thinks back to the last week's events since her Nichan dropped her off and then picked her up from school. Firstly, her 2 sisters have basically become the delinquent rulers of the school, and none of the boys are man enough to challenge them. Subsequently, as their sister, she has been given a wide berth, and none even thought of an ill word of the golden princess of the first year. Hanabi rolled her eyes at that, like every other time she thought on that stupid title. Hit too close to home to be comfortable with, but ultimately she has bit her tongue to not stand out any more than she has already. She's done enough to shrug off any suspicions the 2 groups of devils may have had about her humanity. The twins too, somehow, have noticed that the devil familiars had stopped following after them, and the student council isn't really interested in them anymore, despite rallying the troublemakers under their banner. The Namikaze on the other hand suspects that small white-haired girl is keeping an eye on her in class. During lunch, she also feels eyes on her from a distance that are different from the other students that don't dare approach with the twins with her. It's fine, she's had to act like a prim and proper princess most her life, so her act is flawless. Closing her locker, Hanabi gives her fellow archers a respectful bow and farewells that they all return before she heads out. Another thing that has changed, the whole archery club seems to be following her lead and becomes so much more proper and formal. It's strange how much she has influenced them without trying. Rumors, as expected, have ran wild about how the ladies and gentlemen of the archery club are all secret nobles or upper-class children who have taken up the art of archery to not shame their families. She would laugh if it didn't break her image at the ludicrousness of it all. Lady Namikaze. A new voice drew her attention to the blonde by the exit of the building. Hanabi had forgotten about this irritant. A tic she has yet to shake off, but being rude is not typically associated with her school image, but cold indifference she can do, and thus her response was such. Saji-san. I believe it is rather late, should you not already be at home? Genshiro Saji is a second year at Ko Academy with short blonde hair and gray eyes. Slightly taller than Hanabi at 5'6", and originally he wore the uniform without the blazer, but since the start of this new week he has began to, in accordance to the letter of the rule book. A somewhat calm character and unlike most the other boys in school. The problem is, Hanabi suspects he has ulterior motives but can't get rid of him, as the final fact is that she has detected fractured amounts of dragon energy from him. Thus, the cold indifference approach she is taking in regard to him. Genshiro smiled and nodded before offering. That is why I waited. I wanted to ensure that you got home safely. Walking past him, Hanabi did not say anything as he fell into step with her, and the two continued to walk across the empty courtyard of the school. It was an uneasy situation. Passing the gate, the two moved down toward the end of the street where Hanabi normally met up with either her sisters or the bimbo in this tense silence. Thankfully, it did not last, as Shizuka appeared from the corner and spotted the duo. She watched them approach, and only after they got close did she speak. Hanabi-chan, you made a friend? The boy, flushing bright red when looking at her, signaled his innocence, or more likely his lack of experience, not that it mattered. He would never survive the onslaught of the overprotection given physical form in the shape of Naruto if he tried something. Hanabi did not respond immediately, but eventually offered slowly. Not that I am aware of, personally. Saji-san decided to walk with me upon his own accord, Wani-chan. Shizuka hummed while folding her arms beneath her bust, concealed by her gray turtleneck, but still gave an idea for their general size and perfect shape. Looking to the civilian, she spoke. Well, thank you, Saji-san, for walking her this far. I can take it from here. Bowing profusely, Genshiro stammered. Not at all, ma'am. I shall take my leave then. Standing taller, he looks to his fellow blonde and spoke. I will see you at school tomorrow, Lady Namikaze. Before running off down the street. The Nadeshiko watched him for a time before looking to the younger woman and rose a brow in inquiry. Hanabi just shrugged and moved off, getting a chuckle from the Ravenette, who followed silently. Now, isn't that amusing? Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 22 Twilight Dawn. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Naruto. Ino's near breathless moan as she writhes beneath his body. The nude forms merged with her own perfectly as Naruto maintained his gentle, soft thrusts into his girlfriend's deepest parts. He suddenly kisses her neck several times before running his tongue down toward her shoulder, all without breaking his rhythm and getting a moan as payment for his effort from his fiancée, her hands gripping his hair firmly. A breath hitched as Ino felt her next orgasm was going to be a big one and tried to say something, but her man just began pinching her nipples while sucking on her neck, and that just sped up the inevitable. The largest climax sequence Ino could ever recall hit her like no other, jerking even harder, constricting fully, back trying to arch, but her man's body prevented it. For he hadn't stopped thrusting, ravaging her depths that was exploding pleasure despite her pussy clamping up. Her near breathless scream, eyes rolling back, toes curled, blocked out everything for Ino for an unknown amount of time, though when she came back down, shuddering and jerking, eyesight blurred and unfocused, she gazed upon her man hovering over her with a smile. Catching her breath, she leans into his gentle touch as Naruto pulls aside her messy hair from her face and listened as he spoke softly. Feeling better, my forever flower. Ino's smile was as labored as her breathing, panting even on her mental voice. Never orgasmed that hard before, so yes, much, much better. He gave her a chaste kiss, before pulling back and climbing off her, much to her hidden regret as she physically couldn't stop him from doing so. With a heavy sigh, Naruto got off his bed while stretching out while listening to her speak within his head again. You didn't finish. Can't stay in bed, Ino. Naruto replied aloud, before glancing back at her with a soft smile and continuing. I got to meet Ginma before the first joint training session for their Twilight Alliance this morning. Besides, he grinned foxily as he knelt down beside the bed, offering softer. I think 4 times in an hour is your limit. Get some rest and when I get back we'll see how you are feeling. Trailing off suggestively, and Ino offered a tired smile to hide her annoyance at the physical limitations she currently had. A recent development as Naruto has increased his training routine for a secret project with the causal legend known as Ginma. She's probed and prodded but hadn't budged nor let her in on this little secret. Before his clearly exhausted kunoichi fiancé could protest, Naruto places another kiss on her lips and pulls back before whispering. I love you, Ino. My forever flower. Smiling softly, Ino replied mentally as her flushed cheeks gained more rose coloring. I love you more than anything. Naruto. Nodding, he whispered softly. Then rest and trust in me like you normally do, please. That was so not fair, but she was forced to nod subtly, whispering back physically this time. Okay, but please, don't leave me in the dark, okay? Grinning foxily, Naruto nodded and replied cheekily. Not a problem, you'll be seeing white a lot more often when I am through with you. Blushing furiously, despite the truth of that statement, Ino buried her face into the pillow and yelled mentally. Gah! Get lost, you dummy! Cackling all the way into the bathroom, Naruto was proud of that one and pushed aside his own feelings on his soon-to-be first meeting with both the Ki tribe and the Heaven faction happening in a few hours. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Training Ground 1. Samui and Kuratsuchi were standing on the edge of the training field but was joined by Temari, who was looking for a certain little brother of hers. When she stopped beside her fellow kunoichi, the quad-bun blonde asks, What's going on here? You two seem focused. Glancing to her briefly, both remained silent for a few moments before eventually, Kuratsuchi said. You'll notice in a moment. Watch the kunai and samban. That's when the Wind Commander realized the field was littered by both three-pronged kunai and ceramic gray saban. Her curiosity had been heightened. Temari thus paid attention further to then notice the shifting winds and her eyes widened, whistling as she whispered. Damn, they really are going at it. Nodding, Samui offered almost breathlessly silent. They both are pushing themselves for our protection. Still scary to see it firsthand. Kuratsuchi muttered, unable to look away from the sight, even if, at current, they are moving faster than most people could perceive. A full minute before Guren showed up with Ishiwari, who had been annoying the fuck out of her all morning. The crystal user was in the standard issue Nightwing undersuit, but also had a white doctor's coat over it. Her formerly loose blue hair was back in its original spiky ponytail again, though her makeup was still absent. Stopping beside her fellows, Guren asked the others. Have any of you seen Naruto? I've been looking for him and… Abruptly, there were 2 flashes of gray and gold, revealing the forms of Naruto and Ginma, respectively, clashing 3-pronged kunai to standard kunai among the battleground. Both men were smirking as they pushed off and vanished again, the light dancing across the ground briefly before they appeared again in the center. Guren and Ishiwari had to blink a few times, missing the numerous flashes as both were unaccustomed with such high-speed combat, and thus missed the bulk of it. Another sequence of twin flashes and the 2 finally broke apart, and skidded to a stop equally spaced from the other. Neither looked like they were breaking a sweat, but they were very clearly enjoying themselves if their cocky grins were anything to go by. Plus, the fact that either noticed the presence of the growing audience showed just how locked in they both were, an unfortunate side effect of this particular jutsu. Thankfully, Before they re-engaged in another speed at the cusp of light itself, they were called out to by Temari, who inadvertently cut off Ishiwari. Naruto! Both men snapped to her with their battle-hazed eyes. That startled the innocent among the group, so only the non-Nightwing, but it soon fell off as both men took a breath. After a moment, Naruto replied to the quad blonde. Mari, what's up? Kinda busy training and… Did you forget what time it is? Temari snipped, hands on hip in a familiar pose he expects from the troublesome blonde. He ignored her tick mark, her intuition into the fact he called her that mentally was fine-tuned. Naruto pulled out his phone and checked the time and sighed, muttering aloud this time. Troublesome. I was having so much fun too. Genma chuckled as he slipped away his own kunai, fiddling with his own device as he commented too. Yeah, that was wild. Looking up, he at his boss while adding. Think we can still improve it? Naturally. Naruto quipped back without hesitation as his own kunai were slipped back into his holsters before offering off the top of his head. I think, with our new weapons, made from our chakra, the lock speed will increase due to sensitivity. With a risen brow, Genma asked carefully. Increased sensitivity means greater range of activation. The two men had slowly walked towards the crowd as they spoke, Naruto adding after a nod. Yeah, most likely. Though I'm also thinking, what if we could call and send extra weapons back and forth? Useful, right? Without a doubt. Genma responded swiftly, easily seeing the tactical benefit of such an addition to an already incredibly dangerous technique that had shaken one world to its core. No doubt this one will not fare any better. Reaching the crowd, Naruto finishes with. Still, we need to practice a bit more and increase our range of action. Figure out a way to not leave the place a mess also. Leaving our gear around is a big no-no. Agreed. Genma nodded casually as they both looked to the five women with Kuratsuchi speaking first. You're still working on improving that thing? Was it not deadly enough as it is? Deadly, sure. Useful, without question. But could be better still. Naruto commented that with a shrug at the end and Genma nodded, leaving them all in a state of stunned disbelief. In Samui's case, Naruto knew she was impressed via her eyes and was smirking knowingly at her. Though, their fellow blonde with quad buns spoke next, Temari responding. Putting aside the prospect of a double S-rank technique being developed. Naruto and Genma smirk at that, not saying anything as the commander continued. We need to get going to the joint training session with the Yukai and Heaven factions. So, hurry and clean your mess up. The two men share a look, smirks growing wider before snapping back to the Wind Mistress and speaking in unison. Back in a flash. Before flashing all over the battleground, collecting their dropped gear over the next 10 seconds and getting a face palm from the women. Besides, of course, Samui, who smirked lightly at the display. It was rather beautiful after all, and her partner was getting stronger for their future. Why wouldn't she be happy about that? Underworld, fallen territory. Kevin is a devil of the middle-class rank but not of any of the notable houses, thus he was previously of little importance or significance. He is a 20-year-old, 5'8", black-haired and gray-eyed devil who lived on the edge of the slums of Cal Vista. Again, he had no family, or anything else really tying him down of note. This, however, has changed in recent weeks as his now new girlfriend had convinced him to, not only inquire about, but also join the ranks of the Grigori. He was skeptical at the idea. Fallen and devils have a long-established history of conflict and distrust of one another. Yet here he was. As a proud member of the 6th Silver Legion of the Grigori, donning its blue base, white detailed combat vest, Kevin is currently leading his squad of 5, 3 fallen and another fellow devil. He was the squad captain and were currently participating in the new general order given out by the governor himself yesterday. It caused a massive scramble by all these brand new legions looking to make a name for themselves. Well, at least those beyond the noted 20 legions. Then again, the nature of the order has also revealed the fact that there are traitors amidst even those ranks. At current, the 13th High Hawks and 14th Bloodbane legions are considered by most as traitors. Kevin received the news this morning, just before his squad left headquarters, and many are wondering whether they'll be stricken from the records or not, replaced by one of the lower legions. Some thought that it would be the reward for this general order, but they were all deceived. As an esteemed legion, the 6th has been privy to information ahead of most and at an elevated level of security the more senior you are. Thus, even as just a sergeant, Kevin had heard that the reward was far greater than a mere title to replace the traitorous legions. No, what the reward is for this general order is far more prestigious and infinitely more practical. A training week with the mythical First Legion. The legendary Nightwings. Heck, even as a devil, Kevin had heard the rumors of these myths. The ghosts behind the shadows that stalk the monsters of the night. The boogeymen of the most noble of devil houses. So mysterious that the Satans themselves will not go anywhere they have been confirmed to have been without guards. Kevin's musings were cut through as his second-in-command, the brother of his girlfriend and new best friend, by the name of Stefan, pulled up beside him and spoke. "Kevin, we got a hit to the 2 o'clock. The traitors heading towards Devil territory. We need to head them off." Nodding in agreement, Kevin responded smoothly. "Yeah, we do." Before banking hard to adjust the squad's heading as he finished. "Or things will get incredibly complicated if we fail." "Hi, Captain." His squad reports as they pick up speed and chasing down the enemy to their legion and, by extension, the Grigori. Kyoto, Imperial Palace Garden. Yasaka was standing among her peers, Azazel of the Grigori and Michael of Heaven, within the Imperial Palace's garden that has been set up as a basic training ground. A grassy field. On one side were the pure angels, 12 of them at the back of Raphael and Metatron. Opposite the Heaven faction was a collection of yokai, well, more accurately, the Kitsune and Tengu, though the key tribe has 3 of their members standing among them. This, obviously, included the daughter of the clan chief Aoichika, and she was standing at their head. It wasn't worth fighting over, so not even Suzu bothered arguing about it. Yet, now, they were all awaiting the arrival of the Grigori members. Well, again, more accurately, their first legion, the Nightwings. The skies had remained clear, and there has been no sign of them approaching, with Azazel going so far as to be fiddling with his phone and not paying attention to anything. Eventually, Metatron looks to the fallen leader and asked, "Azazel, where are these ninjas of yours?" Yasaka did not want to ask, but she too was confused as to how they were late. Michael was curious too, but was too kind to point out that they were late. But before Azazel could even look away from his phone, the Kitsune out on the field suddenly drew weapons, and the Tengu took to the sky without words. This drew everyone's attention, even the black bears who had not moved and were watching their new fellows in confusion. Izuhara was the one to call out. "Anything. Can't see anything." One of the Tengu up above called back, doing a circuit high above and scanning the area frantically. Kissing his teeth, Izuhara growled out next. "Suzu, anything?" "Nothing." Suzu muttered, and the fact she looked pain admitting that aloud set off more warning bells to the others in the know. Shimada called next, drawing eyes to him. "Nothing in my sector." "Nothing in mine either." Kosaka added swiftly. The orange fur on his 4 tails were fully puffed, and he knew for a fact he was missing something, but nothing looked out of place, which tells him something is wrong. Izuhara felt the same way as his 2 friends and muttered lowly. "Damn it, they aren't messing around this time, huh?" "Seems not." Shimada commented lowly, staying back to back with his fellow Kitsune. While this was going on, the others in attendance were watching confused, and Michael was the one to ask. "Is something wrong? What has them so concerned?" After a moment, Azazel chuckled and drew all eyes to him as he looked up from his phone and commented. "Well, it seems they finally noticed they were being watched." The angels of heaven who heard raised brows, Metatron voicing his confusion. "We have been here by hostile forces." Azazel cut him off, before turning his phone to show them what he had been laughing at earlier. Michael and Yasaka were surprised as it showed them numerous pictures of them, their forces, and the local area clear as day close enough to be a problem. Yet neither had sensed anything. Before either could voice this concern, Aoi and her 2 tribesmen suddenly found themselves buried neck deep in the dirt, and screaming out in surprise. All eyes snapped to them to see their new state, and it caused the kitsune to panic suddenly, Izuhara roaring, "To the skies!" Within moments he led his fellow kitsune up into the sky and caught by the Tengu in perfect unison, but not all made it. 2 of his fellows were hit by sudden gale force winds, dragging the Tengu with them and down into the dirt. Before they even hit the floor, a lightning bolt snapped out from the suddenly overcast sky, and once more 2 more Tengu/Kitsune pairs were knocked out of the sky. Izuhara made the call. "Dive!" Dropping down but not touching the deck, the group was soon set upon by dozens of shuriken from various directions, coming in too fast for the Tengu to dodge while carrying their fellows. Suzu called out next. "Release us and evade, keep moving once you hit the ground." The order was followed, and as instructed, the kitsune hit the ground running and darted about, to avoid being caught from below. Tengu began to dance around the shuriken barrage, taking no hits. Then suddenly, 1 ninja star flew out from between Azazel and Yasaka. When it came into the battle space, it ricochets off another, and caught a Tengu in the wing root. That kick started a chain reaction as the one it bounced off began to ricochet off the others that ricochet off more, and before anyone knew it, all the Tengu were down. Seeing this, Izuhara growled out, "Grab the Tengu and—" He did not get to finish as a kunai landed just ahead of his foot, and he paled. There was an explosive note attached and burning. Leaping back, the explosion was small, but loud, and masked the other kunai landing around and effectively deafening the remaining kitsune. But they were not beaten yet. Soon, figures appeared from the shadows, and the kitsune engaged in hand-to-hand combat with their attackers around the battle space. Izuhara knew he was unlucky at that point, as he knew exactly who he was going up against. Blocking the punch, he knocked it upwards and struck out with his left elbow. The figure ducked it as he flicked out his fist after he missed the snap strike. Leaping back from the expected low kick to his knee, the black-furred kitsune barely escaped the following roundhouse and dared not counter, as that was the feint to draw him into the fist that was rocketed towards him. With a cross guard up, he took that blow that still managed to wind him, and his breath was lost. He was helpless to avoid being yanked by his still raised guard and forced over the leg trap, thus falling forward with his arm yanked back. The next moment, the grass was tickling his nose, and his neck was pressed against a familiar black dagger should he move. It was an expected outcome, as these guys were fully trained shinobi, and they had only just started their own journeys. All the fighting ended at that, with Azazel claiming, "So yes, my guys have been here since the beginning. They are my assigned bodyguards after all." He was scratching the top of his head at the end, grinning like a fool, as his brother was more than a little concerned at the fact that they had missed him, but Yasaka was smirking at the display, despite it being her own being beaten and not having actually seen them fight in person before. Though, through the light dust cloud hiding them from view, a voice spoke. "What is Rule 1? The kitsune and Tengu in attendance, that had already gone under some training, speak in unison. "Deception is our most powerful tool. Rule 2? Again, the members of both clans speak in concert with one another. "If you are in a fair fight, you have done something wrong. Now, where did you go wrong in regard to these 2 rules? There was silence as either had a reply, but by then the cloud was dispersed as the wind picked up, revealing several Nightwings, all in uniform, standing over the downed yokai in the training area. Releasing his student, Naruto stood back up and allowed Izuhara to roll over before extending a hand to help him to his feet. As the kitsune was pulled up, Izuhara complained. "But sensei, you brought a bunch of commanders. We can't hope to." "That was the point," Naruto commented as he let the dark-haired guy go and stepped back. His kunai slipped back into his pouch and folded his arms before adding, "It wasn't a fair fight. Was it?" Sighing, the kitsune all nodded in agreement, so the leader of the Nightwings continued. "Then, answer, where was the deception?" It took a moment before Suzu answered, looking away from the smirking Kiba. "You showing up early and appearing to arrive late?" The Nightwings all nod, Kuratsuchi explaining from her place above the still buried bears. "When you guys got here, you didn't check for traps or if anyone else was already here. How can you hope to protect yourselves when you don't know your surroundings are secure?" She glared at them all and they shied away. She was right. Temari then spoke next, looking over from Hana's healing of the injured Tengu. It's like that saying I heard recently. Check twice, cut once. Though, as Shinobi, trice is always better than twice. You never know when you could be ambushed. Giving a look to the bears who were still in the dirt up to their neck. With a sigh, the Tengu known as Tenel spoke next. Sorry, Commander Temari. We should have known better. Temari nodded to her trainee and ignored the stare from her brother at the title used to address her with, before speaking up. Consider this a warning, seeing as this is only a training exercise and not life or death combat. In the real world there are no second chances like this, so be sure to learn well. The Tengu all nod to those wise words from whom they have trained under. Though Naruto looked over to the pure wings and cleared his throat, drawing all eyes to him as he spoke. That being said, the fact that your allies left you to your demise is somewhat concerning. Blinking at that, Metatron countered. How were we to know that this training session had started? If this were an actual fight, you would have just lost your allied fighters and now be left to fend off your ambushers with no support. Kuratsuchi countered with a steel undertone that showed of her distrust of them and their aims. It was Raphael who spoke next, nodding as he thought on it. I see. If this was an actual attack, we would have been complicit in our allies' death. Both Yasaka and Azazel glanced to Michael as he let out a long sigh through his nose, shaking his head in disappointment of his own to act in such a scenario. Although underhanded, if this was indeed an ambush, then the Yukai would have been dead, and his forces were standing there confused. A shameful display. Naruto nodded to his heavenly counterpart, arms crossing his chest as he states. Exactly, the treaty we signed says we are allies. Why did you not aid the Yukai? How were we supposed to know? Metatron rebuffed and Raphael answered. That was the point. We did not know and should have just aided them anyway. A clear example of our lack of will to help our new allies. Before Naruto could drive the point home, Azazel called out. That's enough, Naruto. This is only the first session. They know now and they will improve. Sighing, the acting cadre nodded and turned to his group that were helping the Yukai back to their feet. Kuratsuchi and Guren were pulling the bears from the dirt. Hana and Ascari were tending to the injured Tengu. None of the injuries were too deep, but they hurt like hell. Suzu was glaring at Kiba, who likely whispered something stupid. Izuhara was grumbling lowly with Kosaku and Karui. Samui and Tabito were standing silently off to the side with Shimada. Though this all stopped when the three leaders approached, along with both Metatron and Raphael. In the background of their approach, however, was a very fidgety young sister who wanted to help but did not want to be rude also, and thus was stuck by her indecision of action. Gathering up from their clean-ups, the Nightwings rallied on Naruto, who met the group halfway, but it was Michael who spoke first. Firstly, allow me to express my deepest apologies for our inaction in this live exercise and demonstration. I am sure my fellows will only improve from here on out. Naruto nodded, understanding that they did kinda spring this on them without warning and some confusion was to be had. Though, in all honesty, they all wanted to make a memorable entrance, he himself just wanted to pull a prank without having anyone call him out on it. Though, it could be justified as a training exercise if anyone does so, a win-win for him. Seeing his acceptance, Michael continued smoothly with a smile. My name is Michael, leader of the Heaven faction. It is a pleasure to finally meet with you reincarnated children of my brother, Azazel. Not wanting to be rude here, Naruto bowed his head lightly and responded in the formal tone that Temari ordered him to use. Likewise, Seraph Michael. As you suspect, my name is Naruto, cadre of the Grigori and leader of the Grigori's First Legion, the Nightwings. At the moment of him speaking of his rank, 10 jet black wings erupted from his back and was followed by the others to reveal their own sets of wings that denoted their ranks. The angels of heaven were surprised by the level of this small group, with the bulk being 6 or above. Though, all eyes were on the two fallen cadres in the form of Naruto and Kuratsuchi, who noticed the eyes on her and thus introduced herself. Name's Kuratsuchi, cadre and second in command of the Nightwings. Pleasure and all. Smiling softly, Michael nodded to her as Yasaka spoke next, looking over the few new faces. Seems you have brought out quite a few of your big guns, Naruto. Trying to prove something? With a smirk at the end as Naruto, deciding to play ball, rose a brow and countered. If you want, I could call Gunma out here too again if you want me to. Swallowing visibly, both Yasaka and Azazel shook their heads, the latter saying, No need for such drastic measures, Naruto. What about Sakura then? Naruto asked with a light tilt to his head, and Azazel crossed his arms and spoke vehemently. And rack up another massive bill? We don't want to go bankrupt or create a volcanic eruption. I told Samui to sit out and watch. I could just. Naruto continued, and at the mention of her name, Samui began sparking golden lightning. As if in response, the clouds above began to rumble and crackle. Again, Azazel and Yasaka shook their heads, and the pretend cadre sighed in feigned mourning, before waving his hand, and the kunoichi stood down as he responded softly. Too bad, was really looking for an excuse. The angels of heaven had dropped from the beginning at the casual flexing, but Raphael casually mentioned. All very powerful yet only relied on tools to fight. That caught the attention of the Nightwings, Temari offering back. Well, yes, we are powerful, but that comes with a lot of other stuff to think of. Collateral damage and civilian casualties are high on that list, so it is best to keep to the basics until you are forced to escalate. Michael nodded, glad they were considering the ramifications of their actions and strength. Taking care not to harm the uninvolved and the innocent people around them, truly a breed apart from their fellow fallen who can and have been seen completely disregarding the lives of human beings. Metatron stepped forward, catching more than a few eyes and far more discreet ones as he asks. So what we heard is true. You are reincarnated fallen ninjas. Kuratsuchi and Naruto spoke in unison. Shinobi. The official term is shinobi. Temari adds for clarification, feeling like she's already explained this before already. Metatron shrugged, claiming swiftly. What's the difference? Ninjas are humans. Extraordinarily talented and highly trained humans. Naruto began drawing all eyes to his hardened visage as he explained. But they are human nonetheless. They do not have any supernatural connection, despite rumors and popular belief, thus had no unique supernatural abilities unlike us shinobi. It was a basic explanation he had come up with, honoring both worlds' ninja and distinguishing themselves without revealing too much. After seeing them all become contemplative, Naruto adds, I think highly of them as we fight in a similar manner, with plenty of overlap as we too prefer the less visible options in combat. He shrugged as the other Nightwings nodded in agreement as he finished. It's also why we are. Naruto was interrupted by his phone going off. Pulling it out reveals a new surprise that he couldn't really ignore, thus he offered everyone. Sorry. I got to take this. Kuratsuchi, take over. She nodded as he abruptly vanished in a swirl of water and sparks, much to the surprise of the non-shinobi present. Though Hana and Girin vanished shortly after too, to keep an eye on him, one in a swirl of leaves and the other in a puff of smoke. Clearing her throat, Kuratsuchi gained everyone's attention as she folded her arms and asked. So, what do you want to ask? Roof. Naruto appeared atop the tiled roof of the Imperial Palace, and still within sight of the garden turned training ground, answering his phone swiftly. This is unlike you, Arthur. How can I help you? Yes, I will not waste time and ask you about this alliance Katarina tells me of. With a raised brow, Naruto mentally recalls that he should call her back at some point to throttle her about giving him more work before replying. It is still new and the first training session is currently underway, but it is a cooperative effort between us, the Yokai of Kyoto, and Heaven. For what purpose? You know, intelligence and security largely. Trying to come to an understanding and end the conflict between us. Naruto informed and waited for the reply. After a few moments of silence, Arthur responded. I hear that first, second, and third are part of this. I want in too. Smiling, Naruto inquired. Do you know you local Pure Wings? No. I have never met them. Should I find? Nodding, Naruto replied. It would make things quicker, but how about this? He glances either side of the spire he was leaning against to find Hana on his right and Gyurin on his left, nodding to both before he continued with his call. I am currently guarding Azazel in his meeting with Michael. I can pass the word on directly. How does that sound? There was a grunt before a female voice took over. Cadre Naruto, my name is Hara. Cadre Hara. We haven't met, but I have heard of you. Naruto replied, and she was quick to ask. I hope good things, Naruto-san. That you are a woman who follows your heart, and nothing stops you from your pursuits. Naruto replied, knowing full well he was poetically dancing around the simple fact she had basically abandoned her sector and responsibilities in her pursuit of Cadre Arthur. He wasn't going to give his own thoughts on the matter, though. She giggled and sighed before replying. I'm glad they were so accurate. But listen, we could really use admittance into the alliance, and maybe a few training tips. Our management team is kinda overrun. Sighing discreetly and silently, Naruto ponders how to explain this to a lovesick woman who is so into their partner that literally nothing else matters. It took close to a minute for him to reply. Send 2 of your commanders over and a squad of their subordinates. We'll train them when they get here. Really? That easily? We are comrades, right? Neighbors to boot. Why wouldn't I help you? Naruto offered back with a roll of his eyes. In truth, he was really just covering their backs and checking to see if their enemies have a foothold nearby. They did not need to know that, however. Giggling, Hara's nod was inflected in her tone. Right, of course. Sure, we can send some people over. Then, when they get back, we can clean up our area too. Gaining a tick mark, knowing full well what was happening on the other side of the call and being somewhat frustrated himself, Naruto managed to bite back his annoyance while speaking in a near monotone. If that is your plan, it could work, yes. Anything else? There was a soft whisper and fumbling fingers before Arthur spoke again. I will dispatch them immediately. You have my thanks. It's fine. I will remember this, Cadre Naruto. I shall repay this. It's fine, honestly. Naruto stated again before adding. I need to get back inside though, so be sure to keep me updated. I will. Good day. Arthur responded before shutting off the call and allowing Naruto to let out a heavy sigh while muttering about at least waiting to hang up before getting it on. Damn it. Chuckling, Hana asks. That was rather unexpected, right? It was. Naruto confirmed though Gyurin asks. Is it wise? To let in unknowns? Who said they'd come to Hidden Shrine? Naruto countered with a glance at his patient with a smirk. She rose a brow assuming that was the case based off what he told them. He continued while looking back at his phone. Though Arthur did remind me that I need to talk to someone, and why not now? Suspecting she knew who and still not liking her, Hana interjected. Well, we are supposed to be training alongside the others. Shouldn't we, get back to it? Amused, Naruto knew full well why she said that and instead decided to humor her. Pocketing his phone, he responded. Guess you're right. We really should. Relieved, Hana nodded with a smile as the 3 looked down upon the relaxing group in the garden. As the wind blew past the 3 standing in silence for a few minutes, it was Gyurin who eventually fielded the question. I don't think we are training anymore, or is it just me? Seems more like a meet and greet. Hana confirmed and Naruto sighed loudly before adding. I hate acting proper and dignified. It's tiresome. Amused, Gyurin looks at him and speaks. You are rather uncivilized. I think it's best you delegate things to Temari. An uncouth beast like you would just ruin things. Naruto gave her a side eye, brow arched at her wording though Gyurin also missed the distant gaze in Hana's expression and flushed to her cheeks recalling just how much of a beast he was. But before he retorted, his phone went off again and it was revealed to be Genma this time. Sighing as this cannot be good, Naruto answered. Someone die? Almost, one of the prisoners got a bit handsy with Anko. She beat him within an inch of his life for the effort. Genma informed and the black blonde sighed. Maybe her punishment was a bit harsh if she is losing control this much, Naruto mused briefly before asking. So, call Sakura-en. She's asleep. Tenten says she pulled another 2-nighter and has only been asleep 2 hours. Genma reports in again. Naruto sighed before looking to Hana, who frowned at the news. The special jonin continued. Amaru says he has about 5 minutes before he's a lost cause. Fine, we're on our way, Naruto informed, stepping towards the edge of the roof and spreading his wings as he finishes. And inform Anko she's on house arrest, that I am disappointed, and to expect me. No sweat, Genma replied before cutting the call, and Naruto lowered the phone, muttering about troublesome things, and troublesome staff, before the 3 Nightwings glided down back to the training ground. Tenkeshi's clothing. Rainer leads Calawarna into another clothing shop with a silver fox of a man working on the till, that she spotted earlier during their initial scouting of the town, and began to peruse the business's wares that were out on display. The 2 fallen were disguised as schoolteachers, that were transferring between schools and needed something for their new roles. Calawarna only agreed to this as Donasek suggested that the tensions with the local devils and yokai would allow them to gather useful information to trade with the Nightwings to overlook their territory violations. He had got them into the country thus far, his contacts somehow pulling through, so she's going through with this. Rainer, though, had her eye on the man currently tending to an older lady at the register, and figured she might be able to mess with his mind a bit to get any information, maybe a date too. He isn't too bad on the eyes, strong built, looks loaded, and she could just wipe his memory after having her fun. Nothing but wins. Seeing her chance, the secret fallen grabbed a full suit and skirt combo before moving towards the attendant. Seeing this, Calawarna followed her lead and watched as they approached their new target, who smiles at them while greeting. Thank you for choosing Tenkeshi's clothing, my name is Yuju. How may I be of assistance? Smiling charmingly, a hint of magic behind it, Rainer offered back. I would like to try these on and was wondering if you could show me to the changing rooms? Nodding formally, Yaju gestured to follow him while saying, Ah yes, this way please madam. He leads them towards the previously mentioned changing rooms where they met another store clerk, who was tending a nervous young man getting ready for his big interview. Something about this female clerk had Calawarna's mind wandering though, but when their eyes met, she forgot all about it as she bowed to them as they passed. Entering a changing room together, neither Calawarna nor Rainer caught the glance the 2 clerks had or the subtle hand motions they shared. They also did not notice how the other customer's voice had tapered off, or even that their sensory perception had shrunken. No, they did not notice any of this as one was trying to adjust her outfit to draw in this Yaju, while the other was wondering why the woman made her mind wander. That was until Rainer called out, Yaju-kun, can I ask you a question? But a female voice answered, Not until you answer ours. Confusion covered both Fallen and a strange feeling settled in their stomachs. Their knee-jerk reaction was to pull their light spears out, they were hidden from view and so. That halted upon the woman speaking up. Neither of you are assigned to this sector of operation. Especially you, Calawarna. That froze them both in fear. Oh God! Have they stumbled upon the local authorities of their faction? Sharing concerned looks, Rainer maintained her composure outwardly, and replied evenly. I'm sorry. I think you have us confused with. Did you really think 2 single sets could fool our senses? The woman's voice again, and now they were panicking. Seeing as she was mentioned by name, Calawarna tried her luck. Wait, who are? What are you doing here, and answer truthfully, or you won't be leaving here alive. The voice commanded, and now both were terrified, but it continued. For your information, yes. I have 8 wings and can very easily kill you both. Swallowing spit and thoroughly terrified, both women nod to each other, and Calawarna tells the truth. We too came to Japan to try and join the Nightwings we think operate here. The Nightwings? You mean that ghost unit? They aren't ghosts. Calawarna retorts automatically, having been told that so many damn times at this point before adding. They are real, and I went on a mission with them. I may not remember their names, wings, or anything concrete, but I know they exist, and I want to work with them. There was a small silence that dragged on a little too long for comfort, but it was broken by a sigh and the female voice continued. Who else knows about this? A friend of ours managed to sneak us in through his contacts. Rainier explained immediately, and the silence became tense and deathly thick. After a few moments, the voice returned. If you don't want to end up dead, you will do exactly what you hear me tell you what to do. Think about betraying this chance. I will hunt you down. Understand? We understand. Both chorus, realizing they were really in the shit right now. The voice continued. Good, because your friend is not long for this world, I assure you, and the contacts you speak of are likely on the trail end of life too. So if you do not want to follow them, bring your friend here on Saturday evening. We'll deal with him then. Consider this a test for entrance into the Night Wings. That caused them both to drop their jaws. They were talking to an 8-winged Night Wing. Now fully aware of how royally screwed they were, and where they stood, both women respond in unison. Thank you? Don't thank me yet. Remember, Saturday evening. If you do not show up, you will be hunted down and executed. Warn your friend the same. Just know, we are watching you always. Both nod and Calawarna asks. Then, what do we call you? Madam? Are you okay in there? The familiar voice of Yaju spoke next and both blink at that, the man from the register? Rainier asks, wondering if he was the one. Yaju-kun? Yes? Did you see anyone else out there? I beg your pardon, ma'am? Yaju genuinely sounded confused, and that confused the two fallen in the dressers. Though, he soon added after a moment. Did you perhaps think that someone peeked upon you? I can assure you that. No. Sorry for the weird question, but I think we'll wear these out, so can we pay for them now? Rainier asks, and the tone of the man shifted. They could literally feel his smile in his voice. Of course. Of course. Let me go get a terminal. Please wait a minute. They heard his footsteps leave, and the two Grigori women just shared a look with Calawarna offering lowly. Probably a magic barrier. It was kept contained so no one overheard us. Rainier concluded that too and replied. More than likely. These guys are ghosts after all. They likely have many secret meeting spots and stuff all over the place. Calawarna nodded and asked. So, what do you plan to do? Simple. Rainier began pulling up her skirt and securing it in place before finishing. I think we should all come back here and get our suits tailored professionally. Don't you? Smirking, Calawarna nodded and replied. Yeah, sounds like a plan. After paying for their new outfits, both ladies leave and did not notice that 2 of the 4 clerks working observed them until they left visual contact with the store. Kyoto, Imperial Palace Garden. Landing among the gathering of leaders, Naruto caught the attention of everyone as he spoke immediately. Sorry about this, but I have to cut my attendance short. Something just came up back at base that I need to tend to. Everyone raised brows with Azazel asking. Something wrong? Naruto wanted to snort, he really did, but Temari was staring at him, so he smiled while nodding his head as he replied. Well, kinda. It is time-sensitive and requires my attention. They all nodded and allowed him to call out. Samui, with me. Kuratsuchi has command. Got it. Was returned by the Night Wings with Samui stepping beside the other 3 getting ready to depart, the transfer circle spinning out from beneath the feet of the cadre. Recalling his talk with Arthur, Naruto looked to Azazel and spoke. Oh, and Arthur wants in on the alliance too. Seems he does not want to fall behind the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions. Snorting, Azazel nodded and replied. Yeah, sounds like him. No sweat, seeing as Michael is here, we can figure something out quickly, right? Looking to his brother who smiled back then nodded, Michael replied. Indeed. Such widespread cooperation will only benefit us both. Where is this Arthur based? Yasaka asks out of curiosity, with Naruto answering. The Mongolia steppe. Southeastern sector of Russia. Kuratsuchi corrected, getting nods from the others with Yasaka getting thoughtful while Michael spoke. I will have to check our ledger and find someone for that area. I believe Uriel is currently still busy in the northeastern European area. He is. Raphael confirmed with a nod, looking to Azazel and saying, He is interested in your legion there. Ah, that's Katarina's area. A feisty one she is. Azazel commented casually, before looking to Naruto and adding, How you handle her is a matter of study for me. Shrugging, the cadre in the magic circle ignored the stare he could feel from Hana at his back, Naruto responding, Probably because she speaks upward of 3 layers of subtext and switches between them on a whim. It's a mental game of chess with words. Azazel led the rising of brows all over at that analogy, but Naruto was out of time, thus finished on. Besides, I gotta go. Lives to save and all that. The next moment he and his 3 subordinates vanished. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Enko's place. Swallowing thickly, Enko pulled the door open and came face to face with an annoyed-looking Naruto. He was in his full uniform, flak jacket and everything, not looking happy as he spoke. Just had to save your prisoner's life. You can thank Hana when you next see her for saving you from a literal ass-whooping. Nodding, she offered. I will be sure to thank her. Glancing around the front garden, Naruto sighed as he asked. This is not what we are supposed to be like, Enko. We are too close for me to be angry, let alone annoyed with you, so why? She went to speak but closed her mouth upon realizing she may have let herself run a bit wild with everything. After a moment, Enko muttered. I may have gone too far recently. Arching a brow, Naruto quipped. Recently? She rolled her eyes and clipped back. Recently. I mean, you gave me free rein in Sendai, and I basically got to do all sorts of cool shit with no oversight. Now, you're blaming me? Well, Enko began but paused briefly before nodding and claiming. Yes, it's your fault for letting me do what the fuck I want, punishing me for getting results, and now me losing my cool when someone touches the goods. Naruto's eyebrows are twitching as his folded arms tightened up at the level of absolute cheek of this woman. Seeing this, Enko presses. Goods, mind you, that have not been touched since before I left. Do you really want some disgusting beastly thing getting a free sample without paying? You have a lot of nerve to try weasel out of this. Am I wrong? Enko countered him, and Naruto could not fault her logic as he did indeed not want someone else to. Focus, Naruto, you must stay focused. Brothers give him strength to stay focused. Taking a breath, he gave her a pointed stare and informed her. Regardless of that. Enko kissed her teeth, knowing he had caught on to her plan to get some out of this and out of her punishment. Naruto continued as if he had not heard her gesture. Your punishment stands and now you're under house arrest for a week. You know that isn't fair. Enko snipped back, glaring at him, but he rose a brow, and she growled then looked away as he whispered. We can do 2 weeks? Snapping back to him, Enko vigorously and frantically shook her head as she squeaks. 1 week. I can do 1 week. Nodding, Naruto turned on his heels and spoke. Good behavior is rewarded. Keep that in mind. Enko perked up at that, mentally fist pumping as she basically knew her earlier punishment is likely rescinded by that statement. Soon, so damn soon, she would get back her massage privileges. Not wanting to influence the cadre any more than normal, the snake mistress shut her door silently before she gained her sultry grin. Just a little bit of time. Happy dance time. Strolling through the town, Naruto takes the slow route for a change and watches the genin and the few Grigori members present, who have the day off from training, going about their business casually. It seems that they are adapting to their lives here. Still, he needs to actually get to scanning their minds at some point and clear them for service. Then, he needs to figure out how to handle the issue of those commanders from the 5th White-tailed Legion Artur is sending over. Probably have them stay in the Imperial Palace and train under Shikamaru. He will complain about it for days until they are competent, and then dump his work on them so he can go sleep under a tree somewhere. Damn Nara. Then there's the problem with Sakura recently. Like Kuro, she is suffering from hyperfocusing and has locked in on the bacterium development for the crystalline weapon project. It would be bad if they have a genuine medical emergency, and their best medic is sleep-deprived or asleep. No disrespect to Hana, Rimi, Ascari, or wait, surely, they have more medics than that. Obviously, they have Amaru now, Ga. Another issue to handle. Sakura needs a more stable schedule. That is the issue. Shrugging, Naruto figured he'd just have a time seal go off and shut down her chakra network. Have it linked to her 100 healing seal to prevent attempted brute force overrides and threaten house rest. Oh, he should be getting a report from Chojuro soon too. Though, he should probably check in with Katarina before she gets irritable and does something pointlessly evil to prove a point. Likely something involving wine and her foot or something stupid. In Riga, Latvia, a certain white-haired cadre frowned while watching a stupid rogue priest lick Ryoha off her bare foot in an attempt to earn her forgiveness as to not be executed. After a moment, she lifted it away and waved him off, a pair of her children hauling him away as she leaned back in her fine leather chaise with her wine in hand. For some reason, she felt disappointed in herself, and a certain black-bang blonde came to mind. Looking over at the phone on the table, no missed calls. Jinjugaku no Haisaido, Lightning Office. Reaching the entrance plaza, Naruto looks up at the tower he spends most his time locked into and working beneath. The sign of nightlight got him a light chuckle as it looked official and everything, but they really did not have anything better to place there. Standing there, he actually takes a moment to look around at everything they had achieved since coming here. It has only been a few months since they came, not even reaching the 6-month mark, and already they have a home, a full village and community. Which also means Naruto drew his attention to see Samui, leaning on the railing outside the window of her office, and he smiles then waves. She smiles with her eyes, her face barely moving as she added, "Want to talk?" Thinking on that for a moment, realizing he has not actually checked out the other's office spaces, Naruto shrugged as he replied, "Sure, I got a few minutes." She nods as he makes his way towards the office in a casual pace. Entering the building, it was rather Spartan. He hadn't spent much time in Kumo, only briefly during the defensive action and retreat during the war, thus he hadn't really gotten a feel for its architectural style, so maybe he just isn't used to it. Though, the building felt very empty. That was likely down to the fact that only 9 people were, at any one time, working here, and they were all absent at the moment. Well, besides Samui in her office on the top floor. Reaching said office, Samui was standing there with her arms crossed beneath her sizable bust, and as he approached the door, she did something he was not expecting. She pulled him down and tiptoed to peck him on the lips. It was swiftly executed and totally blindsided Naruto to the point he missed her entering the office first, leaving him a statue for a good few moments. After Samui clearing her throat, Naruto successfully managed to reboot his mind and looked to her, gesturing to the clean black leather tuxedo couch in her office, Samui offering, "Would you like to sit down?" She worded it as a question, a suggestion perhaps, but Naruto knew an order when he heard one, and so stepped into the office, closing the door behind him. The moment his butt hit sofa, she had offered him a tea, and he accepted it without problem. By the time of his first sip, she was sitting beside him with her own. When Samui swallowed her mouthful, she asked softly, "You seem troubled. Is something wrong?" "Wrong, not exactly," Naruto commented as he leaned back on the seat a bit, as his gaze grew distant. Hearing her hum, he looked to her and added, "Just that. I realized how much time I spend in the tower. Like, I eat, sleep, and work in the same 2 rooms. The work never really stops, you know?" She takes a sip before offering, "I suppose it does. We all report to you, after all." Swallowing then sighing hard, Naruto mutters, "Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility, keeping everybody safe and healthy. To think, I am having this much trouble and there are only 69 of us. How the hell did the Kages back home handle this?" She hummed before offering, "They had other people handle part of the load. Part of the responsibility. You are taking everything on your own." Looking to the blonde at his side, Naruto responded, "Last I checked, you're the head of finance. Shikamaru and Ginma are jointly in charge of security and defense. Sakura has medical." "Not the point. Samui stated flatly, looking at him, and he sighed again, before taking a large swig of his tea. After a full minute of the quiet contemplation, Naruto places his empty cup on the side table and leaned back into the seat fully and sighed with his whole being, then whispering, "I need to call Chojuro for an update. Then conduct more interrogations of the prisoners and figure out what to do with them." After another sigh as his eyes slid shut, he added, "Then get that quarterly report to Benamian. Probably hand over some of the non-essential intel we got from our prisoners too. Contact Tamil about the computers before Omoa or Shikamaru cry to me again. Sort out Sakura and her bad habits recently." Frowning, Naruto then muttered after a thought hit him. "Then get a report from the training session and file that report with Shemhazai and Barakil. Oh, that reminds me. I need to process the report on our guests too. Get papers for those snake ladies. Though, need to clear them too. Task Ko with that perhaps? Sounds like a lot." Samui offered calmly, and Naruto snorted but was not expecting a light tap on his folded arms and her soft, "Don't." He sighed before replying, "My bad, just a lot on my mind." "Indeed. You are doing a great job protecting us," Samui announces, and that gave him a large smile, finally opening his eyes to look upon her smile back at him. Naruto offered genuinely happily, "Thanks, Sam-chan." She nodded, though there was a notable flush to her normally pale cheeks, Naruto noted. Though, he mused as suddenly things did not seem too bad. His precious people are safe and well, they are managing threats as they come and making friends as they go. Sure, they all are waiting for a big bad to show up. Samui's tongue entering his mouth broke Naruto from his thoughts. It took a moment to register, but she was really kissing him hard. He soon returned at full force. The tongue battle was fierce and neither wanted to back down, yet she pulled back first and the two stared down the other. When did she climb atop him? Slowly, she pulled back her gray kimono straps and let the shoulders fall off, revealing she was not wearing a bra. Has she been going commando all day? Even during the demonstration? Surely enough, her large breasts literally spilled out onto his clothed chest, and surely enough Naruto lifted his waist up and she pulled down his trousers. They never broke eye contact the entire time. Leaning in, Samui captured his lips once more and they made out again while she ground against his throbbing dick, barely restrained by their underwear. Pulling back again, she got up and pulled off both their underwear before pushing him across the couch while climbing back up. They made out once more and Naruto's roaming hands eventually landed on her erect nipples. One of her hands moved down and took hold of his dick in response. Pulling back once more, Samui's blue gaze remained locked on his while she lowered herself down onto his dick once more and, like last time, her breath hitched for only a moment before she let out a breath of relief. Naruto let out a soft breath at the feel of her smooth descent. She was really wet, tight, and already rippling against his dick. Within moments of this, Samui kissed him again, then sitting up, Naruto noticed her breath hitch again as he bottomed out, and then she began to buck her hips back and forth. She supported a steady rhythm and pace, her lip bit, and eyes filled with lust in the moment. Naruto silently moaned at the sensation too. She was not taking it easy on him and took hold of both his hands to support her. Though, in all honesty, he was having a hard time looking away from her breasts that were jiggling all over the place. He was fully mesmerized by them and was only broken by the sudden sensation of jerking. Samui had stiffened, tightened, and scrunched up her face all at once suddenly. Ah, right, orgasm most likely. On cue, she yanked him up and smashed her lips on his to muffle her moan against his mouth. It was a very cute, un-Samchan-like noise. Feeling the shudder travel through her entire body, Naruto maintained the lip lock as he broke his hands free of her hold as he gripped her ass and continued thrusting. Obviously, her moans kept slipping out, and so she broke from the kiss, barely with saliva bridging the gap as she whispered, "Wait, please, Naruto." She moaned softly and near breathlessly at the end, but that only served to egg him on, and he kissed her then whispered back, "It's okay. Samui, trust me, okay." Their warm breaths mixed due to resting foreheads against one another, but he still felt her nod in acceptance, as she did trust him. Why else would she do this? The pleasure was well past manageable, and her moans were growing louder, now a soft whisper. But this time Samui did not feel the need to be discreet, and thus did not care that she had reached such a level. No, her pussy was being plowed by her chosen one's dick without mercy, and quite frankly, it was divine. This is better than last time. Maybe there's something to this physical relationship after all and the whole process. But the only one she could picture enjoying this with was her partner. By the log. Again, her core just exploded with pleasure, and she let out a normal-sounding moan. Her skin was ablaze and every touch of his felt electrifying. She attacked his lips hungrily, needing to keep her volume down as her hips began bucking back on their own accord. Their bodies locked and grinding against one another as if in a contest to touch the other the most, and sparks actually began to flow from one to the other, heightening their senses of touch with the other. Finally, she felt it. His grunt, then from the base of his dick beginning to expand slightly. Samui knew he was close too. She will repay the favor and not stop until his was done completely, and then a bit more after that. Just to be sure. Clutching this fine ass firmly, Naruto felt his end closing in a gradual but steady pace, in perfect harmony with her hip movements. It was as if she was moving purposely to make him CL. Oh, right, she is. What sent him off the edge was when she held him close and whispered, her hot lustful breath blowing past his ear and down his neck. You can come now. This time Naruto locked up rigid, pulling her down deep and holding her there, but her hips didn't stop grinding back and forth. Each movement she made, his body shuddered and jolted. The entire time his was coming deep, she was moving her hips in one way or any other, her pussy convulsing and burning up. Damn girl, when did she learn how to do this stuff? Even after the final spurt, she did not stop, and he kept shuddering as a response. Then she began to kiss his neck, and he may have spurted one more time due to that too. When Samui finally did stop moving and just sat with him still balls deep, she took her time to lean back, and the second their eyes locked they shared a searingly passionate kiss that was just hungry. After a full 2 minutes of that, they reluctantly part and both were panting hard, but with smiles on their faces. After a while of sharing breath, the saliva bridges still connected, she whispered. Again. He kissed her back as a response. Ku Academy. Having said her farewells, Hanabi leaves the after-school tea club room once more. Though, in all honesty, it is turning into her teaching them than her enjoying the place. Honestly, the level of the tea in this place is terrible. If Summerswani-chan heard about the disgraceful state of things she found that club in, she would have a heart attack. Wait up, Lady Namikaze! Genshiro's voice echoed as he rushed out of the tea clubroom, still remaining semi-formal in doing so, which is commendable, the Namikaze supposed as she glanced back. Taking a moment to dust himself down, he walked up after her and fell into step with her as he spoke. I must admit that I never really took tea making this seriously before. That was painfully obvious, Saji-san. Hanabi retorts flatly, getting irritated by just the thoughts of his amateur mistakes and the fumbling around with the equipment. By the log, if Anko-san saw any of that, she would kill the guy on principle alone. Making that many mistakes is, in her book at least, a capital offense. Chuckling nervously, Genshin nodded while scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, well, I promised to practice more after I finished my homework tonight. The duo reaches the exit, and as always, the male blonde holds open the door for the Namikaze before seamlessly moving back to her side. Hanabi, though, comments flatly. Though, Saji-san, I think you should focus on the homework over the tea-making steps. Our grades are more important than knowing how many times to rotate the cup and in which direction. Smiling as he looks to her, Genshin nodded and replied. As wise as ever, but this is something I have chosen to do too. So I should put my all into it, otherwise it would be a wastage of effort, right? Glancing to him as they cross the gate out of the school, Hanabi tries to remember a term that comes to mind about that line of thinking. It will come to her at some point, so returns her gaze forward while offering a non-committed. I see. Gentry nodded calmly as he walked beside her before asking, "So, is your older sister collecting you today?" "She isn't my sister, kinda." Hanabi attempted to clarify but only succeeded in confusing her fellow student. Seeing this in her peripheral vision, she elaborated. "She's been dating my Nei-chan for ever. It's just easier to call her Wani-chan as she stops bugging me." Gentry nodded again but realizes something and voices it. "How come I've never seen your brother collect you from school? He's busy with work to put me through school and travels a lot, seeing as we moved here to be closer to the school." Hanabi's practiced response rolled off the tongue with little effort, and did not even have any hint of a lie within it. Before her fellow student could ask, a car turned onto the road they were walking down, and was crawling towards them. However, at the same time Yasuo appeared at the end of the road and called out, "Yo! Hanabi-chan!" The blacked-out stretch continued on without stopping, though both the hidden Kitsune and Kunoichi took note of the number of occupants, that numbered 3. Obviously, Gentry was oblivious to the exchange and just stared at the finely dressed, silver-haired man before him. Hanabi's voice broke him from his musings. "Oh, is Wani-san busy today?" "Yeah, something popped up last minute," Yasuo confirmed with a nod before explaining. "Decided to get some takeout seeing as I was coming past these parts and all." "Ni-chan will kill you, you know?" Hanabi questioned the secret Yukai, who waved it off in feigned confidence. Yasuo offered, "It'll be fine. Just a one-off." He then looks to the kid and offered a nod. "Saji-san, right? Shur-chan told me about you being Hanabi-chan's first friend. Thanks for that." Gentry smiled widely at the thought of being considered Hanabi's first friend. "Well, yeah, she's kinda unapproachable when her twin older sisters are hanging about, but that's likely the point." Hanabi, on the other hand, was pissed, and now glaring full force. "Thanks to this stupid fox, this civilian will be impossible to shake off. What a pain in the ass this is turning out to be, arg." Not that she showed any of this, but her blank stare told her guardian that she was not happy with him. Gentry, though, was smiling with more confidence than before, speaking after a glance to the female blonde. "Ah well, it is no problem. I am honored to be her friend and she has been teaching me a lot about tea making. You know, the traditional ways and stuff." Yasuo nodded firmly, knowing that Hanabi was very much a noble princess type. Well, that is the vibe they all got, which is funny if you think about her brother, who is very much the opposite. Not that he dared to voice such either, risking his neck to point that out is not something he ever intended to do. Clearing his throat, the kitsune answered, "Yeah, well, she's well versed in such, so be sure to take notes when she speaks on that. But for now, we need to get back home or her brother will cause me grief about her safety and such." Gentry bowed his head, responding promptly, "I see then, thank you for talking with me today, Mr. Yasuo. You can call me Yasuo." Yasuo informed, and the blonde nodded and smiled, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, Yasuo-san." Waving his off, Yasuo replied, "Don't. Get home safe, Saji-san." The kid turned to Hanabi, Gentry stating, "I will see you tomorrow, Lady Namikaze." Hanabi just nodded, remaining silent, and he turned then left down the opposite route while the two hidden operatives watched on. Once out of earshot, Yasuo commented, "So, he's the other one, kinda weird. You are one to talk." Hanabi informed the kitsune as she began to walk off, commenting after she passed the older man, "And now he's going to be following me more than before, like a lost puppy, due to your words." Shrugging, Yasuo was swift in joining her stride before commenting, "You need friends your own age, Hanabi. He could be a good one. I have Ni-chan." Hanabi snipped harshly, glaring at him properly now as she no longer had to pretend to be a princess, and it was sufficient in inducing fear in the kitsune. Finally looking away, the acting Namikaze stated as if an already established fact, "I do not need anyone but my Ni-chan." Yasuo now knows why he was chosen for this role over the far more logical Izuhara, the stronger Kosaku, or even the emotionally mature Suzu. It was for the fact that right now, he just saw underneath the surface of these characters known as Nightwings. His sensei, Sei, had taught them many lessons in the past, covering many topics and learning about many different ideas. They, her students, were all gifted in different areas of study. Izuhara's jiu-jitsu is unparalleled, Suzu's tracking skills are second to none, and Shimada won't be found if he doesn't want to be. But Yaju himself considers himself more of a scholar than a researcher, thus now he looks at the back of his charge and recognizes the clear signs of what he had previously been warned about by Sei-sensei. That all the Nightwings are broken heroes. Report 23 Sisters. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Lightning Office. With the water flowing down his back, Naruto keeps his breath steady as he relaxes under the shower after his rendezvous with Samui, and was contemplating how to proceed from here. She was right, he needs to get things distributed and share the load. Sure, things are going well, but thinking even in the middle term they are not going anywhere. Not getting worse but not getting better either. Okay, for now they need to handle the situation regarding the bastard cadre who is encroaching upon the horizon. That 8-wing Anko nearly eviscerated named Charlie, not Jester as he apparently goes by, became very talkative with Hana apparently. Her report is on his desk, thus him showering now as no doubt she'd smell what he's been doing since they got back. Though that might not be enough if these arms that suddenly snaked around him is anything to go by. Sighing, Naruto whispered, "Sam-chan, I need to get back to my office. Just a bit." Samui replied, and he can feel her rock-hard nipples against his back. Her breasts were truly divine and all his. Since she is not normally this expressive, Naruto decides to humor her and enjoy this rather relaxed version of the stoic mother-to-be. It was a nice change of pace. Though a few minutes go by, when giggles can be heard from just beyond their shower, feminine giggles, that naturally caught both blondes' attention. Shutting off the water, grabbing towels, the duo stare at the door while Naruto whispered, "I thought you said." "I did not know," Samui reports, and he nodded, moving towards the edge of the large cubicle, small room shower of the dormitory-like bathroom, and soon enough the familiar voice of Olmu can be heard saying, "I'll speak to the boss first thing, Sakuria, swear." A soft thump later before another giggle, and the now named Sakuria can be heard. "Well, in that case I guess I should reward you with." Hearing enough, and slightly amused, Naruto cleared his throat and both Olmu and Sakuria snapped to the direction of the noise to find towel-clad Naruto and Samui standing there, arms crossed, and blank-faced. They were in disheveled, loosely wrapped bathrobes and the ladies' usual makeup was absent, yet their lips were clearly swollen from their no doubt heavy make-out sessions. Untangling themselves from one another, the flushed-faced Olmu was quick to ask slightly nervously, "Ah, boss. What brings you to this neck of the woods?" Seeing as this was her domain, Naruto looks to his company and guided the other two's gazes to Samui's stone-cold face, allowing her to take this one. "Olmu, Sakuria, I believe the rules were established and explained prior, yes?" Both Lightning Company members nodded, causing the blues of the commander's gaze to narrow warningly, at least according to Naruto's knowledge, but to the two troublemakers it may have been as if death was glaring at them seeing how pale they both looked. Olmu offered swiftly, "Nothing was going to happen here. Yet." Naruto adds helpfully, having clearly sensed their intent, and both the caught fell silent for a moment. Only a moment, as Sakuria asked, "If I may be so bold as to ask then why you two are here?" Shrugging, Naruto lied too smoothly to allow doubt. "We were conducting an experimental idea fielded during our meeting about magic density and resonance. Due to the nature of it, Samui allowed me to shower here. This is her domain after all." Olmu caught the underlying concept early enough and successfully redirected him from suspecting the carefully constructed lie, leaving Sakuria to nod while saying, Then my apologies for." "Sakuria, meet me in my office in 20 minutes. Naruto commanded, eyes hardened, and she gulped. Olmu glances between his not-so-secret lover, and then back at his two bosses as Naruto then finished. "We have something to discuss." Inclining her head slowly, Sakuria reports tightly, "Yes, sir." Looking to Samui, Naruto whispered, I will leave Omoi to your judgment. This is your domain and your rules he broke. Glancing back at him, Samui nodded in gratitude with a sparkle in her eyes that she knew he would get, and he smirked at. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Pulling the door open, Hana smiled and welcomed the office's owner in. I finished healing the prisoner and got his. She was silenced by his kiss. It was deep and escalated quickly despite her surprise at such a bold move. Just as she started to return it, Naruto pulled back, and she whimpered but heard him as he whispered in her ear. I need you to get Choji and the leader of those snake ladies. Adriana, I believe her name is. Then, grab Yoshi and get back here. Can you do that, please, Hana? She nodded quickly, and he smiled and finished. Thank you. Hana beamed as she went to carry out his orders but was caught off guard by his slapping of her ass. She squeaked at his boldness, glancing back at him with flushed cheeks and caught his smirk. Oh boy, she was definitely not expecting this flirty attitude, but she was fully committed to get this done perfectly and thus vanished in a swirl of leaves. Reaching his desk, Naruto softly prodded his fiancée to find out that she is not in the room next door but rather down in the fields, more accurately the secure greenhouse. That is fine though, so he begins to read the report on that Warhawk's movements. Seems that Kokabile has recruited a bunch of rogue priests and cardinals. Among them, there seems to be some packages they were preparing to receive and that punk Helios never told this guy about the contents, or whatever they were going to be used for. A hidden trump card, huh? Well, sounds like the arrogant incarnation given wings already and likely a factor to take into consideration. Big master plan wouldn't be complete without one. Sighing, the group in Sendai were supposed to stay low until the 14th Bloodbane Legion made a loud push and captured the whole island of Hokkaido. This was to, apparently, force the Nightwings to mobilize in force and move to counter and subdue their defiance so that the Sendai holdouts could strike against Kyoto. The plan was to dress up like Nightwings to get in and then strike out at the Yukai, making it seem that the alliance was a cover to get them to lower their guard. A betrayal from the most powerful group of the Grigori and aimed at their allies. Well, that explains Tamil's statement and those fools who tried to ambush Gabriel but were fended off by Temari and Shizuka. Naruto mused aloud as he read on. On the other note, it seems that they have overestimated and underestimated them at the same time. Kokabile and his goons seem to think that the Nightwings have at most 2 cadre, a dozen 8 to 6 wings with the remaining 100 at 4 wings at most. Naruto outright giggled at that. Foolish Warhawk, cannot even plan a war right. Information is the name of the game, and he has nearly none on them. The problem is this endgame of theirs. Charlie has explained that they are planning on starting the Second Biblical War. That Azazel was foolish to throw in the towel when he did. They could have won everything and ruled the world. Classic megalomaniac. Admittedly, Naruto has not really looked too deeply into the history of the 3 factions. He knows the basics. He needed to pass as an experienced cadre all this time after all, and thus cannot really tell if there was any credibility to be had. Though, from what he recalls was that no one wanted to fight anymore. A standing non-aggression pact, an ongoing armistice between the 3 factions. It has held since, kinda, but is shaky at the best of times and bent in more ways than any professional treaty could possibly cover. After their civil war ended, the Devils split into 2 smaller sub-factions that complicated things for everyone else. Then they created the evil peace system and started poaching the strong from the uninvolved. The scales tipped in their favor and their population exploded, quickly matching then surpassing their enemies' combined and dwindling numbers. After all. Sighing, Naruto mumbled. No new angels can be born, the fallen have low birth rates, and those children are hunted by both devils and purebred angels of both types. Thus, the final piece of this puzzle is why now. Doesn't take a Nara to figure out that someone may have caught wind of the fallen grace system Azazel was working on. Based off of Charlie's sworn testimony, he claimed that a Dr. Valper Galilei whispered about a Grigori solution to the evil peace system in development. Clearly, Kokabile seems to suspect that Azazel has either finished it, or that it's close enough to launch the opening salvo to force him to finish it and boost their numbers to win the war he will start. Typical overeager son of a bitch. Well, this Valper Galilei is clearly a high priority target for them to figure out what he knows and how much he's talked. Then, his associates will be hunted down by Genma and his troop. The last piece of this puzzle remains unknown, however. The knock on his door broke Naruto's focus on the intelligence scroll and caused him to call out. "Come in!" In came Choji, Sakuya, Omoi, Adriana, Yoshi, with Hana bringing up the rear and shutting the door behind the group. She soon joins Yoshi at Naruto's side, on the right and opposite her packmate. Naruto, though, looked to Omoi with a raised brow and he chuckled nervously while offering. "Just curious as to... I am not going to kill your girlfriend, Omo. Wait outside, please," Naruto ordered, and the white-haired shinobi breathed heavily from his nose as he nodded, making his way out of the room. Once gone, Naruto looked to Choji and said calmly, "Choji, my friend, can I ask you to handle our logistics department from now on?" Smiling, Choji nodded and replied, "Yeah, no sweat, man. Shoulda asked if you were so swamped." Returning the smile, Naruto nodded as he slipped out one of the new phones Kuratsuchi brought back from headquarters, sliding it forward and spoke. "Yeah, well, things have been a bit crazy. Was told recently that I need to spread the workload." Taking the phone, Choji nodded and responded, "Good advice. You need to get out of this office more, man. Like seriously, barely see you anymore, and we haven't had a contest in forever." Chuckling, Naruto nodded and snapped back. "After the weekend, Monday night. You, me, Ramen. See if you have gotten any better." Grinning with the challenge in his eyes, Choji quipped, "You're so on." They fist bump in agreement, before Naruto looked to Adriana and asked her. "Adriana, yes?" The long dark green-haired woman, tan skin, and lively, almost petite body and long legs made the woman known as Adriana a fair competitor among the unfairly attractive women of the Night Wings. As she smiled warmly at Naruto with a nod, her green reptilian eyes lock on the blue canine ones of their new leader while speaking. "Yes, Lord Naruto. My name is Adriana, appointed representative of the Lamia that you have allowed to stay among you and your kin." Nodding, the pretend cadre thus asked, "Forgive me for saying this. We have no information on your species, but is it safe to assume that you are a kind of yokai?" Adriana nodded, though explained. "We are similar, yes, however we use magic in place of... I think they call it chakra, right?" "Yes." Naruto confirmed with a nod, and so she continued. "We are faster, stronger, and more resilient than normal humans, and share traits with snakes. As you can see." Opening her mouth to reveal the fact she had very prominent fangs causing the black bang blonde to nod, Naruto then asked, "So, how come some of you have legs and some not?" "Lady Anko gave me and Leona a piece of paper that gave them to us," Adriana explained, and the Nightwings all nod, Naruto sighing and commented, "Damn it, Anko! Those are supposed to be..." After a moment to breathe, he looks back at her and spoke. "I see. Do you all want them or... Well, my lord, is there a way to turn it off?" Adriana asks, and upon his nod she asked, "Can you explain how?" "Pull your magic from the tag and it should revert you back," Naruto informed, and she did so, and immediately, in a puff of smoke, a 4-meter-long green tail replaced her legs. Seeing this Lamia brighten up upon testing the feeling of its return, he smiled before informing, "Adding your magic to it will transform you back." Adriana snapped back to him at such a speed, Hana hoped she did not break something, and asked, voice filled in bewilderment, You mean... Everyone but Sakuya, who was unfamiliar with the gear, nodded, and the snake lady wasted no time in doing so. Another puff of smoke, the legs returned to view, and the woman was absolutely delighted with this development. She squealed loudly. After recovering from the ear ringing, Naruto, Yoshi, and Hana opened their eyes and removed their hands from their ears to see their new resident stamping around the office, giggling and switching between snake and legs repeatedly, lost in her own world. As amusing as it was to watch, it had to end, thus Naruto cleared his throat loudly, and she snapped to him as he spoke. "With that said, Adriana, What do you plan on doing now that you have a home? Staring at him blankly, her eyes seemed to be gleaming still though. Adriana thought on it briefly before offering. Well, we were waiting for Lady Anko to give us instructions. So, we are somewhat unsure. Looking to Choji, who nods, Naruto returns it before looking back at the lamia and offered back. Then, how about helping my friend Choji in logistics for now? Help him get you guys settled down properly, and we can go from there, how about it? Adriana nodded frantically and replied. Of course, Lord Naruto. I would be happy to. Smiling with a nod, Naruto looks to Choji and said. Then Choji, if you would take Adriana and get started. Nodding back, Choji looks to the woman and offered an arm, like the gentleman he was in offered. If you would like to accompany me, Miss Adriana? Taking up the offered arm, Adriana beamed as she replied. You honor me, Mr. Choji. After they left, Naruto muttered. Seems we may have another couple forming, huh? Maybe. Hana muttered, though she knows how much these lamia are fangirling on her pack leader, so it is unlikely. Then again, they really do not know anything about them, so who is to say that Choji does not have a shot? With that dealt with, Naruto looks upon the new transfer, Sakuya, who goes stiff under his sharp, predatory gaze. The air shifts, no longer as welcoming or warm. The Inuzuka stand straighter and lock into the mood perfectly as their leader steps around his desk and spoke. So, Sakuya. Normally I would ask why you requested this transfer, but we both know that answer, right? Upon the eight-winged fallen's nod, Naruto continued as he stepped past her. So, tell me this at least. Is it lust or love that drives you? Daring not to turn back to his form, Sakuya reports as the soldier she is. Love, sir. Is that so? Without a doubt. She insists and gets a hum from the cadre who, unbeknownst to her, was now standing at her back and preparing his chakra. Naruto went through a series of Yamanaka hand signs before cupping his hands together, as if a tunnel, and aimed it at the fallen, before asking. You love Omo? Is that it? I believe that I do, sir. Sakuya informed the room, unaware of the mind scan in progress. Normally, Naruto wouldn't use this remote version of this jutsu. It didn't reach all that deep and could be resisted by someone trained mentally to. But after what he's seen already, it was obvious that Sakuya had it bad for Omo. This was just him being safe and satisfying his own paranoia, thus Naruto asked. What made you fall for him? She hesitated. Most do, and it was expected that she would attempt to recall a reason, and that's what Naruto saw. Sakuya had fallen due to her lust. But it wasn't of the flesh but rather of the fight. Ever since, she has constantly lost herself in just the fight, and hasn't really connected with many people. The cadres respect her strength and skill. Azazel even praises her determination to get stronger. The problem is that with no war to sharpen her skills in, none of her fellow eight-wingers as driven as she was often training alone. Enter the Nightwings. They all tested her skill, forced her to adapt her style, and forced her to push beyond the limits she had long since hit. Sakuya has nothing but thanks for all the sword users, including Naruto, but it was Omoi who confronted her battle lust head-on. Sure, the cadre could too, but he used his overwhelming power to do so. Omoi, though, he only has 6 wings and still met her blow for blow with a smirk no less. He outlasted her on plenty of occasions and offered her a hand afterwards with a smile and a simple. Swallowing, Sakuya was about to respond to the question, but it was unneeded. The hand on her shoulder drew her eyes to the smiling cadre of the Nightwings. Naruto spoke softly. Welcome to the Nightwings, Sakuya. We are happy to have you here. Confused, she was about to voice as such when he waved her off and replied. Later. For now, I think your boyfriend is about to blow off my door from its hinges. So go, before I lock him up. Bowing profusely at the waist, Sakuya responded. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Before literally running out the door and into Omo's arms. They soon ran back to the lightning offices once more. Naruto just hopes that they respect the rules of Samwise this time. Oh, and talk about it to Kyoto. That Nadeshiko is very possessive of Omoi. May the sage bless that man. Taking a breath, Naruto was about to explain why Yoshi was here when his phone went off. Grumbling about stupid timings, he observed the name, and his brows shot up before answering. Shimahazai. What happened? One of my squads has been cornered by the devils. I do not believe they will release them without intervention on our part. Shimahazai explained swiftly, and Naruto nodded and replied in the same hurry. Then, you want us to swoop in and extract them? Exactly. My legion has begun amassing nearby, but Falbium has already dispatched a force to counter us. Shimahazai informed, and Naruto looked to Hana and ordered. Hana, grab Genma, Tenten, and Kiba or Karui. Meet me in the transfer room. Right away. Hana reports before vanishing in a swirl of leaves as he signaled to Yoshi to follow as he heads towards the door. She followed a step behind as he returned to talk with the vice-governor. Then, you plan on keeping their attention while my guys get them out? Exactly. Shimahazai informed, and Naruto could not help but smirk as he offered back. How sneaky of you, Shimahazai. Did not think you would call upon us for such? The shrug was implied as Shimahazai replied. Considering how disciplined you all are, paired with your ability to sneak around, and the strength of your members, it was the only real call to make. Naruto and Yoshi felt a bit prideful at that point being made but listened as he continued. Besides, you guys do not friendly fire. I have devils in my legion, and I do not want to have to explain that to everyone that they are my men. Do not kill them. Fair enough. Naruto reported that with a nod, just as he reaches the door to the transfer room in the tower's basement, the former torture room from when they first arrived and had to deal with Tagaki, their first captive. A prestigious honor she now loathes. After closing the door, Naruto asked, So, are you in position to receive them? It should only be a minute or two. Yeah, sure. I will wait. Shimahazai reported, and they waited. Muting the microphone, Naruto looked to Yoshi and spoke. Yoshi. I am ordering you to speak to me truthfully right now, understand? Yoshi gulped nervously. Oh man, what a dreadful order. She nodded, so he continued. Is there anyone you can see yourself with? Not wanting to be hasty and have her words doubted, Yoshi made a show of thinking on the question and actually ran through the list of males she has come across here. Even without the order, she can say that romance and stuff never came up in her mind before. So, she looked dead in her leader's eyes and stated firmly. Naruto-kun, my honest opinion is that, even before the war, husband and kids weren't really on my mind at all. My career as a hunter nin was all that mattered to me back then. I wanted to be the best hunter in the clan by beating Lady Tsume's record. Nodding along, Naruto listened to her, already knowing this much. Even without you having to order me, Naruto-kun, I don't really see myself as a mother, or even a partner. Sure, I want pups at some point, nowhere near as much as Hana and Asakari-chan, but it is only a matter of time before I do. Yoshi shrugged and finished. Until then, you are my leader, and if you asked me truthfully, I genuinely believe that you are my best choice. Not just because you are strong, but you are gentle when you need to be. You are fiercely loyal and protective of your own, but most importantly. She leaned towards him with a soft smile, adding just beneath a breath. You don't try and force us to do anything. It's what I like about you the most, you let us be us and even accepted our unconventional ways, going so far to honor them by embracing them. Then, based off your words, Naruto began slowly, not moving his gaze from hers as he finished. Back in the compound. Oh that? No, I wanted to jump your bones the second you came back. Yoshi cut him off swiftly, smile growing lustrous as she stated firmly. Your dominance of Hana got me all riled up, something fierce. You did not take it easy on us, and boy, you handled our beastly natures like an expert. We in Izuka had a bit of a rep back home, part of the reason why we weren't as prolific as, say, the Yamanaka or even the Hyuga. She shrugged before finishing. When riled up, we are animals in heat and many guys can't handle us. Why do you think Lady Tsume never remarried? Chuckling nervously, Naruto offered back. Never thought of it that way before. Well, never actually thought on it at all until we came here. Yoshi chuckled softly and nodded, before she spoke again with a small, sweet smile. Yeah, well, either did I. Though I am thankful for you for being understanding. I'm, well, not exactly the most womanly and stuff, so, yeah. Naruto snorted and responded. That's not what I remember, from that night. She blushed healthily, recalling his handling of her, but smiled nonetheless and said, Only for you, Naruto-kun. Only for you. He chuckled softly, then heard the footsteps of the others, and they both instantly changed gear, unmuting his phone, and spoke to both parties. Well, Yoshi, you will be going too. Just then everyone arrived and stepped into the room as Naruto continued. Your mission is rather simple. The bulk of you will be acting as a decoy, representing us in a standoff with the devils. They will likely pick you out from the crowd as your uniforms are different from the ones of the 6th Legion. Everyone nodded as Hana moved back to Naruto's side, and he finished with, Genma and Yoshi will infiltrate the enemy lines to pull out the entrapped squad. Check fire as the 6th has devils among their ranks, thus friendly. They all nod once, and Naruto returns it before he spoke into his phone again. Okay, Shimahazai. We're ready on this side. Ready too. Send them. Shimahazai ordered, and immediately the transfer circle powered up and connected at once with the vice-governor spotting it. Good connection. Ready when you are. Nodding, Naruto reports to both parties. Good luck and return safe. We'll get it done. Genma reports just before he, Tenten, Kiba and Yoshi all flash away. Shimahazai immediately reported back. The legendary casual, you are not joking around. He's the best guy for such a discreet job. Naruto replied, not even attempting to hide the mirth in his voice, and heard the vice-governor chuckle, clearly not buying it but letting it slide. Shimahazai eventually spoke again. This should not take long. We'll let you know how it goes. Take care of my people, Shimahazai. Naruto replied, and the call dropped. With a heavy sigh, he stares at the phone screen and already began worrying. Just before he was about to go too, he was tapped on the shoulder and drew his gaze to Hana, who capitalized on his distracted state by kissing him. Before he could return it properly, his phone went off with a message, and he pulled back to read it on the screen. Pouting, Hana too looked to it, and it was from Hanabi. Invited to tea in Devil Building. Naruto's eyes hardened to unseen levels of steel as he stepped forward and asked, Hana, your outfit for light duties, right? Of course. Hana responded, immediately following him into the center of the circle, that powers up and connects to the one in the Namikaze estate in Ku. Nodding, Naruto looks back at her and asked, Then, care for a quick outing? Of course. She replied with a beaming smile. Nodding, Naruto returned the text and messaged the Ku group to clear the circle. After about a minute, Yaju responded saying it was clear, and the two flashed into the estate. Ku Academy. Earlier. Another day, another act as the three Namikaze sisters sit around the tree in the school while eating their lunch, and as normal, the students were keeping their distance. Until, of course, a certain blonde arrived. Just after the yawn from the twins ended, Genshiro called out, Lady Namikaze. Drawing all three teens' attention, both Ravenette's and the blonde raising eyebrows as he stopped beside them and bowed, Genshiro continuing. I was hoping to ask about the tea making in the clubhouse the day before last. Rolling her solid blue eyes, Hanabi replied blandly. I thought I told you to focus on the more practical things, like homework. Nodding as he collected his sandwich from the wrapper, Genshiro replied casually. And I believed I told you that. This is something I have chosen to do. So if you could... Pulling out a notepad, getting a sigh from the youngest Namikaze, though the older two shared a look as they chewed on their chicken tenders and decided to watch this interaction carefully. Obviously, Anianli had been briefed on this boy in particular by Shizuka. He was one of two dragon hosts. As this was going on, another second-year student took the plunge and approached the foursome with a smile and cheer. Yo-ho! Namikaze chance! Saji-san! All four look over to see a beautiful girl with reddish-brown hair and twin tails waving at them as she approached. Her bangs were swept, a single strand sticking out, and her brown eyes seemed to sparkle with energy. Ni and Lee shared a look before responding together. Senpai. That stopped the cheering dead. The shiver traveled up the athletic-looking girl as she muttered back. You two need to stop doing that. Though, Hanabi looked to her sisters and asked. You know this senpai? Both nod as Ni explained first. Tomo Megiri-senpai. Is talked about in the Kendo Club. Lee finished, and after the shudder effect fell off, Tomo nodded before she asked. May I sit with you all? Hanabi just ignored her at this point, going back to her food stoically, and Tomo would have cried to the cold shoulder had she not been warned ahead of time about it. Even more so as Genshiro also ignored her and split his focus between eating and writing. Sighing, she flopped down beside the twins and ripped out her bun she bought from the cafeteria. After the first bite, she looked to the twins and asked, Say, Neela, Lena, ever thought on joining the school council with me? Nope. And I replied instantly, just before biting into her fish steak with vigor and allowing Lee to add. Already part of Kendo. We like it. And I nodded to her sister's words, getting a sweat drop from Tomo at their coordination. Though, that was part of the reason for the council's interest in them. So she countered. Well, if you join, I am sure I could teach you a few things in the art of the sword. Before taking another bite of her melon bread. Although feigning ignorance of their conversation, Hanabi now suspected that the devils are actually finished with their sweep of the school's students. Now they are trying to recruit their top picks, so to speak. Just when they thought they were clear, seems that it was just a general assessment instead of threat assessment they had thought it was. This could be bad. Thankfully, it seemed that the twins caught on to this fact too, and in unison, both secret yokai shook their heads, and I spoke first. We do it for fun at school, and to impress our Oni-sama with our effort. Lee finished, and that got a risen brow from the secret devil, that was not as secret as she thought she was. Tomo hummed before she swallowed, asking after a moment. Your older brother? Is he a kendo practitioner? Both twins shrugged, and I spoke first again. Dunno. We watched him practice in the garden sometimes. The coolest. Lee confirmed with a nod for added effect. Hanabi would never tell them this, but that lie was spoken so confidently, it was shinobi grade smooth. She was impressed, so what, even if it was a bit too much information for the devils to have on her Nichan. Tomo hummed again, before offering. Perhaps, one day, you can bring him in, and we can have a match. Thinking swiftly, and I responded. Cannot, he is super busy. And traveling a lot. Lee confirmed that with a glance to Hanabi, who was swift to add. Nichan works all the time to put us through school. He does not have time for that. Humming with a growing smile, Tomo offered casually. I am sure the president could help out with expenses. She knows plenty of people on the board of directors, you know? All three girls shook their head, and Hanabi explained. I will not tarnish my Nichan's efforts so casually, Tomo-senpai. He works hard, so will we, and show him we are grateful for his efforts. The twins nod, and Tomo finally backs down, nodding before glancing at the still writing Genshiro and asked. I see. I won't ask any more. What about you, Saji-san? Only offering her a glance, and only a glance, Genshiro reported. Nah. I'm good. Got my plate full as it is, thanks. You sure? Our president is very well connected. Tomo offered with a hint of suggestion that the undercover trio caught, and saw Genshiro stiffen. It seems that these devils have eyes everywhere as expected. Not submitting before the Namikes, he looks back at his fellow second year and replied firmly. Thank you for the offer, Megiri-san, but I must insist that I am fine, thank you. Smiling knowingly, Tomo nodded but fished out a leaflet from her pocket and offered it to the blonde. I see. Take this though, in case you change your mind. I won't. Genshiro enforced, though none missed the strain it took for him to do so, and his crumbling resolve was visible in his eyes. It seems that this Dragon Gear user has a weakness after all, and Hanabi's earlier thoughts on him were correct. He has an ulterior motive. Pulling back for now, Tomo nodded before setting off as she replied. No problem. Though you know where to find us, Saji-san. After she left, Hanabi observed that Genshiro was far more subdued than normal. Whatever the devils know is deeply personal and likely painful. Likely family, close family? Not wanting to allow a dragon to fall into enemy hands, she waited for him to look at her, and when he did, albeit hesitantly, she spoke. You miss them, right? Eyes widening in shock, Genshiro was left speechless. How did she know? Seeing she hit the nail on the head, Hanabi continued. I never met my mother, she died when I was a baby, but my Nei-chan told me stories. She was the kindest person and super gentle. Though I looked and act like my Oto-sama, she always said that she loved me. Letting out a tight breath, she added. Not long ago, I lost my Oto-sama and my Nei-chan too. If it weren't for my Nei-chan, I don't know what I would have done, honestly. Looking back at the gray eyes now loaded with grief, Hanabi stated. He said that I may not believe or accept his sincerity, but he promised to keep me safe, and that is what he has done. So if you need help with something, I am sure my Nei-chan will help any friend of mine. If they asked for it. Genshiro did not know what to say about this. Sure, that Yaja guy said they were friends the other day, but... Clearing his tightened throat, the blonde second year asked. Lady. Hanabi. Hanabi corrected, and he nodded, correcting himself as he asked. I, could perhaps use a hand. A bit. Well, it's my grandfather. He's, sick, you see? Current day. Final bell rang and Hanabi stood up to collect her things as always when the white-haired girl came over and spoke. Namikaze-san. Glancing over, Hanabi saw the short girl standing beside her, and rose a brow before trying to recall her name. Seeing this, the girl informed. My name is Kaneko Tuja. Right, Tuja-san. Can I help you? Hanabi asked as she returned to packing up her bag and preparing for her after-school club. Nodding, Kaneko informed. My president has asked me to escort you to our club today. Both blonde brows reached Hanabi's hairline at the cheek of these devils. Ordering her? Only Nei-chan can, but never would, cause he is awesome like that, yet still. Thus she spoke slowly, to make sure she was not misheard. Escort me to your club? I am not a member of said club, so that is not going to happen. Just then, her phone buzzed twice and Hanabi got a feeling she was not going to like what was said. As she suspected, her club president just cancelled the session suddenly and gave no reason for it. That was clearly a sign that this group was not taking no for an answer. Reinforced by the text she just got from Lee, saying that Kiba Yuta had asked them to come with him. Well, too coordinated to be coincidental. Instead of answering them back, Hanabi sent a message to her brother and stated simply, invited to tea in Devil Building. After sighing, she looked to the white-haired girl who had simply waited, and before she could respond, her Nei-chan asked for the circle to be cleared. He is coming. Good, so just in case, he is nearby and will come if she flares her chakra. With a face that did not betray the thoughts of the undercover Kunoichi, Hanabi responded with a nod. Seems that I have time. My sisters too apparently have also been invited. Nodding, Kaneko responded. My Bucho wanted to meet with you three. I see. It would be rude to keep them waiting, so please. Let on. Hanabi ordered, and the shorter teen nodded and did so. Following after her, the Namikaze did not suspect that she'd be dining with the devil herself. It was certainly a possibility with this assignment, but not this soon. Namikaze estate. Naruto and Hana appeared via magic circle within the home of the co-observation team to find only Yaja present. Nodding to him, the cadre ordered. Report stat. Nodding back, the kitsune said immediately. We've had numerous events happening sequentially this week. Firstly, we stumbled upon two of the unregistered Grigori after they wandered into our workplace unannounced. Naruto rose a brow while folding his arms and asked for clarification. You did not reveal yourselves, right? Shaking his head, Yaja reported. Not at all. In fact, Shizuka fixed it so they would bring the one who smuggled them into the country to the shop in 2 days. Nodding in approval, Naruto then glanced around the room and asked, Where is Shizuka right now then? That leads into another event. Yasuo opened with and drew his boss's attention to him, and upon the nod, he continued. Yesterday, Hanabi discovered that one of the dragon's sacred gear users is in a bit of trouble and offered to help. It isn't that pervert, is it? Naruto asked, his protective brother mode preparing to activate, but thankfully, Yasuo shook his head and informed. No, the other one. The fractured one. Turns out his parents were killed in a car accident and his grandfather is sick while caring for him and 2 younger siblings. He pulled out a few files from his wrist seal and Hana took them to read over the diagnosis of the human. Yasuo continued. I've been investigating it most of today while Shizuka is tracking down the extent of the fallen intrusion and marking out how best to uproot them. Humming, Naruto nodded and responded. A lot has happened and right now, Hanabi and the twins have been invited to the Den of the Devils, thus my presence here. Yasuo's eyes widened at that briefly before narrowing and replied snipped. That can't be good. My point. Naruto confirmed with a nod before looking to his accompanying medic, who just shut the file and sighed. He asked her. How bad? Hana shook her head and replied. Even with our techniques, we could extend his life a year, maybe 2. Not much beyond that. The children? Naruto asked, looking back at the kitsune. Nodding, Yasuo reported. In middle school. Bright minds according to their report cards, but they won't survive without a parental figure. Intervention sooner rather than later as we suspect that the devils are also aware of this fact. Frowning, Naruto inclined his head before responding. In that case, we deal with Hanabi's situation, and she can fill me in on the stories she gave the holder. Genshiro Saji. Yasuo informed and Naruto nodded as he corrected. What stories she gave Genshiro Saji and go from there. No doubt, the twins are likely going to cause an issue if we are unlucky. Both Hana and Yasuo nodded before the cadre looked at the medic and asked. You have the transformation seal, right? Blinking at that, the Inuzuka reached into her equipment pouch and swore she had it. Sighing, Naruto added. Sorry, Hana, but you'll have to stay put until I get back with the girls and draw you one. Sighing herself with a resigned nod, Hana replied. I understand. I'll read these files more thoroughly while I wait. Nodding, Naruto looks to Yasuo and said. Stay here too. Doubt you'll stay hidden yourself. I haven't taught you how to suppress your chakra that way. Yasuo shrugged, it wasn't an issue and so replied. Not a problem. I'll prepare some pizza for everyone. Growling as he passed, Naruto quipped as he reached the door. I hope you haven't been feeding them crap since I've been away? Yasuo chuckled nervously, hoping Hanabi kept her mouth shut. Who the sage was he kidding? Underworld, standoff site. Kevin is leaning up against the wall beside the door of the house his squad was held up in. Peeking out he saw a row of devil soldiers maintaining a perimeter around the entire building. Opposite him, Stefan was mirroring him and spoke first. Seems things really spiraled out of control, huh? Kevin offered a brief, low chuckle and half grin as he replied. Clearly. Before glancing back through towards the kitchen, where their prisoner lay, gagged, and bound with his squad's lone female member crouched beside and ready to end him if they get overrun. An intelligence denial move, just in case. His limited sensory capabilities told Kevin that the others are on the other entrances and holding firm, per his orders. Sighing discreetly, the devil glances back outside and wondered what they were waiting for. They tried the peaceful option of talking things out, yet they only called him a traitor for joining the Grigori. Yeah, and the more he spoke with them, the better he felt about that choice. Seriously, was he that arrogant and self-righteous? Damn this mission to heaven and back, they came for a traitor and now his own are threatening him to hand himself and his squad over. To do what? He's one of them. Kevin knows what devils do to traitors as they called him. He was put in charge of these people and by his gifted blade, he will protect the lives of those who trusted him so far. Yet, before he could mull over it any further, Stefan whispered. Something's changed. This drew Kevin's attention back outward and onto the shifting crowd outside the residence they were hiding in. Just barely, briefly, he thought he saw one of the Satans. Those light awful robes are hard to mistaken, and for once, he's glad to see it. Thus he whispered back. I think one of the Satans just arrived. The fallen opposite him snapped his gaze to him, brows lifted, and Stefan asked. A Satan? Why the fuck is there a fucking Satan here? Chuckling dryly, Kevin responded morosely. That, my friend, is a very good question. Catching the chuckle himself, Stefan looked back outside and activated his light spear in anticipation of trouble, while he murmured. I think I get what my sister sees in you. Joking even when staring down certain death. And here I thought it was my cooking. Kevin joked and got another light chuckle from his second in command. Shaking his head in mirth, Stefan looks to his best friend and offered. If we get out of this. Don't jinx it, man. Kevin snapped at him sharply, eyes narrowed on his friend who grinned at him with a certain gleam in his own eyes. That, however, was short-lived, as several large signatures just appeared and were closing fast. Stefan nearly gasped in shock, eyes staring at nothing in particular as he muttered. By the grace of the light. What are you sensing? Kevin whispered harshly, splitting his attention to the now fidgeting perimeter of devils and his best friend equally. It took a moment for Stefan to respond, but when he did, he had a shit-eating grin as he reported. Seems that Vice Governor Shimahazai himself has arrived. I recognize his signature. A sense of relief washed over Kevin at that moment. It seems that his belief in his leadership was well placed, and now help has arrived. Stefan spoke again though, bringing him back to reality. But he's brought some very powerful backup. Like crazy strong backup. Easily meeting or maybe even surpassing him. The devil snapped his head back to his friend in bewilderment. Kevin asked while clearly confused. How? Who in the heavens above did he bring? My comrades. A new voice spooked them both. Snapping back, they saw a man standing in the center of the living room casually in every sense of the word. Brown, shoulder-length hair that hangs around his face and secured behind a bandana. He had a metal stick of some kind in his mouth, and his brown eyes were flowing between both 6th Legion members. But what caused both men to drop their jaws was his blackout outfit, covered sandals, but most importantly the gray flak jacket and the insignia it donned. It was Kevin, who had studied the Legion identification booklet, a required read for all 6th Legion leaders, who muttered in disbelief that one was standing before him to utter beneath an escaping breath. 1st Legion, a Nightwing, said Nightwing nodded casually, smirking lightly as he gazes around the room and cataloging his surroundings before he offered. The Vice Governor called us to get you guys out. You ready? Kevin looked back at Stefan, who looked at him then broke into a massive grin again, while chuckling then cackling as if he had finally lost it. It was always a matter of time, the devil of the two mused. Looking back at their rescuer, Kevin asked, What about our wounded? I can't just. Already being handled. The Nightwing responded, finally taking a hand out of his pockets to gesture towards the kitchen where a second one was, a woman kneeling down and bandaging his female squad mate's arm. That one was tall, standing at least 5'10", slender physique and spiky black hair pulled back in a ponytail. As she turned back to face them, Kevin noticed that her black eyes were razor-sharp and a bang of her black hair traveled down her left face and had tattoos of some kind on her cheeks. Oh, and now she's standing, she towered over him, so probably about 6 foot or so. He was broken from his inspection by Stefan, who whistled lowly and muttered, Damn, what I would do to. Finish that sentence and I will rip you in two. The female Nightwing said lowly and with an audible growl in her voice. Eyes narrowed dangerously enough that the air itself seemed to still. Glaring at his girlfriend's brother, Kevin hissed. Are you a fucking moron? She's a Nightwing. Rein in your lust for fucking 5 minutes. A little while before, Shimahazai, flanked by his 2 Nightwing guards, Kiba and Tenten, both 6-wingers and currently releasing enough magic pressure to make even him nervous. Though, this was to cover the other 2 who had already split from them to sneak past the devils. He does not know how and quite frankly did not care to. They will get the job done, and that is all that matters. As they close in on the two battle lines, both Nightwings tone it down but still come off as at least 8 wingers as they swoop in on the Vice-Governor's wings. As Shimahazai lands among the crowd, he gave them a cursory glance and spots most his own among the gathering but also members of the 17th, 32nd, even a few triple-digit legions. He nodded to them all and they all smirked back, but more than a few were staring in bewilderment at his guards. The original legion to which all are based off. The Grigori 1st Legion, the Nightwings. As Shimahazai strolled though, the crowd parted with salutes shown and gulps had upon noticing his guards. Though, they soon nodded at them too, and it was returned, but both Kiba and Tenten had stony visages which actually motivated their fellow fallen to be ready for action. It had the opposite effect on the devils confronting them. They had obviously taken notice of both the Vice-Governor, his stroll calm and hands relaxed in a clasp behind his back, but most importantly the quality of his escorts. No doubt they have heard the whispers at least. Seen the damage one can do at best. Shimahazai reminded himself he just had to buy time, drag this out, and keep attention on himself so that the real team can get his men out. He will not allow this nonsense to damage fallen, devil relations and threaten his wife or daughter's future among his kin. Finally, reaching past his lines, the Satan of military affairs meets the Vice-Governor with 2 of his own guards at his side. Naturally, his beady black eyes were locked on the uniformed officers that flank him. Shimahazai was actually enjoying this brief power play of his. The Satans have remained at the top of underworld politics and their strength unquestioned, until now. They are clearly on even footing now. Clearing his throat, Shimahazai managed to snap the attention of his opponents to his no longer lazy/exhausted expression as he spoke firmly. Satan Asmodeus, how unfortunate of us to have to meet under such circumstances. Glancing between the 2 suspected Nightwings, not that they were hiding it, Falbium returned the greeting. Indeed, Vice-Governor Shimahazai. Though I am not sure what to make of this, exactly. You invaded our territory, and your soldiers refused to stand down. Care to explain your reasoning for such an incursion? It really is rather simple in fact. Shimahazai informed calmly, not giving anything away as he eyed up the guards of his opponent, then beyond to the brigade of devils all staring at them 3. After a moment of seeming contemplation, he spoke again. My legion was simply following a general order issued by us, the higher-ups, and inadvertently entered your domain out herein. Looking around at the hamlet for dramatic effect, he finished. The middle of nowhere. A navigational error more than likely. Some information to unpack there for Falbium as he hummed, stroking his goatee before he returned. General order, you say? Care to share its objectives? Staring blankly, Shimahazai asked instead. That is internal information you do not require, Satan Asmodeus. Now, care to explain why you are holding my men against their will when they only wish to leave? Frowning, Falbium replied easily enough. As I said prior, they invaded our territory without due process or a notice from your office that they would be in the area. We only wished to ask them for questions regarding their business here. Instead, they have holed up in a residential building and taken a hostage. Sighing, Shimahazai shook his head and explained. They do not have a hostage, Satan Asmodeus. You know this, I know this. So please do not take me for a fool. With a tight frown, Falbium asked. What do you mean by that? That is clearly a residential property, yes. However, the hostage, as you put it, is a criminal and you are trying to aid said criminal to escape. Shimahazai spoke dryly, yet with a knowing undertone, but the Satan did not budge, Falbium insisting. I have not received such a report. Just that the homeowners have not been sighted since their arrival here. Sighing, Shimahazai looked at Kiba, who shrugged, then back to Tenten, who nodded, and so the Vice-Governor replied. I see, then, can we collect our own and confirm that these hostages are safe and unharmed? Why not just ask your men to stand down? Falbium offered calmly, wondering if they have a way to communicate with one another. They seem to know what the situation is even before arriving. Perhaps these 2 guards have advanced sensory perceptions or something. Making a show of considering it, Shimahazai eventually asked. Can I get your word that you will let them go? Your men will be unharmed, yes. Falbium replied calmly, but that is when Kiba leaned while covering his mouth and whispered barely above a breath. They're clear. Before stepping back, and Shimahazai let out a sigh, shaking his head as he replied. I see this is going nowhere. Then, how about we trade? Falbium nodded, despite being wary as he couldn't catch what was shared, so the vice-governor offered. My men are my priority. Let them go, and we can call it even. We can let your fallen go, sure. However, the hostage's safety is our priority. Falbium replied, and Shimahazai let out a sigh, noticing the wording before nodding and offering a handshake as he said, Fine, send them to us when you have them. Nodding, Falbium shook it and replied, Then, we shall recover them immediately. After their hands dropped, Shimahazai turned away just in time to prevent his victory smirk from being seen by the devils, and his own caught it as he signaled to leave. There were many chuckles from across the mixed Grigori force as they all began to disperse, thoroughly confusing their new devil faction counterparts. Though Falbium suspected that something happened, and they had been played. It was the only thing that made sense, and thus took flight to the house. As he suspected, when he entered the building, it was empty. Rushing back outside, the Grigori had already reached the horizon and well within their own borders now. Kissing his teeth, Falbium muttered, How did they pull this off? Occult Research Club. Arriving outside the old school building, Hanabi finds both her sisters standing there with another blonde-haired boy, who looked more than a little annoyed, but hid it well behind a calm smile. When Ni and Lee spotted her, they smiled and approached swiftly while ignoring the pansy boy. When close, Ni asked, Did your club get cancelled too? Hanabi nodded with a frown and replied shortly, They did not give me a reason either. It was rather abrupt. Same for us too. Lee chimed in, getting 2 nods from the other Namikes before Ni added, A bug, maybe? Unlikely. Hanabi responded, then Lee offered, Nay, is Nisama picking us up today? Does he know we don't have clubs? Ni asked, and Hanabi nodded whilst she informed, I messaged him. He knows. She noticed the 2 devils share a look, but feigned ignorance. Hanabi instead offered, So let us find out what our senpai want and then get home. He might even cook dinner again. They all brightened at the thought, agreeing immediately before looking to the guides with the blonde male offering calmly, Please, this way. As he opens the door to a corridor and the smaller girl walked in first, the 3 sisters walking in next with the boy following in after them, unaware of the eyes on the building from afar, or the kunai that was being fingered in its holster. Climbing to the 2nd floor and along to the end, the 5-some traveled in silence. When reaching the double doors, a knock was answered by an authority-filled, Enter. Both high school devils pushed open a door each as the blonde pretty boy spoke. Baho, we have brought the Namike's sisters. In stepped the 3 said sisters, and as they suspected, there was a young woman with a curvy frame and was kind of tallish. Though, her standout feature was obviously her red hair, which, if you asked Hanabi, was kind of unflattering in all honesty. Her Nichan's clan had a nice, darker shade, and it complemented them and their paler complexion. Do not get her started on that wench at her side either. Hair that long and you can't keep it tidy, and why the orange ribbon? It is completely out of place, and all those strands poking up look ridiculous. Are you a pinecone or a lady? Make up your damn mind. Just because you have those balloons on your chest, doesn't make you respectable or desirable. Honestly, what is up with these people and having a strand or 2 of their hair poking up? Do they not have brushes? Despicable, uncouth people. Obviously, Hanabi Namikaze let none of these thoughts be known or seen upon her visage as she discreetly observed the room's layout. Her classmate is sitting and eating a cookie on one of the sofas, the boy who led them in is by the door, which is suspicious, and the red head is behind a massive desk. It's larger than Nichan's, and he leads a powerful group all on his own. She is clearly compensating for something. Now that she thought on it, this whole room is rather eccentric. What gives with this gothic look, try hard? Just because they can go together, does not mean they should. Honestly, There is no elegance to it whatsoever. Wait, is that a shower? Sheesh, rich people. Oblivious to her thoughts, the redhead at the desk spoke. Welcome to the Occult Research Club, Hanabi-chan. Hanabi immediately went to full death glare, startling the young devilish as she hissed. I do not know you. Do not address me so casually. Chuckling softly, the black-haired woman commented. Oh my, a real spitfire. Before Hanabi blew up further, and I spoke up. My sister does not like people who she does not know. Address her without introducing themselves. Lee finished calmly, getting a nod from Ni, and the smile on the other side was rather strained, and so they cleared their throat. The redhead tried again. My name is Rias Gremery. How may I address you then, seeing as you are all of the same family? And I looks to Lee, who looks back and nod before they both turn to the redhead and respond in their classic introduction, and I spoke first while pointing to her twin. This is Lee. This is Ni. Lee said while pointing back at her twin. Hanabi finished. You may address me by my family name. What can we do for you, Gremery-san? We want to get home soon. Sighing in what she thought was discreet, Rias looked over the three of them for a moment before she asked. Well, I wanted to meet the sisters who had gathered such a large following first and foremost. The twins nod, the blonde did not, and just listened to the harlot continue. Then maybe get to know you a bit. See if I could interest you in perhaps joining our club? Hanabi was the quickest to respond. It wasn't eloquent. Not interested. The twins simply nodded, earning raised eyebrows from the devils, who didn't know that they were already made, but Rias asked. May I ask as to why not? And I replied quickest. We want to be like our brother. Super cool with a sword. Lee added before making a kendo stance with an air stick, motions and everything. They all let out a small chuckle at her antics when Hanabi spoke next, her determination to impress her brother on display. Nichan told me he expects me to be the best archer in the world. I am not going to let him down, believe it. Nodding and seeming understanding, Rias then offered. Well, if you join my club, I am sure we can make that happen. I know of the best. She paused upon seeing their joined head shakes. Hanabi acts as their mouthpiece. That would not be our hard work but your shortcuts. Nichan wants me to do it. Not you. But Namikaze-chan. Spoke the raven-haired harlot, drawing eyes to her as she added. Isn't it better to get better teachers than the facilities here in the school? I thought this school was the most prestigious in the country? Hanabi asked, hands interlocked ahead of her and looking somewhat confused, and Rias was quick to respond. It is, without a doubt. But surely you could use better than we have here? If there's better. And I started and allowed her twin Lee to finish. Then this is not so prestigious? The blonde pretty boy cut in here. I doubt you will find a school better equipped or funded than this one, Namikaze-san, and I-san, Lee-san. Just that a little extra help from professionals would help your journey to the best a bit easier. Sighing, Hanabi shook her head and replied sternly. I am sorry, but we are not interested. It is my goal and I will achieve it with my own hands. Just like my Nichan before me. Same. The twins chorus with simultaneous nods. Deciding to back off for now, Rias smiled and nodded. It was clear they had the drive to succeed in their own quests to impress their older brother. Arg, if only her own was as motivating to know. Pushing that aside, she instead offered. I see. In that case, perhaps you wouldn't mind visiting us every now and then? Perhaps for tea and snacks? Frowning, Hanabi reported. The tea of this school does not deserve the title. Now the raven harlot frowned as she asked. I had heard about your high standards, Namikaze-chan. I assure you, my tea is second to none. Shaking her head in disbelief, Hanabi retorts airily. My Nichan is better. Same with my Nichan. Hers is better than Nichan's. She looked genuinely pained just saying that. It was somewhat amusing for Rias. The little golden princess is a Brokan, her diametric opposite. Though golden is not the opposite of red, is it? Then again, is that a natural shade? If she didn't know better, Rias would have sworn that Namikaze was an angel of heaven. They were very thorough in verifying that she was indeed human because of that, and she did not have an ounce of holy magic coming from her. Neither Kaneko nor Akino could pick up anything from her, so she is confident in that assessment. After playing with those thoughts, the redhead finally responded. Well, I am sure Akino here will be glad to show you a real cup of tea sometime in the near future. Hanabi wanted to scoff, but she's pushed her hand a bit too much already and instead just replied curtly. I do not believe that I will get the... She paused before shrugging, not elaborating further, which actually kind of annoyed the raven-haired harlot. Not that she cared all that much. No doubt, she will try seducing her Nichan as he is just that awesome. So no, Hanabi does not like that harlot. Rias offered a glance to the strained smile of her queen briefly, before looking back at the three girls and potential pieces for her and offered. Well, I hope we can get along going forward, girls. Perhaps you might one day sit in this chair as the club president. Again, all three shook their heads, and I started with, No thanks. Lee added smoothly. We are fine. Reaching our goals ourselves. Hanabi finished with all three jointly nodded at the end. Everyone's sweat dropped at the sisters, but Rias just saw potential. They could all make good pawns if they can play off each other so well. Maybe split them as one rook, one bishop, and one knight? A perfect three-way tag team. After the three guests left, Akino looked at her king and asked, Are you sure you want them, Rias? They seemed set on their own goals and stubbornly clinging to their own ideals. That is exactly what I need in my peerage, Rias explained calmly, looking back at her childhood friend and added, By helping them out, they will be more loyal to me and will never want to give up. Their strength will only grow faster because of it. Backho! Kaneko called and drew all eyes to her as she stared back. After getting a nod, she added, Why not find their brother? Convince him? There was a thought she had when listening to little Hanabi speak, Rias muses. Kiba, however, spoke next. Depends on a few things, but from what I heard, he is working hard to provide for them and is constantly traveling. It may be difficult to track him down. Thinking on it, Rias answered calmly. We will just have to set our familiars to slip him a leaflet. He shouldn't be too hard to find, seeing as he and Hanabi-chan have matching hair. They all nod, though Kiba asks, Are we sure she isn't an agent of heaven? That shade of blonde. We checked. Akino informed firmly and with a nod, adding that all three sisters are human. Kaneko shares a class with her too. She would have sniffed out an angel by now. The last blonde present looked to the rook, who nodded to confirm, and he settled down briefly. Kiba, though, asked after a long pause, What about Genshiro? Didn't Kaneko sense a dragon aura from him? Nodding, Rias responded. Sona called dibs on that one. Apparently, she has had her eye on him since the first day. She has 2 months to convince him before we can move in on him. Frowning, the knightly blonde nodded slowly as he leaned back against the wall and thought. Ku Academy. Despite most the student body already having left, there was one exception and absolute pain in Hanabi's side. He had no gear for her to worry about, and quite possibly had the most annoying face to look at as he tried to come off as sophisticated. It pissed her off. For leaning against a blacked-out, stretched western car, smiling in what can only assume to be what he assumed to be charming, his uniform seemingly freshly steamed, and his black hair perfectly arranged was none other than Erita Fuckface. If Hanabi's eyes rolled any harder, the world might tilt with it as their gazes met. Though, like her, either and I or Lee looked particularly interested in hearing about his hobbies for the 19th time. There is only so much you can talk about playing cards and roast duck before you get bored. With this in mind, we find the three sisters completely ignoring his existence even when he called out, Miss Namikaze, I can drop you all home. No response as they walked further and further, but he lightly jogged to catch up, the car following silently at their back as Erita tried again. Please, just one date. Just one. After that. Sighing, Hanabi glanced back and caught the telltale signs of a kunai being aimed at a certain teen's head, Not that he knew or could tell, but she loved her brother's overprotectiveness. Putting that aside for now, she looks back at the wannabe and stated firmly. Not even if my body was cold. Frowning, Arita mumbled. That's heartless, Miss Namikaze. Sighing for the nth time when dealing with this clown, Hanabi reiterated. Just accept that I do not like you. I am not ever going to date, like, or fall for a man like you. Sighing dramatically, Arita suddenly stands taller, holds his head high, before he informed. If you want to be like that, then I shall have my parents talk to yours and then try. Is that right? A new voice drawing all eyes to the corner at the end of the street to see a certain black-bang blonde leaning against the wall with a sharp blue gaze upon the arrogant teen daring to hit on his baby sister. All three girls perk up visibly, calling out in unison. Ni-sama! They run towards him, and he hugs all three smoothly, with a smile, before returning his gaze to the boy who had taken a few steps back to the rear door of the car. Naruto's gaze was icy as he asked, I asked you a question? Is that right? Chuckling nervously, Arita bowed his head lightly and stammered. Forgive me, sir. I will be going now. Naruto watched with his sharpened gaze upon the kid as he climbed into that no doubt expensive car that promptly drove off under his stare. When it finally leaves sight of the secret seraph, he looked back to his little sisters and smiled widely before he asked. Okay, seeing as it's early, what are we going to do? Though internally, he remembers that Arita Himejima is a member of that group the Nikomata warned him about. A problem for later, unfortunately, as they had more pressing matters to tend to. Matters he was unaware were about to solve themselves really soon. Report 24 The Fallen Kintsugi. Underworld, Fallen Headquarters. Azazel, Benamian, and Barakiel were greeted to one hell of a sight just outside the headquarters, as before them flew a multi-legion force that had come together to rescue some of their own, upon their own accord. Members of even the triple-digit legions had been active. The likes of the 220th and 313th legions had members in this formation alongside the bulk of the 6th. They could also spot members of the 17th and 18th legions, but the most surprising was obviously the 4 members of the 1st Legion, the Night Wings, near the center forward. When Shimahazai landed before his friends, his Nightwing guards at his back before he spoke. Azazel-sama, we have returned. So I see. Azazel spoke softly, looking over the landing crowd and then back to the Nightwings before landing on his closest of friends, then added. This is quite the sight. Seeing everyone come together like this. It's been a while since it last happened. Turning back, Shimahazai nodded as he looked over them all with a light grin while he offered. Most certainly. We all came together to save our own and leave the devils confused and on the defense. All without firing a shot. A master plan of little equal and no doubt more devastating than a full-on assault. Without a doubt. Benamian confirmed with a nod, looking over the group who all chuckle or smile at that. Plenty of high fives shared and a bit of rough housing, despite the scattered few devils among them. They were far more united now than in the recent past. As the group was bonding with one another, Genma's phone went off and only his teammates and the other higher-ups paid it any attention. Upon him checking it, he nodded before he announced. Got to go, new intel just came in. We are getting new orders. From? Azazel asked with a brow raised, but Genma just shrugged casually. After returning it to the seal on his wrist, he glanced up at his squad and ordered. Time to go. Thanks for your help. Shimahazai informed while watching the Nightwings gathering up and now catching others' attention, and Genma gave a stiff nod as he responded. Call if you need a silent touch again. Tell your cadres that I will be dropping by. Azazel ordered and the Nightwings all nodded, before suddenly Kevin and his squad mates stepped through the crowd. This obviously caught everyone's interest with the sergeant stepping up. Kevin spoke with gratitude. On behalf of my squad, I would like to thank you directly for pulling us out of that light-forsaken crapshoot. The squad inclined their heads, Kiba informed with a smirk. It's cool, man. We're comrades. Helping each other is natural. Kevin and his squad nod while smiling, though Tenten added. Besides, we didn't do much. Though I would keep your vices in check, Yoshi stated firmly, staring hard at a particular man at Kevin's side with her arms crossed. Kevin looked to his side. His girlfriend's brother Stefan chuckled nervously with averted eyes and caused the devil to sigh. After a moment, the sergeant responded. Yeah, well, he's a work in progress. It needs to be upped. Yoshi informed sharply. A transfer circle appeared beneath the foursome centered around their squad leader and ranking member, Ginma. Nodding, Kevin confirmed that with a solid plan on it. I'm dating his older sister, so yeah. His grin was matched by all the Nightwings. Kiba chuckled while shaking his head and added, Oh man, you got him by the balls. Like you're one to talk. Tenten snipped, glaring at the Inuzuka with a side eye, but before anyone could ask, they flashed away. Letting out a hard sigh, Azazel scratched the top of his head and muttered, He never answered my question. They are our special forces. Shalmahazai informed, getting a nod from Benamian and Barakil, who asked next. Still, they seem to be hard at work. Like we should all be. With his arms folded, he looks over the gathering that suddenly stiffened. Moments later the near 200-strong crowd began to thin out, and the cadre of the 4th Legion nodded stiffly at that. Namike's estate. Slipping into the home in the dead of night, Shizuka slipped off her shoes and made her way towards the kitchen, hoping that Yaja left something for her to eat. Entering the kitchen, she let out a squeak of surprise when her eyes landed on a calmly sitting Naruto with his hands cupped around a mug of tea. Before him sat 2 curry and rice meals, both clearly long since cold, and looking lonely. Unsure what was going on, Shizuka was broken from the confusion by Naruto, who whispered, You're late, Shizuka. She blinked and realized his blue eyes were now locked on hers as he stoically sipped on his tea. Yet before she could figure out what to say, he added while tapping his phone screen. You didn't call, text or anything. Just radio silent. Care to explain? Well, I didn't want to get caught. Shizuka whispered hesitantly, unsure what to make of this development, or why he was even here a day earlier than scheduled. He hummed but stayed silent and sipped his drink. Slowly, nervously, Shizuka approached the table and spoke carefully. Not that I am not happy to see you, Naruto. I really am, but you know it is. The devils moved on the girls. Naruto informed and Shizuka stiffened. Seeing this, he added candidly. They are safe. It turned out that it was a meet and greet. Their cover is intact, but tensions are high. You were out searching for the Fallen's network, I hear. Naruto commented, his voice still barely above the generally accepted level of a low whisper. She nodded again, but he did not give anything away as he asked. What was your mission again, Shizuka of Nadeshiko? The kunoichi swallowed thickly as Naruto placed his tea down and let out a weighted breath, looking up at the subordinate before him and ordered. Give me the report you risked the girls for, and then I will decide whether or not you will remain here. Nodding softly, Shizuka was about to speak when her stomach growled, loudly. Time seemed to still. Pointing to the food, he ordered. We can eat while you debrief. Silently, she took the seat offered, and that is when Shizuka realized that the food was still hot. Snapping up to her love interest, she noticed he too had begun to collect his own cutlery, and was not blank-faced anymore. Just after her first bite, Yep, he cooked, Naruto asked her. So, what are we dealing with? During the debrief, Shizuka probably did not notice the fact that Naruto had been nodding along and smiling after a while. She may have noticed that they had long since ended the ninja talk and moved on to their current workout routines, his casual mention of his speed and reaction training. That she thought was insane, by the way. Shizuka bit her tongue when he informed her about the new residents of the hidden shrine, his suspected outcomes regarding Choji and their leader, a petite snake woman by the name of Adriana. She suspects that he is clearly missing something important. Naruto also mentioned casually about Olmoe and Sakaria's blooming relationship, catching her wince and his nodding to it as he handed over the plate to dry. As Shizuka takes it absent-mindedly, she offered back. I will talk to Kyoto when I get back. Nodding as if to confirm the plan to herself, Shizuka places the now dry dish in the drawer before returning in time for the last plate, and added, "Though, maybe, we should watch him squirm. As long as he doesn't break any rules, cause problems for the village, or me, it isn't my problem but Samui's." Naruto informed with a shrug as he finished his clean-up of the sink area, and she hummed. After a moment, she replied, "What about if he interfered with operational security? He'll have to go up against Cheyenne." Naruto informed firmly and both chuckled lightly, before he added more seriously, "Honestly though, we don't really have rules or protocols for that stuff. We'll see how things go and go with that." Shizuka hummed as she replaced the last dish and placed the towel down on the rack, still in thought on how to handle her own. That was until the magic transfer circle lit up, snapping her attention to the fact that Naruto was about to leave again and rushed over. The kunoichi asked, "Why are you?" "I left a lot of work lying around," Naruto informed with a shrug that only highlighted the fact that his hair was now somewhat floaty from the magic pressure he was exerting. Frowning, Shizuka offered, "But you're coming back, right? I mean..." Much to her surprise, Naruto brought her into a comforting embrace softly and against his chest. In such a warm, soft hold, Shizuka found herself melting into it, and enjoying the gesture as she returns the hug. It did not last long as he pulled back and when she did not release him. Her pout was a dangerous weapon in 6 different countries back home, so Naruto decided to pull one of his many tricks by flicking her nose, and as she went to rub it, he gave her forehead a peck to add a stun-lock effect. It was successful. By the time she recovered, cheeks still pink, he had returned to the shrine. Beneath her breath, Shizuka muttered, "Idiot!" It would take her shower, changing, climbing into bed, and her head hitting pillows for the former queen to realize that she just had a candlelit date with the Black Bang blonde and treated to his homemade cooking, and had not noticed. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, briefing room. Before the sun had even started rising, the Nightwing's command staff had gathered and listened to the Kage regarding their ongoing situation at present. Kuratsuchi, Shikamaru, Temari, Choji, Samui, and Gyurin were all in attendance. Obviously, upon Naruto finishing bringing them up to speed and going silent, Shikamaru spoke next. "We can't just leave Hokkaido alone. Send either," Kuratsuchi stated firmly, sipping her coffee as she leaned on the table with an arm while glancing to the Nara who nodded. Shikamaru responded, "Though our numbers, or lack thereof, will be an issue for us, we could always ask for the Alliance to aid us," Temari offered calmly before blowing on her own coffee a few times. As she lifted it to her lips, she added, "The Yukai especially would like to have us indebted to them. Even if it's in their defense?" Gyurin asked incredulously, arms crossed as her black eyes flowed from one blonde to the other. Both shrugged and she snipped. "Why not call an aid from one of the other legions? They'd help, right? Making connections would be good," Choji commented as he swirled his beef soup with a spoon, looking at his friends one after the other as he finished. "We are trying to find a new balance between our own, right?" Most nod to that statement, though Gyurin brought up, "What about the 5th Legion troop you asked for, Naruto? Surely Arthur. Yeah, he's itching for action and a chance to prove his legion stands at our level of strength." Naruto confirmed with a nod, but they all noticed his frown and stayed quiet for a while so he could explain. After a moment of thought, he finished. "But that's why I am hesitant to call upon him. Overeagerness in the past has been a detrimental influence in many of our lives. This could be a very heavyweight issue, we can't afford it." Soup and Creek, Samui realized with Shikamaru and Temari recalling that whilst Naruto nodded and continued, "We can't afford to gamble here. There should be someone we can call upon for backup?" Choji asked whilst looking to his best friend's wife, who also thought on it, but before Temari could speak, Naruto did. "The 2nd Legion has offered in the past, however, due to their location, relevant to us, I dismissed it." Everyone but Kuratsuchi and Samui rose brows at that. The latter as she was largely impassive, the former as she knew the woman and thus asked, "What will she want in return?" "That is what I am trying to figure out myself," Naruto replied to his second, who held a completely blank face and gaze on him. After a pause, Kuratsuchi inclined her head absent-mindedly before she commented. I could never get a read on that woman. If I didn't know any better, would have thought she's a kunoichi and everything the way she speaks. Nodding, Naruto looked to Shikamaru and spoke. She's a smarty-pants manipulator type who seems to be trying to unravel the mystery that is me, thus has shown a vested interest in us. Sighing from the depths of his being, Shikamaru nodded once before muttering. How bad? Like, quad speech at times. Naruto offered and then Nara thought on it before shrugging it off. Shikamaru responded. I can handle it, if you don't want to. Naruto. Kuratsuchi began, getting everyone's attention as she stared at him with a distant gaze and clearly deep in thought. After a few seconds she finished. Why not Benamian then? No one really ever asks her for help in combat. She may appreciate it. Thinking on that for a while, everyone gave it their consideration until Naruto responded. I'll call her, sure, but as the head of the gossip machine of the faction, she will tell the others, and I would have to deal with Katarina. So, I hope you're ready for that. It's whatever. Kuratsuchi replied with a shrug, though he looked more amused than anything else. What about talking to Yasaka about Sendai? Temari asked, drawing eyes to her so she reasoned. You said Enko's report mentioned the rescue of the local Yukai leader, right? Should we not inform her? Naruto nodded, offering her back. Good point. Do it. Temari nodded, so he turned to Guren and added. How are we coming with the crystal weapons? It's slow going but should be good in a week or two. Guren informed with a shrug, though noticed Naruto's thoughtful expression, and added quickly. I can focus on a standard kunai design but… No, it's fine, honestly. Naruto replied with a softer tone and expression. He didn't mean to make her think that she wasn't working hard enough, just that this meant that logistically they might not be capable to handle the long game. Their kunai stocks weren't exactly full when they came out of that war, and they haven't had time to rebuild their stocks much. Medical supplies are dangerously low still. Ino has been working on it, but also split between regrowing them and managing their local foodstuffs. Their fields and greenhouses. Looking to Choji, Naruto asked. Have you finished our inventory? Shaking his head, Choji reported. Not yet, but seeing what we have been talking about. He nodded at the end. The others catching on to that soon matched him as they all realized that even if they were capable of fighting on multiple fronts, their supplies would not last more than a few weeks at most, and that is nothing short of a death sentence. Looking to Kuratsuchi, Naruto then asked. Gonna need to focus more on rebuilding our regular supply chains. Get some basic kunai and shuriken-made armor too. Can you do that? What about the crystal ones? Kuratsuchi asked back, staring at him sternly, and he nodded, countering swiftly. Won't be ready for widespread adoption in time for this fight. We have a month at most to prepare for this. Get all those who can help, to help and support the effort. Nodding, the Earth Commander reported. I'll get to it at once. Looking to Shikamaru, Naruto spoke. We need a way to identify friend and foe both on the field of battle and here, behind the lines. Something that the Yukai and Heaven can use. We have to be careful of imposters. Any ideas? A few. Shikamaru commented while in thought but soon added. Perhaps a seal of some kind, but for the Yukai and angels, that may require some innovation. Maybe sacrifice some of our own technology. I trust your judgment, Shika. Naruto reported firmly with a nod, getting the others to follow the act, and Shikamaru looked back while he smirked, then offered back. Leave it to me. Nodding with a matching smirk, Naruto then looked to Samui and spoke. Samui, with Kuro, Ginma, and myself busy elsewhere, internal defense will be left in your very capable hands. Find anything you suspect to be a danger to any of us, deal with it as you see fit. Enko will join you after her sentence is over. Samui nodded once stoically and reported stiffly. It will be done. Underworld, Office of Military Affairs. Surzex and Sarah Fall enter their friend's office to find a scary sight. Pacing between a large table and several tall boards was Falbium and a group of his subordinates, numerous reports littering the space and enough coffee to rival some countries. Noticing their approach, Rival Phoenix called out first. Lord Lucifer, Lady Sarah Fall, what brings you here? Falbium snapped back to his friends, surprised by their presence, so listened as Surzex responded. Well, Rival-kun, we heard you all were having a meeting and wanted to know what was so important that Falbium would be active enough to call one. All the military personnel present nodded. That was a fair reason. Falbium, though, sighed and explained. Long story short, it's the Grigori. Now fully invested, his fellow Satans joined the gathering with Sarah Fall breaking the silence. Has something happened with them? A lot has, actually. Rovo revealed, not really answering anything as he sips his coffee. His fellows nod, including Falbium, as he looks to one of the notice boards and began his light rant. This Legion system they seem to have adopted. It has effectively shattered the Grigori organization into far smaller and vastly different groups. How so? Surzex asked as he stared at the same board as his bearded friend. It had a list of numbers attached to names, split across several papers and blank spaces between them. Yet it was Alexander Citri, a stoically conservative Citri, stereotypical of his house with black hair and purple eyes, standing at 6'2", who responded. It would be simpler to say that these legions operate in a way not so dissimilar to our houses. Our initial analysis suggests that, given a century, that may well be the case. Nodding in thanks for the no doubt dumbed-down version of the situation, Surzex looks back to the board and asked, Then, what do we know about them? Just enough to be confused, not enough to make a concrete plan against them. Rovo offered calmly, looking over the map of the underworld with their current estimates for Legion's suspected territory, based on their sightings and intelligence. Falbium added to his subordinate's words. From our interrogations of a few fallen we have captured, there are about 300 to 400 of these legions. Their sizes differ, and can be split into a number of categories and roles. He gestured to the board on his far right and informed. The lowest, according to the ones we captured, are labeled the triple digits and made up of the legions with triple digits. Pretty self-explanatory. Typically led by 6, or a rare 4-winged fallen, and on the smaller side of things. They also seem to specialize or have the same interests that guide them. So, like lower-class devils gathering together to form a basic lower house. Surzex summaries and got a few nods in return. Not overly concerning but useful to know regardless. Falbium gestured to the closer right board and then informed. Then you have the twin digits. The bulk of the Grigori fall into these legions. Most the upper levels of the Grigori have sorted themselves out in here. Some hold territory, some have triple digits working beneath them, and others have been seen irregularly patrolling the borders. Mid-class devils then. The backbone of the beast. Sarah Fall surmises and the room nods, which is when Alexander commented. There are exceptions to this rule, as we have been made aware that this category is only for legions 21 to 100. Triple digits start from the 101st Legion, apparently. So these top 20? Surzex asked and Rovo replied. The Grigori members we captured only said that they were the notable 20. But nothing else. They refused to talk any more than that. We had to be far more invasive to get what we were looking for. Alexander informed the two Satans, who stiffened at the news, though it went unseen as the Citri pulled out reports and added. The top 20 legions all have at least one cadre class within them. However, recently, the 13th and 14th legions have been labeled traitors. Traitors? How so? Surzex asks while putting aside the actions required to gain this intelligence. Falbium drew the room's collective attention by responding to that question. From the brief chat I had with the vice-governor of the Grigori, Shamahazai, and the cadre in charge of the 6th Legion, if his uniform and badge were to be believed, is that a general order was issued to their forces. A general order? Like a mission? Sarah Fall asked, befuddled by the terminology used, and got nods the room over. Her fellow Citri spoke next. Alexander explained what they knew. From the captives, who were pretty low-level triple-digit members, we found out that it was for any information about the actions of Cadre Kokabeel. It is suspected that both traitorous legions have connections to him and thus are being hunted by the others. No detailed information, I take it? Surzex asked, but got shaken heads as Rivel explained the problem. It seems that the other legions had noticed our movements and have rearranged so that the larger, stronger ones remain between us and the smaller, weaker groups, as stated earlier. Frowning, Surzex nodded as that proved that this system of theirs is working far better than it seemed it should. Far more flexible and reactive than relying on orders from up high. Falbium looked to both his friends and announced, "Though we know of a few of these notable 20, the top 10 are what concern me right now." After getting both Satan's nods, he explained, "From what we can hazard a guess, the 6th Legion is Shamaha's, but its unique trait is that it also has our fellow devils within its ranks." Both Surzex and Seraphol were shocked by this development, and the military officers all nod in agreement. The Grigori are now accepting applications from devils, and some are making it in. Sighing tiredly, Falbium continued, "Like the triple digits, these top 10 all have special traits and privileges. The 6th has devils within their ranks and are loyal to them, not us. The only other top 10 we have met and can confirm are the Nightwings." "Wait, what?" Surzex blurted out, and his friend pointed to the board he was standing in front of. Well, more accurately to the insignia that was on it along with all the suspected Nightwings' pictures displayed upon it. This drew in both the other Satans, though Seraphol recognized the sketched-out insignia and gasped as she pointed as she declared, "I've seen that insignia before, but it had a snake wrapped around the knife." Everyone blinked at that before looking to the short woman, who swiftly informed them, "I was heading to a meeting with the Eastern Yukai representative in Sendai, to make contact with the faction as a whole, but the meeting was crashed by the hero faction." Falbium and Surzex nodded to that, knowing this, so Seraphol continued her tale. "But it was interrupted by another I was unable to get a look at. I scanned the mind of one of the dying heroes who said, and I quote, 'She got us, you know her. The Snake of Sendai.' End quote." "The Snake of Sendai?" Surzex asked, befuddled by this. But his friend just nodded seriously. Seraphol explained what she saw. "So, the memory I saw only had a woman's back that had that insignia." Pointing to the Nightwing insignia on the board, she added, "All I saw was that she had a tan trench coat, spiky blackish-blue hair and a spiky ponytail, and uses potent poisons. That, and the fear these heroes had about dealing with her is all I got." Alexander handed a note to Rivel, who looked it over and noticed it was a basic description of this Snake of Sendai character, sketch and all, thus got up and pinned it to the board with the other Nightwings they knew of. An 8-winged blonde dubbed the Storm Angel, an unknown silver-haired swordsman of lightning. A brown-haired woman with strange markings on her cheeks, a dark-haired man with similar markings placed at her side, suspected relative label attached. A black-haired woman with bright green eyes that donned the uniform, but nothing on wing numbers or abilities. The torn-up picture of 4 Fallen entering the headquarters with a question mark. Now, they had this Snake of Sendai. Seeing this all, Surzex noticed the pattern thus voiced. "You confirmed that these are all Nightwings. How did you manage that? 2 were guarding the vice-governor when we spoke and wore the same uniform." Falbium informed with a sigh. Nodding, Surzex thus inquired further, "Then they are all either here in the underworld or in Japan, right?" Nodding, Falbium reported, "Thus far, yes." "Then, what special trait do they have?" Seraphol asked, recalling that apparently the top 10 all have traits and privileges. Falbium shrugged lazily but offered anyway. "We are not entirely sure exactly. Though I did notice that their strength exceeded the norm for what we know of 6-winged Fallen." "By how much?" Surzex questioned, not sure if he actually wanted to know in all honesty, but if they are operating within Japan, then his sister may be in the firing line, and so he had to know what to expect. Glancing to his friends knowingly, Falbium shrugged and offered, "The 2 I met were easily on par with upper 8 wings but not quite cadre level. Every devil with hair sucked in air at that prognosis. That was most definitely not good. If these mid-ranked Fallen had enough power to stand against cadre-class angels, then any high-ranking member of these Nightwings will be a serious problem and contender for the likes of any Satan. Surzex looked to the military leader and asked, "How many do we suspect they have?" Shrugging, Falbium responded, "Couldn't hope to guess, Surzex. The Legion numbers are not linear enough to make such a call, even a rough one. At the moment, these are all the ones we know of, and that 8-winged Storm Angel is now very much a big threat. She may be on par with us for all we know. It's no wonder that Azazel has them as his personal guard." Seraphal informed, and everyone nodded in agreement. She then looked to the redhead and stated, "Our sisters should be informed, but they should be careful. The Western Yukai have assured their safety, and if these Nightwings are operating within their borders, then they will likely have to follow their orders." Nodding, Surzex can see the logic and recalls details of his talk with his diplomatic friend, thus voiced his thoughts aloud. "You are right, Seraphal, but that also means that this Twilight Alliance likely has these Fallen working within it, or at least aware of them. We need to talk with Yasaka again, present her with a new treaty to ensure that our agreements are being honored." Frowning at the reminder, Seraphal nodded before she explained. "The Yukai simply do not trust us. Unless we do something to prove that we are trying, I doubt we will make much headway on that front." The whole room silently agreed, but thankfully Alexander spoke after pushing up his rimless glasses. "How about a prisoner exchange? They still have some of our fellows, do they not?" Blinking at that, all three Satans looked to the man, who looked like a middle-aged man in his mid-30s. Seraphal was the first to nod and offered hesitantly, "It is likely one of the things that we could offer that they may accept. That, or news on our investigations on the Nibirius house. Put a list together," Surzex commanded, drawing all eyes to his stern visage that offered nothing but conviction to succeed. When all eyes met his and hardened, he added, "We will win them over and get a treaty signed before year's end." Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Medical Wing. Flexing her hand several times, getting a feel for her chakra again, Sei could not help but gawk at the results of the latest round of treatment she had received from the Nightwings for her chakra condition. She is not 100% yet, but about half her chakra has returned to normal and under her control again. She has not felt this great in years. Looking up from her medical bed, Seimurika pushes aside some of her long silver bangs from her eyes to gaze upon the sight of Naruto-kun, Hana-san, and the newest Nightwing she has met personally by the name of Amaru-chan. The new girl was writing notes on a clipboard with intensity, and ignoring the fact that Naruto-kun had his hand on her head. His other hand was glowing a vibrant blue over her abdomen, moving down towards her left leg with Hana opposite him with a softer glowing blue on her right leg. Not wanting to disturb them, Sei waited patiently for Sakura-chan to return and then get a full update on everything at once. The next minute Sakura returned to the operational theater they were using. It was the only private room they had, and she approached the foursome at the bed. Naruto removed his hand from Amaru's reddish-brown locks, but not before ruffling them, and she smiled back, then nodded before handing over the clipboard. After a swift few nods and hushed medical chat with Hana, the pink-haired medic turned to Sei and spoke. "Okay, Sei-chan, things are going well, and your crystallized chakra has begun to break down at a nice, steady rate and in line with my projections." Nodding, the lone kitsune listened as Sakura continued. "However, the ban on its use will have to remain until we get you below 10% in order to reduce the risk of a sudden flare-up." "That is not a problem, Sakura-chan," Sei informed with a beaming smile, far more relaxed and confident than before. Considering that her prognosis was death in a year if she did nothing, the fact that all she had to do for a few more months is not using chakra for a bit, that is doable. Smiling back, Sakura corrected herself slightly. "Well, when I say ban, it is in regard to unsupervised use and outside our facilities. We need to have you begin to exercise your chakra flow every now and then to get your body used to your own chakra again." Nodding firmly, Sei reported. "That does sound reasonable. What time should I return?" Sakura made a show of looking over towards the only one who could possibly have that answer and asked. "That is down to the only one with whom has the capacity to halt any issues that arises, right, Naruto?" Sei obviously followed her gaze to the cadre, who frowned at the question. Naruto thus quipped back. You are aware of the fact that I am literally overflowing with work as it is, right? The pinkette's smile sweetened, but he was not fooled as that look was the same as her master's and the tightened grip on the clipboard was heard from the room. Swallowing discreetly, that fooled none, he added calmly. I am sure I can figure something out. Sakura nodded, yet before she could look away, Naruto's face gained a foxy smile to it, and now it was her turn to swallow nervously, though none missed the pink hue on Sei's cheeks as he finally spoke. Well, in that case, I am sure you wouldn't mind picking up the load so I can handle this, right? It's only fair. Although suspecting she did not want to know, inner Sakura couldn't stop outer from voicing. What did you have in mind, Naruto? The foxiness of the smile grew to QB levels, and Sai was fanning herself to not pass out upon witnessing it. Naruto replied casually. Oh, you know, just helping in the greenhouses and field duty, you know, that kind of stuff. Something told Sakura that something was up with that but nodded slowly. His nod sealed the deal and a terrible feeling filled his former teammate's gut, for the second time today. Ku Academy. Lunchtime came around once more and the Namikaze sisters were together again, but this time so as Genshiro, and he had a homemade lunch too, provided to him by said sisters and allowing him to focus on studying beside them. This news obviously spread faster than sound could dream of and many people arrived to see the sight. Surely enough, the twins were eating fried catfish and relaxing under the gentle sun. The Golden Princess was enjoying a tea she brought from home while also aiding the second year with his maths homework casually. It was inconceivable for anyone to breach the gulf between the princess and them before this point, so many were dumbstruck by it. When Hanabi threw an eraser at Genshiro's head, hard enough to cause a bruise, everyone gasped and nearly went into a heart attack when he chuckled back and responded with, That hurt, Lady Hanabi. Her subjects, not fan club as her ladyship was above such trivial things, were outraged by the way he had used her given and not family name as if they were friends. However, the noble protectors belonging to the Neela and Lena crew ensured peace remained. This status quo was nearly obliterated when the two great ladies of Ku Academy arrived, their fan club trailing them, and approached the unusual sight. Rias reached the gathering first, obviously, and with a kind smile she asked, Mind if we join you, Namikaze-chan? Recalling her Hyuga upbringing and training, Hanabi remained blank-faced as she reported blandly. This is a free country, Gremory-san. Last I checked, at least. Then sipping her flask of her Nichan's tea he prepared before leaving. He cooked them lunch, but had to get back home to handle work, so he made her this flask as an apology. It was really warm and not just in temperature. Nodding, Rias and the harlot sit upon the grass beside them and began to unpack a full spread of food for their lunch. Rice, chicken, an assortment of fish dishes, salad, a fellow student and classmate of hers, and a fully prepared tea set. Honestly, could they make it any easier to see their schemes? Hanabi mused. Ah, Bashu, you are here. The blonde pretty boy approached and the Namikaze trio had to resist with all their might to not roll their eyes at the coordinated attack by these devils, who still hadn't gotten the message they had informed them of yesterday. Finished. Genshiro announced, dropping his pen and stretching out with a yawn. Hanabi extended a hand, and the boy dropped his notes into it for her review, while he himself got back to the packed lunch he was given. Placing down her flask of tea, Hanabi began to look over the workings of her new charge with practiced ease and took out a pen to add a few things to watch out for. Nothing really stood out as wrong, just convoluted, which explained his lack of speed, but given time he will improve. Nodding in satisfaction, she looked back at her fellow blonde and reported, Better, but you should practice a bit more on a few of these to memorize the formula you need and recognize them at a glance. Save you from trying numerous different types. Genshiro nodded in understanding, swallowed his mouthful before he responded, I will review it again on the weekend. Nodding as she handed back the notepad, Hanabi retakes her flask, and the second she lifted the lid the harlot and classmate perked up, then watched her take a sip of her tea. Not that she paid them any attention beyond that, and instead reminded her new charge. If you want advice, remember to ask my Nichan when he comes. All the devils perked up at that, even the just-arrived school council members, sharing looks, as Gentira nodded firmly and responded. "All right. You told me he was coming. What time again?" All three Namekes shrugged, and I reported first. "He said he would be later this time. Work was delayed yesterday, so came and told us." Lee finished with Hanabi adding her nod of confirmation before she spoke. "If not Saturday, then definitely Sunday. He promised me, so it will happen." She nodded for added certainty, and the devils all made a mental note to be on the lookout for the elusive blonde brother on Sunday especially. It would be ultimately unneeded. This is when the arrival of the second group of devils was finally acknowledged as Rias called out. "Oh, Sona! What brings you out this way?" Sona Shitori smiled lightly and nodded, before looking over the three Namekazes before resting on the eating Gentira, but spoke back to the redhead. "I heard there was a commotion out here. I just wanted to know what happened, but now I see it was nothing more than student hyperbole." She finally looked to the president of the Occult Research Club and asked directly. "I could say the same to you, Rias. Normally you eat lunch within your clubroom. What occasion called for such a dramatic change of pace?" Shrugging in feigned nonchalance, Rias replied in an attempt to sound airy. "Oh, you know, it was a nice day and everything. Figured I would check out the rumors too and catch up with the three new friends of mine. Nothing too serious." Sona simply nodded, before looking at the female blonde girl calmly sipping what she can smell was a fine tea of some kind and reading a book, and decided to introduce herself. "You must be the Hanabi Namekes I have heard about so often." Glancing up from her book, her stoic mask of indifference in place and looking natural, Hanabi asked casually, "Are you talking to me?" Nodding despite the cold reception, Sona responded calmly. "The Golden Princess of the first year. It is all I ever hear nowadays." Hanabi did not bother to fight the roll of her eyes this time. Really, that is her opening. With no more interest in the conversation left, she returned to her book without sparing the older teen a second glance. Unsure whether she did something wrong or not, Sona glanced to her childhood friend who avoided locking gazes, though her smirk was noted, so yes, she did something wrong. Likely she had tanked her chances of a positive relation with her target's target. It complicated things, but it is not unsalvageable. Looking to the twins, who were cloud-watching now, Sona was about to speak when the bell rang and time ran out. Sixth heaven. Looking up from his work, Michael watched as Gabriel stepped in with her usual gentle smile as she called out. "Michael! Raphael told me that you met the two cadre children." Nodding as he gestured to the seat ahead of him, watching his sister plop on the side of his desk instead, Michael replied softly. "That I did. They are both very disciplined. As with the other children, they have absolute faith that they can lead them." Gabriel nodded with a beaming smile as her brother leaned back in his chair and recalling them all one after the other, the feel of each of their auras and being. But that brought up several things for him, and so Michael voices his thoughts. For example, the first cadre Kuratsuchi. Strong and resilient. Her strength of will is unbendable. She is prideful but not arrogant. He sighed before he added. She is stern with all, expects the best from everyone and does not take it easy on anyone. Not even herself. But it is because she cares. The more she does, the harder she comes down on them. It is a beautiful thing. She sounds like a strong girl. Gabriel commented and Michael nodded sternly. His smile lessened slightly as he explained. The other, he has me more concerned. Shaking his head lightly, he corrects himself. Nothing about his character, no, he is a fine man who shares many traits with Kuratsuchi. But something about Cadre Naruto feels familiar. Like, he's not a reincarnation but a true angel who had fallen, but also, not quite. Focusing on his sister's blue eyes directly, Michael finished. Were it not for his wings, Gabriel, I would have sworn I was looking at one of our brethren. An honest-to-father sibling. Gabriel was surprised by that as her brother became contemplative again. She knew all her siblings and that father did not make any cadre called Naruto. Despite being a part of the fallen under her brother Azazel, she knows that this Naruto never fell and was turned into one. For Michael to say such a thing is not to be taken lightly. Michael continued with his thoughts. Yet, recalling his soul's uniqueness, the others too, they had scars far, far deeper than any I have ever seen. I suspect that, maybe, their transformation has gone far beyond a simple reincarnation, and that these scars were actually cracks that have since healed. But that isn't possible. No, it shouldn't be. Michael confirmed with a nod, gaze distant as he ponders this miracle in of itself. Truly, what his brother had accomplished is remarkable and cannot be overstated enough. The evidence, though, is rather clear, and so he continued. Yet, they all have souls that make them appear as fallen and not human turned angel, like the taint upon the devil reincarnated. So they have truly become among our numbers then? Gabriel asked, and the leader of heaven nodded with a smile. Looking back to his sister, Michael stated, I have looked at the history of Japan, or Yamato as they once referred to it as. Your information about the shrine maidens is a fascinating read, but also led me to conclude that her presence can only benefit the greater good. Upon his sister's nod, he continued, I have also deemed that these children would not fit well within the framework of heaven. They would be far more likely to fall due to their nature of individuality and self-actualization. Gabriel nodded again, so her brother added this last bit. But in my studies I have discovered a term rather fitting for them. Really? Michael nodded and looked down at the documents he had before him. Modifications to the system he had been planning to accept the Holy Saint system and the Fallen Grace system equally. The Fallen Reincarnation System edition was a last-minute thing, as Raphael had received the notes from Azazel, plus the fact that their own reincarnation system was a mimic of it. Then the angels produced will truly become their kin too. Truly a beautiful thing that was unexpected. With those thoughts in mind, he had to come up with a category for these children of Azazels, and thus, Michael spoke the name he had given them. The Fallen Kintsugi. After meeting with them, I am certain that they are heroes and have been broken by something world-breaking. The reason for their unmatched strength. Their indomitable will. His face was stern as he spoke, but when looking to his sister he smiled and finished. Yet becoming fallen has allowed them to heal, slowly, but heal nonetheless. So, that light has filled the cracks and created new beings as gold would fill the cracks of broken pottery. The following silence dragged on for a full minute, allowing both seraphim to their thoughts before Gabriel then offered. Perhaps I should meet them myself again, especially the two cadres. Before we allow Sariel or Uriel too. Thinking on the suggestion for some time, Michael eventually inclined his head and replied with a smile. Be sure to take Raphael and not Metatron with you. They seem to have gotten off on the wrong foot. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. In his chair within his darkened office, Naruto lifted his phone to his ear and awaited for the one on the recipient to pick up. Thankfully, it was not long before he heard. I was wondering if you would ever call. Letting out a soft breath through his nose, Naruto replied softly. Yeah, well, things are getting a little bit of a headache recently. So, I was distracted. Duh. I heard about the incident on the underworld. You only send 2 of your children. 4, but that is not why I called you. Naruto corrected, then takes a breath, gazing down briefly. After a moment, he continued. I got some intel recently. Less than 3 weeks before the trader arrives to cause problems. Think you can get here by then? There was a long pause. No words spoken for a long time before the response came. Do you have place for us? Can I trust you to keep a secret? Naruto countered, and this piqued the interest of his fellow on the phone. They responded softly. You know my loyalty is not a one-go street. I know. Naruto responded clearly, but the steel was missed by none, and so he added. My people are, and will always be, my priority, Katarina. You know this, so what is your answer? Then, Pupsik, we are of the same mind. Katarina responded in but a whisper. A slight shudder traveled through Naruto's frame, the hairs on his arms, legs, and neck standing at attention. He bit his lip, letting out a silent breath as she continued. I shall be among you soon. Bring your best. The 12 trusted. Naruto responded calmly, to which he hears her hum. After a moment, Katarina replied, Very well. See you soon, my pupsik. He hummed back as the line dropped. Letting out a sigh, Naruto looks upon his phone, and only for a moment, he wonders if calling in the 5th too. Then he looks up and saw the sharp black eyes staring back at him, and nods. So, Hana moved swiftly and took her place on his lap as he dialed up his next cadre. Though as the phone rang, she captured his lips and forced her tongue through, but he was not so easily beaten, as she knew to be true. However, it had to end, and hearing the voice of his fellow cadre, Naruto had to pull Hana's now loose hair to yank her back long enough for him to respond. Arthur, I have news. Of what? The traitor Kokabile. He should be coming to attack my sector shortly, Naruto informed, glancing at the very red-cheeked expression of his passenger, biting her lower lip, and staring back at him with a sensual smile. He ignored it and spoke again. What will you do? It took a long while before the response came through, and Arthur's voice was sharp. Duh, comrade, I am coming. That disgrace of a Mudak shall not live. Bliat! Nodding, assuming this now Russian rant was of anger for Kokabile's actions in betraying them, Naruto cut in. I shall call again tomorrow evening. Duh, we shall darken the sky. Chuckling lowly, Naruto smirked a wicked smirk, as he is slowly understanding how Arthur thinks. Glory or girls, basically, and so this is starting to look like a way to scratch his glory itch in the First Legion on Legion Clash. Not only that, but alongside his legendary First Legion's first public appearance. Glory. They will be singing songs about this fight, and no doubt everyone will be tuning in to see it. With those thoughts, Naruto replied confidently. I shall meet you there. Await the call. Duh, until we meet upon the battlefield. Paka paka. Arthur responded before killing the line and no doubt preparing his troop. This is going to become a big deal for everyone after all. Dropping the phone from his ear and placing it on the desk, Naruto finally looks back at the Inuzuka on his lap and asked, So, what brings you to my lap, Hana? Finally releasing her hair, Hana leans in close and whispered, Well, I wanted to see if you wanted some stress relief or... You heard me speaking with Katarina and you grew jealous, right? Naruto cut her off and she immediately clammed up and leaned back, to see his smirk. Nodding as he hit the nail on the head, his hands started rubbing up and down her back as he spoke. Honestly, Hana, I can handle myself, you know. It's just that. What? Think she's going to steal me away? Naruto asked with a raised brow, and the look Hana gave him was like a nervous puppy causing his second brow to meet the first. Looking away from him, she began to play with her loose hair as he tries to figure out what was causing this reaction. After a few moments, Naruto just asked plainly, What is so different about Katarina over, say, Ino or Samui, that has you feeling this way? Biting her lip, Hana looked back at him and whispered, It's just a feeling I get around her. A gut feeling that if I don't get reassured, she will take my place. Frowning briefly, Naruto thought on that for a short time before he began softly. Hana. Looking to him, she paid attention to the words that followed. Do you doubt my loyalty to the pack that much? But you were. Acknowledged by your mother, was I not? You were. Hana confirmed with a nod, so Naruto smiled, softly and genuinely, which caused her heart to flutter. He soon continued. I admit, I was hesitant to keep this dynamic, but I have come to terms with it, and how much it means to you all. Even Kiba needs it, and so, I will never forget it, or you. She nodded meekly, still fiddling, and so Naruto leans into the few teachings of Tsum Inuzuka he got back then, and growled lowly and glared at her. Immediately, she stiffened up and the fiddling ceased as he whispered. Hana Inuzuka, is that weakness I smell? Her eyes widened and narrowed as she met his challenge, growling lowly back. Never. They growled at one another for a few moments, before busting out into laughter at the whole thing being blown out of proportion. Sheesh. After calming down, Naruto asked, So, any news on that old man's illness? We can give him 2 years at the absolute most. Hana informed, then sighed, shaking her head as she added. The only other way would be to convert him, but with his advanced age I would not recommend it. Then, we'd have to do what we can with what we have. Naruto informed, and she nodded, so he commented. Though this Genshiro Saji will likely need to be transformed. None of the records we have allowed Dragon's sacred gear users to remain human and survive. The energy release will constantly eat away at their human bodies that are unable to regulate it. Hana nodded to confirm that, having read up on the negative impacts of sacred gears on biology. It is not pretty and, in a few cases, very explosive. Which also means that other gear holder I placed a suppression seal on needs to be addressed too. Naruto mumbled, not liking the fact that such a blatant pervert will have to join his or the angels. Sighing, he'd have to join them or die. He could join the devils too, admittedly, however then they would have to kill him before he became too big a threat. In regard to his actions, Naruto supposed he does not really have any leg to stand on since he is dating Cheyenne, engaged to Ino, slept with the Inuzuka, having a child with Samui, and has a physical relationship with Anko. That is not even mentioning Shizuka, Ren, or the two vixens. He and most the Nightwing men are in openly polygamous relationships, and so Naruto knows that hating a pervert may be a bit hypocritical of himself, perhaps. Frowning, the thought of that boy leering at Hanabi is not something he can just accept though. His thoughts were broken through by a gentle bite on his neck, snapping him back to Hana's glaring black eyes, and heard her hiss. I am sitting here on your lap, and you dare not pay attention to me? Naruto didn't respond right away, no, he just gripped her hair and yanked her back. She gripped the chair and his arm in surprise, but heard him as he spoke. Hana, don't ever forget that you chose me to lead. So when I am thinking about leading us, you have no right to complain. Understood? She tried to nod, but Naruto's grip was unyielding, so she ended up just squeaking. Yes. I'm sorry. He released her hair again, noticing the flushed cheeks again as he gestured to get up, and she wordlessly did so. Naruto got out of his seat and stretched out while he informed. Now then, you're on standby until I speak with Genshiro's old man. Bring 4 fallen grace pieces with you. If Oma makes a stink, talk to Samui. Hana nodded to her orders, falling into step with him as he makes his way out of the office. Naruto continued. I will be joining in the hunting season after we capture that fallen Shizuka had set a trap for. If I may. Yes. I will call upon you and your sisters, Hana. Naruto drawled, glancing to her, and seeing her satisfied smirk, he added. Do you really think that I would leave out my pack? She flushed slightly, before giving him a soft head shake, even knowing he was purposefully laying it on thick to assure her that he was accepting of it all. Reaching the ground floor of the tower, Naruto turned on her and stated. So, gather them up and get ready for a lighting fight. It's technically enemy territory and we can't waste time there. Hana nodded, and then she stepped in and they shared a chase kiss before she replied. We won't fail you. He nodded softly, smiling warmly, and then ruined the gentle moment by slapping her ass as he pulled away. She squeaked again, flushed face, as he cackled, then replied. I know you won't, Hana. She growled playfully at him as she watched him head further down into the tower, and muttered to herself. Don't start what you don't intend to finish. Next time I will. Naruto's voice carried and startled her, forgetting his hearing is second behind hers. She flushed deeper and growled before stomping away, ignoring the knowing smirk Cheyenne had. His comebacks were top level thanks to Anko's influence. Namikaze's estate. Yawning widely, Naruto awoke in a comfortable 4-post double bed with an excess of pillows and an exorbitantly soft mattress. Blinking at that several times, he was about to look around when his bedmate spoke. Morning, Naruto! Looking down, Naruto came upon the raven visage of Shizuka resting on his chest and his fingers now absent-mindedly running through her hair. Blinking again, they were both clothed, so they had only slept on the same bed, thus he replied. Morning, Shizuka. Did I wake you? No. I just noticed your breathing change. Shizuka whispered from her place wrapped in his arm and the covers. Her own interpretation of heaven at present. He hummed and she smiled as she offered. You gotten really late, and so I wanted to let you sleep. What time? Past noon. Shizuka revealed, which caused Naruto to pause. Damn, when was the last time he slept in? Not since coming here, that is for damn sure. Her giggle brought him back to the woman who was currently using him as a body pillow. Shizuka continued. Before you ask, no? The girls don't know you're here yet. Enai and Lee are at the mall with their friends, and Hanabi went to school to practice her archery skills. I see then. Yaja is covering my morning shift. Shizuka revealed further details of the household's morning, and Naruto arched a brow with a smirk while he inquired. Oh. How many times did you bat your lashes at him? Once. That poor kid. Naruto chuckled lowly, and she felt every one from her vantage point of his chest, smiling the whole time. After a heavier breath, he asked, Then, we should improve his counter-seduction skills? And ruin my fun? You enjoy having him fawning over you? It is a point of pride for us, Nadeshiko. Shizuka reminds, and Naruto huffs, halting his hair stroking while he commented. In that case, you don't need me then, huh? Grabbing his hand and placing it back on her head, Shizuka responded softly. I take it back. Keep head stroking. Amused, Naruto continued to play with her long, silky raven hair and heard her contents sigh out under the administrations. During this time, he just relaxed and not thinking about anything in particular. It has been a while since he ever just stopped like this, and so for the next half hour that is all the two did. Just laid in bed, enjoying the presence of the other, and the simple pleasure of being with one another. Saji residence. Knocking on the door to an apartment within a 5-story complex, Naruto and Shizuka stood with duffel bags in hand. This was the address Hanabi gave them that Gentry gave her, and so hoped it was correct. With all these devil familiars around the town, they really cannot use any abilities right now or risk exposure. Naruto heard someone approach the door and then a pause, no doubt looking through the peephole, and he looked back directly at it and waved. Several locks disengaged shortly thereafter, and the door parted, revealing a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He stood at 5'6", wearing a simple white t-shirt and black trousers with barefoot, and looked nervous as hell as he asked, Are you Hanabi's brother? Nodding, Naruto reported. Naruto Namake's, yeah? Can we come in? There is a lot to talk about, and we should be comfortable, right? Nodding, Gentry parted the door and allowed them both inside. The apartment was pretty standard for what Naruto knew of this town, and nothing really to write about. 2 bedrooms, a single bathroom, and a joint kitchen family reception room that they were currently standing in. After the door shut, Naruto lifted the duffel bag he had and asked, Some basic foodstuffs and stuff. Where should we put them? Surprised, Gentry soon broke into a smile and nodded, pointing to the coffee table while he responded, On the table, thanks. Can I get you anything? Shizuka smiled as she placed hers beside Naruto's and replied, We're fine. Thank you, Saji-san. Gentry nodded, but his eyes were called back to Naruto, who spoke. These supplies will likely last your family of 4 about 3 days or so. Enjoy, however, the real reason we came here is far more lasting, so we need to speak with your whole family. The way he said it caused the teen to swallow nervously, though Gentry just asked, Should I gather them then? Upon Naruto's nod, he moved quickly towards the bedrooms. Sighing, the pretend cadre looked around at the spotless room and the small trinkets that most would dismiss. The well-worn, but taken care of furniture, shows that this family treasures it, and likely the memories associated with them. The small table is littered with small indentations, from countless hours of pen work and social interactions between family members. The story it tells is one of kinship and long nights. Plenty of family photographs on the walls and cabinets tell of love lost yet remembered. However, what is ruining this homely room and annoying the two fallen is the hidden familiar in the corner that has been watching them. A small gremlin-like creature that hasn't realized it can't escape, and its magic has been sealed. What a pity. Just then, the Saji family enters. Genshiro and another younger boy helping their grandfather into the room with a younger girl bringing up the rear. It was clear the old man was weakened but not decrepit. His will to protect his grandchildren was clear as day. He looked to be in his late 70s, early 80s, and was hunched over, but looked around 5'5". His hair was dark gray and suggested it may have been black before age hit and it lost its color. His eyes were gray, much like his grandson's, but were still sharp and determined. Naruto and Shizuka watched as the older man was helped to the sofa, sat down, and made comfortable. The kids soon took places beside him, and then Genshiro took the seat beside his grandfather and nodded. Nodding back, Naruto began. "Hello, my name is Naruto Namake's, older brother of Genshiro-san's classmate." Upon getting their nods, Shizuka introduced herself. "My name is Shizuka." His girlfriend. With a grunt, the old man introduced himself. "I am Yashigahara Saji. My boy Genshiro tells me you can help us and that you wanted to talk to us." Both Ninewings nodded firmly, and so Yashigahara continued. "So, what kind of damn snake oil you sell, eh?" Both Secret Angels rose brows, but Naruto caught on first and replied. "Oh, nothing like that. I promise." "Oh, really? Then, what exorbitant fee are you going to charge us then?" Yashigahara pressed, and now Naruto chuckled lightly. This is also when Shizuka realized that this old-timer did not believe them, and grew amused too. But her leader responded. Nothing, actually. My adorable baby sister wanted me to help you, so here I am." The Saji family all looked skeptical, and Naruto was glad for it as it meant they were taking this seriously, and so after a deep breath, he began. "Though I do appreciate that you are being upfront about your skeptical opinion. It makes things easier." Nodding dumbly, Yashigahara then posed. "So, there is a catch?" On their nod, he pressed. "Then out with it, boy. I ain't getting any younger." Amused, Naruto responded swiftly. "I think I'm breaking a few rules here, but if you want the blunt truth, I can do that. Prefer it in fact. All this runaround isn't my style. Could have fooled me." Shizuka quipped, gaining a brief side-eye, and so she shrugged and added. "What? Recently you have." "Later." Naruto quipped back, and she fell silent. Sighing, he looked back at the old man and did just that. "Old man Yashigahara, what do you know about the biblical religion?" "Not a whole lot." Yashigahara responded swiftly, and with a shrug before he offered back. "More a Shintoism man myself." Naruto nodded and smiled as he replied. "Yeah, me too. Though I have only ever met Lady Amaterasu so far." The whole human family blinked at that. Say what now? Yashigahara was the first to break the silence, and started bellowing out in laughter, drawing all eyes to him. Due to this, Naruto was the first to notice him about to cough and activated his mystical palm technique. Placed on the man's chest, Yashigahara immediately felt the soothing aura fill his chest and the coughing fit subsided in record time. After a few moments, Naruto pulled back and asked, "Feeling better?" Nodding dumbly, Yashigahara and Genshiro asked in unison, "What is that?" Naruto was amused as he held up his still glowing green hand as he answered. "Part of a very, very big secret. The world you have known up until now is barely a fraction of what's out there, old man." They all nodded dumbly as the glow dies out and the oldest blonde present returned to stand beside his subordinate. Though Yashigahara broke the silence as he asked, "So, you are a messenger of the gods or something?" Thinking on that, it wasn't exactly the job description, but also not inaccurate in the case of angels. Fallen, on the other hand, are typically the bad guys, and so Naruto shrugged before he answered. "You are not wrong, but also not right either. My kin are unique, even among our own." Yashigahara's eyes widened, having figured it out what these two people were, based off his earlier question and that statement, and thus stared at them with hardened eyes. His voice trembled as he stated, You are angels that have fallen from grace, right?" His grandchildren were confused, but Naruto and Shizuka were surprised. The old man was as sharp as a kunai and dead on. Smirking, Naruto nodded and released his 10 jet black feathered wings, denoting his rank and species as he informed. You are sharp, Yashigahara-san. Yes, we are what is more commonly known as fallen angels. Shizuka followed suit, and her 8 wings were brought out, and the eyes of all the humans were wide as dinner plates. A strange silence had fallen over the room, and none knew how to break it. Again, though, it was Yashigahara who broke it as he declared. You and your kin are the wicked ones that feed on the desperation of the innocent, defying your creator's will, and bring about sin and… In the past, that was certainly true. Naruto cut the man off, not taking his stance to heart as he sighed, hands on hips while looking to the ground. After a moment, he returned his gaze to the steely gray gaze of the older gentleman, and continued. My kin have done some truly terrible things to mankind over the centuries. I cannot deny that, as we are being completely honest with one another right now. The humans gnawed again, so he added. However, I said earlier that we… He gestured to himself and then to Shizuka, who offered a dainty wave as Naruto continued. Are unique in the sense that we have only been fallen angels for about a year or so. We were originally human. Eyes widened in shock, gasps heard from the old man and his eldest grandson as both seemed to catch on, which led Gentru to ask. Then, you want to turn us too? Sighing, Naruto was about to speak when Shizuka did. It is not that simple, Gentru-kun. Flushing red at the suffix, Gentru nodded, and so she explained. There are rules that are generally accepted and need to be followed. Right now, we are in the heart of devil territory, and if we act hastily, we will be discovered, and war could break out again. Shocked gasps at that declaration, with Yashigahara gathering his thoughts fastest, looking across his grandchildren before he turned back to them and asked. This is devil territory? Upon the joint nods of the fallen, Yashigahara muttered. By Amaterasu's light, how could this have happened? Naruto suddenly felt a set of eyes on him, causing him to glance up at the ceiling and sigh, before glancing back. Yashigahara-san, did you really need to bring her into this? Rising an eyebrow, Yashigahara asked. You say that like… He paused upon seeing the blonde fallen nod and point up, Naruto informed. Yes, she's now watching us. No doubt, curious to see what I am up to right now and hearing your prayer. Though, she should be doing paperwork instead of watching us work. He grumbled at the end, and Shizuka giggled into her hand, though Yashigahara seemed to adapt quickly and chuckled lightly too. He had not felt this relieved in a while. After a sigh, Naruto got back on topic. Anyway, as I was saying, this is devil territory, and we are only here due to a request from the powers in Kyoto to keep an eye on the devils that reside here. They do not know we are here, nor that we are watching. However, in order to help you, we are risking a lot to do so. Wait a second. Gentru cut in, drawing eyes to him as he seemed to have a slight dawning of comprehension. Upon the nod, he asked, Does that mean that Hanabi-chan is… She is one of us, yes. Naruto confirmed with a nod, and so the academy's student inquired further. Then, the devils. They are in our school? Again, yes. I think you have figured out who they are, right? Naruto asked, and Gentru nodded, meeting the fallen's eyes as he stated. The student council, right? Bingo. Shizuka commented with a nod, though Naruto asked. Though, how do you know? Wordlessly, Gentru got up and returned to his room. They all waited for a few minutes before he came back and presented a leaflet with strange symbols across it. He then asked, Is this like devil magic or something? Not risking touching it, Shizuka looked to a very serious-looking Naruto, who nods and explained. These leaflets are like a phone call. It is typically activated when someone's desire reaches a certain threshold, and it will summon the devil who handed it to you. So I hear. Tear it up. Yashigahara ordered, and Gentru didn't even think about it, and followed his grandfather's instructions and destroyed it outright. After that, the family all looked at Naruto, who began again. The thing is, Gentru, Yashigahara, is that we only discovered their interest in you due to you. Hanabi sensed you had an ulterior motive to approach her, you hanging around with her, and them seemingly popping up randomly. Genshiro stiffened. His grandfather rose a brow but remained silent as Naruto continued. Yes, that was a calculated approach they were making on you both. They do not know her true identity, and thus assume that she is just another human being. For what purpose do they have? Yashigahara demanded, sitting taller and with resolve in his gleaming gray eyes. This was not the eyes of an old man but a father who intends to defend his own or die trying. The shinobi could respect that, and so Naruto informed. If we were to guess, they want Genshiro to join them in exchange for saving you. All eyes looked on to Genshiro, who went chalk white for a moment. Yashigahara broke it with another demand. Why do they want my grandson? Realizing this could take a while, Naruto let out a long, hard sigh and dragged it out as long as possible. After that moment, he began with, That is a very long tale, however it is also the reason we don't want to let them have him. It could be considered hypocritical of us, and it is, but we are at least offering this choice freely. Upon their nods, he continued. You can turn it down if you wish, and we will help you the best we can. It will be limited to regular people capabilities, so grocery shopping, joining us for family outings, and human medical care. Continued use of our powers would be easier to detect, so we can't guarantee its continued use beyond enemy lines like we are. Just get on with it. Yashigahara demanded again, face stern as he added. Why do they want to take my grandson? Nodding, Naruto began. Well, it all begins with Report 25 The Fallen Legion. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. In the throne room of the Imperial Palace, the gathering place of the Western Yukai Factions Council that had gathered to listen to the update from Shikamaru in the first military brief from the new head of security. It was surprisingly thorough and informative, especially for Yasaka, who spoke first after him. We must prepare a response for this matter regarding Hokkaido. Many nod along to that decree, though Shikamaru countered. We are already preparing to call upon our fellows, the 3rd and 5th Legions, with the possibility of the 2nd. Are they trustworthy? Yasukano asked seriously, drawing all eyes from him back to the Nara, who nodded once. Shikamaru responded sternly. We would not bring any concerning forces here near our home if we did not know if they could be. Oshiro Chika, of the Ki tribe, bellowed. It is also your people who brought this problem before us. How do we? Do not dishonor Our Lady. Isamu warned the Bearkin leader, his sharp gaze on the bulk of a man who looked back briefly. He looked back at the Kyuubi sitting at the head and spoke. My clan are ready to defend our lands. However, the cold regions of the island may prove to be problematic. I can get a squad together by the end of the day. Yasukano responded calmly, arms crossed but voice firm and eyes stern. As he looked to the Nightwing, he added, I heard about the training you guys are providing to the Kitsune and Tengu. Please let us know when you plan on conducting more. Shikamaru nodded calmly, before looking to the Kyuubi and spoke. We are moving on all fronts. However, we are still undergoing several operations across the country to narrow down the avenues of attack. You will be kept appraised of the situation as soon as we know them. Is there anything else we can do to support these efforts? Yasaka asked of her new head of security, looking to his unusually stern expression. Confirming against his notes, Shikamaru looked up and shook his head, then responded with, The fighting, not directly, no. However, perhaps contacting your eastern counterparts for an update would likely be prudent. Inform them we will be operating within their sphere of influence, and mean no harm. Yasaka nodded stiffly, looking to the Nikomata representative, and asked her, Yuma-san, can we ask you to pass on this message? The white-haired Catwoman of 3 Tails nodded stiffly, fighting off a yawn. Shikamaru noted. Yuma then offered stiffly, Yeah, Lady Yasaka. I got it. Any word from my 2 charges? She looked back to the Nightwing, who shook his head. Shikamaru replied, That particular operation is ongoing. My boss is handling it directly due to several unexpected events. That is all I am willing to say about it. You speak like we are untrustworthy. Okino Kozukura, of the Crane clan, commented sharply. Shikamaru met the beady black eyes of the pink-haired woman with his own razor-sharp pitch-black orbs directly and spoke. Operational security. You of all people should be aware of its importance. Despite her impassive appearance to the jab, it was clear that Okino was not pleased with these Nightwings seemingly dancing around her clan's operatives. They have yet to find anything about them, nothing at all, and what's worse is that the few times they suspect they have a lead, it just leads to one of their other operatives. With a note from them saying better luck next time. Yaja snickered before he commented. Seems that the cranes were bested by the ravens once more. Yokata, a pink-skinned oni who stood at a small for her kin, 6'2" tall, delicate features that were atypical for her kind and a single definitive black horn protruding from her mind's eye, spoke here. It is clear that we should not dally with our internal bickering. Our honorable allies have proven their worth and we, the Oni, have no plan to let down our own. Peeking open one of her jewel-like black eyes, looking over to the new head of security, she added stoically. So please, Lord Shikamaru, tell us what must be done, and we shall see it is. Nodding, Shikamaru regarded his notes again but again, Oshiro spoke. We the Kid will also not fail. Come, Raven, tell us what must be done. Sighing, Shikamaru looked over to the Kyuubi, who nodded, so he instructs. In about 3 weeks we shall be moving on Sendai. Once secured, we shall use it as a launching platform towards the north and towards the island of Hokkaido. Seeing everyone nod, he did not stop informing them of the plan he was still somewhat working out. Saji residence. The silence was expansive as the cadre sipped on his tea in a provided chair and watched as the human family tried to digest the basics of the 3 factions, the Shinto edition as the old man was fluent in it. It was only natural that they be in either stunned disbelief or dumbfounded upon hearing that the supernatural exists, Naruto mused. Looking over to the kitchen, Shizuka was performing her usual routine whenever he's around and playing the dutiful housewife again. Honestly, she is already an integral member of his life, she doesn't have to, but then again, she has that soft smile, so maybe she finds herself enjoying it as a break from the cloak and dagger of their lives. Who's to know what is going on within the heads of women, regardless of the species? Sipping again, Naruto looks back to the old man who looked ready to speak and so cut him off. With that all said, Yashigahara-san. Getting the human's attention back on him and upon the grandfather's nod, he continued. The specific reason for the devil's interest in Genshuru is due to the biblical god's heaven system. He created it in order to help mankind fight against the supernatural forces in an attempt to balance the scales. This got a risen brow from the old man, Yashigahara asked. Did it not? Naruto shrugged, then offered. In all honesty, I am not entirely sure. I wasn't around back then, and I haven't read too deeply into the records of the last 2,000 or so years it's been around. I suppose not, Yashigahara commented, recalling this fallen angel has only been one for a year now and had been human before. Nodding, Naruto was about to begin again, but Shizuka arrived with light snacks that caught the humans by surprise. It wasn't much, just rice, miso soup, and salmon sushi. Though, seeing them all dig in with vigor was a heartwarming sight, and no doubt they are enjoying a sense of normalcy. Seeing this, Naruto figured he should deal with that pest trying to slip away and has only now noticed that barrier sealing it in. Chuckling somewhat darkly, drawing eyes to him, Naruto glanced to the corner directly at the small gray goblin that stiffened under his sharp blue gaze but listened as he spoke. Foolish little boy. Did you really think you could escape our notice? Before it could react, Shizuka snatched it up and held it in both hands as it struggled. Dropping it on the coffee table, before it could escape, a paper seal, kanji for seal written, was slapped on its back and it became a statue. Grinning, Naruto looked to the bewildered humans and commented. As I said earlier, the devils have been watching you guys. I wasn't joking. Another silence dragged on as Naruto returned to his seat, picking up his tea as he got comfortable again, and then broke it when he spoke. To cut to the end, Genshuru. Drawing the blonde's attention back from the small creature and to the angel and nodding, the cadre smiled while he informed. You were given something called a sacred gear before you were even born. A powerful tool attached to your soul and usable by only you. The devils wish to induct you into their ranks, to serve under one of their noble elite, and grow their power and influence as one of their minions. Swallowing thickly, Genturu dared to ask, What if I refuse? Naruto did not respond to the request for comment, instead looking to the old man who grew very, very serious about it all. With a grunt, Yashigahara asked, Is there any way to get away from this all? Shrugging, Naruto responded calmly. Realistically? No. His gear is powerful enough to be felt despite it still being inert. That is what drew their attention, and likely the many others who seek its power. What are our options? Smiling, Naruto informed. There are a few. You can join us. Admittedly, that is most desirable for us, but it is not a one-way street. We will train you alongside our other trainees. You all will be cared for, although our limited resources means that it will be comfortable but not overly luxurious. They all nod, so he continued. You can join the devils, likely the school president, and help her advance her goals. Whatever they are. I am sure that she will listen to any request in order to secure your total loyalty somehow. Like with us, you will live nearly infinitely longer than any human being. Wait, what about? Genturu began but was cut off by Shizuka. Your siblings are not included in their deal. Likely they will be set up with for life using one of their shell companies. We doubt they will allow further contact though, and likely you will be busy with requests and serving your master. Let me guess. Yashigahara began, gaining everyone's attention as he stared back at the fawn and finished. Your deal includes us too? With a soft smile, Naruto nodded and explained. It will require a relocation to Kyoto, but yes. As resources open up, we can offer the same transformation to your other grandkids so they can stay with Genturu after they finish their studies. I promise you that. With a grunt, Yashigahara leaned back into the seat, his food finished and falling into his thoughts. Naruto, though, continued to list the options. Then, there are the pure angels, or angels of heaven. I happen to know that they are working on a project similar to ours and can reincarnate you into one of them. Though, I am unsure of the prerequisites for the procedure. Genturu nodded but asked, Is there any way to, maybe you know, remain human? Naruto asked with a raised brow, and with a nod from the school kid, he shook his head and explained. Unfortunately for you, Genturu, the short answer is no. Your gear is simply too powerful. The energy it generates will act like a poison on your body and slowly weaken you over time. All snapped to the kid who had turned deathly pale, but Naruto continued. You will either die slowly or suddenly. I can't say which is better, honestly. Letting out a resigned sigh, Genturu returned to his food as his grandfather took up the ball. Yashigahara asked. You said that you can help us. If we move to Kyoto, then? Nodding, Naruto explained their current plan. We are based in Kyoto, directly under the Yukai leadership there and with the blessings of the Shinto gods. By coming there, we can operate far more efficiently and effectively. You, Yashigahara-san, I am told we can extend your life for a maximum of 2 years. My medical professionals are still studying your case files from the hospital as we speak, but that was what I was told last. Yashigahara nodded. It was better than any day now and somewhat comforting knowing that his grandkids would be under the care of his Shinto gods themselves. Or the fact that they are real and these fallen angels, that are working under them, would look out for them. With everyone in thought, Shizuka bent down and whispered into Naruto's ear. We have to go. It is almost time. Nodding, the cadre stood up suddenly and drew eyes to him as he spoke. We don't need your answer here and now. This is a big decision. We have to get back to our normal schedule. Pulling out a pen and paper, Naruto wrote down his human phone number and then placed it on the table beside the still sealed familiar before he spoke. If you have any questions or concerns, please contact me on that number. I will be in town for the weekend with my baby sister but have to return to Kyoto come Monday. They all nod again, but Genturu asked. Namikaze-san? Getting a nod, he continued. You promised to keep me and my family safe, right? Nodding again, Naruto listened as Genturu finished. What would happen to them if I was to? We face death on a daily basis, Genshiro-san. The supernatural world is unforgiving that way. Naruto spoke calmly but with grave undertones as he finished. As such, we never leave a man behind. If you join us, you are one of us and your precious people will forever be your guiding light and help keep you centered. Thus, your family will be forever protected regardless of what happens to you. That, my friend, is a promise. He smirks at the end, matched by Shizuka and getting chuckles from Yashigahara. Genshiro slowly broke into a massive smile and nod, his siblings soon matching him. Chuckling with a shake of his head, Naruto moves towards the door and announced, "We'll be off now. Do us a favor and do not remove that paper tag. It will run back to its master and sound the alarm if you did." Yashigahara responded sharply. "Do not fret. May Lady Amaterasu watch over you." Glancing back over his shoulder, Naruto caught the smirk upon the old-timer's face and felt the eyes on him still and sighed before he muttered, "Yashigahara-san, you are mean. I can feel her demanding a report now." Yashigahara chuckled lowly and filled with mirth, watching the not-so-wicked angel grumble about his Shinto beliefs being no joke and paperwork. Underworld, Grigori headquarters. Looking at her now buzzing mobile phone, Benemune was surprised by the caller, as it was typically his subordinate she spoke with and thus answered with, My, Naruto, how unexpected." Chuckling softly, Naruto retorted, Yes. I am aware that this is not normal for me. You can wipe that coy smirk of yours from your face and perhaps listen to my proposal." Giggling as she sat back in her office chair, Benemune was never wiping away her smirk, as this was likely to be juicy, and thus responded, "Oh, a proposal? We barely know each other, Naruto-kun." She heard his heavy grumbling and several very enthusiastic exploitative words getting her to smile in amusement before she commented, "Oh, Naruto-kun. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? It's no wonder you are single." Benemune was only slightly disappointed when he did not lower to her bait, only slightly, as Naruto responded, "That's rich, coming from you." She hummed as she folded a leg over the other, toes flicking up and down while looking to the double doors leading to Azazel's office as he continued, "Putting that aside for now, how are you feeling about a small excursion?" That was definitely a surprise, not that the chief secretary of the Grigori let that be known. Instead, Benemune adjusted her glasses and asked, "A small excursion, you say? What, pray tell, would this consist of exactly?" "Well, according to my information, a certain colleague of ours has his sights set on my sector," Naruto began, and the playful glint in the cadre's yellow eyes vanished. Benemune stated back seriously, "Why have you not reported this back to our intelligence department, Naruto? Why do you think?" Naruto snipped, and she knew obviously but did not like doubting their own. Sighing silently as to not allow him to hear, Benemune then asked, "Do you want me to mention it to Azazel-sama directly? Or you could bring your third for some light exercise in the field." Naruto responded and she frowned. In all honesty, Benemune was both touched and concerned. No one ever asked her for this kind of thing these days, but also she was fine with her desk job too. Here she could help everyone and ensure that everyone was taken care of. That being said, she knew that most of her own were also content with that fact. There are a few who want to gain their place as the Third Legion, and a part of her too wants to prove that this Legion system is working and not just hyperbole. Its fruits are showing, and she wants to push it forward a bit more if she can. Thus, Benemune asked, "Why not ask Katarina, Maria, or Artur for aid? Beside Maria, I have asked them for aid. She is far more focused internally to care," Naruto informed, and she couldn't deny that claim. Maria is far more self-invested than most in her territory for whatever reason that even escapes her knowledge. Still, this is a significant opportunity to be part of something greater, and the risk is not that great when considering that she is one of the few that knows of Naruto's real strength. As the second seraph of the fallen. With that in mind, Benemune asked somewhat hesitantly, "When do you propose this showdown is happening, exactly?" "I will have that answer in less than an hour," Naruto responded calmly, and she nodded but listened to him finish. We are currently heading to ambush a few rogue members who have snuck into Ku without our permission. One of them has connections that we shall interview. Find out what we should expect from our co-worker. Letting out a tight breath, Benamian asked. If at all possible. I won't kill them, Benamian. Naruto cut her off, knowing how much she cares about their members, and she relaxed silently. After a moment, he added, but also know that I will protect my own as a priority. If they surrender, then we will bring them in, but if they don't. He trailed off, and Benamian couldn't really blame him for his stance, and thus responded. I understand, Naruto. Thank you for being so understanding. He hummed before he whispered. I am the second seraph of the fallen, Benamian. It's my job, right? Smiling at that, Benamian nodded before pushing up her glasses and replied. Most certainly. I shall go discreetly spread the word. Please inform me of any changes. Thanks, Benamian. If there is anything you need. Oh, Naruto-kun. You should be careful what you promise us, ladies. Benamian informed with a soft coyness, but Naruto snipped back instantly. When I meet one, I will keep that in mind. She chuckled at that, shaking her head as he sighed and added. Thank you again for this. I know fighting isn't your thing, typically. It's fine, Naruto-kun. Benamian insisted firmly, unfolding her legs as she stood, and added. This is rather atypical for us both. She heard his chuckle, his nod implied in his voice as he spoke. Definitely. Well, I gotta go. I just arrived at the spot. I'll be in touch. Stay safe, Naruto-kun. Benamian commented as she hung up and then stared at the phone for a few moments more. Tenkeshi's clothing. Entering the shop, Rainier and Calawarna bring in the unsuspecting Danasik into the suit shop they found earlier for a fitting. Instantly they notice their target in the form of the silver fox in the form of Yaju, currently talking to another man about a new fine suit. Glancing to the fedora-wearing colleague, Rainier asked, So, what do you think? The dark-haired Fallen glanced around at the fine suits, ties, shoes, and hats and nods in approval. Danasik commented. A fine place, I must say. How did you say you found it? By chance. Calawarna assured while moving towards the till, to hide her nervousness. Following her, Danasik missed Rainier's dainty waving at Yaju, who had just spotted her and smiled. At the till, the three Fallen wait to be seen when Yaju approached them and offered. Welcome back, ladies. Again, thank you for choosing Tenkeshi's clothing. How may I help you this time? Smiling softly, Rainier gestured to Danasik and replied. This is our good friend Danasik. As you can see, he requires some attention from your finest clothes. Danasik snapped to her, brow arched as he wasn't looking that bad, but Yaju smiled and nodded before looking at the man and spoke. Well, Danasik, I am sure we can find something to die for. The male Fallen felt something was off with that wording but nodded slowly. Some human expressions were just growing weirder the longer they exist. Whatever. Though, the man's smile turned predatory, Yaju commented. Especially seeing as your presence here is unregistered and everything. All three Fallen blinked at that with the slow dawning of comprehension crossing the women, even more so when fox ears appeared and four long tails became visible. A kitsune yukai. But before they could react, a new voice caught their attention. You ruined it, Yaju. They snapped around to see. They all swallowed hard. There was a woman leaning against the door, standing at 5'6", athletically built but curvaceous with fair skin, long raven hair and bold green eyes. Though, what had them all frozen in fear was not the 8 wings at her back but rather her outfit. Black undersuit covered in lower leather armor, armored gloves and forearms. This was held up by a utility belt that sat beneath a very distinctive gray sleeveless jacket that was loaded with pockets. The insignia it bore was a short blade curled around by 2 black wings and told of who this woman served under. The 1st Grigori Legion, the Night Wings. Under her folded arm glare, all 3 Fallen swallowed thickly as she spoke again. After all, these lowly single sets won't be leaving here alive. I suppose, Captain? Yaju commented casually as he folded his arms to match her, drawing eyes of Rainier to him in shock and fear. Though, that was nothing when a third voice spoke up. Now, that depends on them. Out of sheer desperation or maybe some deeply buried masochistic tendencies, the three fallen follow the voice to have their breathing cut short upon meeting a very dangerous set of slit blue eyes sat beneath hair of blonde, framed by black bangs. Leaning on the wall behind the counter, standing at a solid 6'1", compact runner's build and in a uniform like that of the eight-winger by the door, was a cadre with a very stern face upon his manly visage. His sharp, endless blue eyes shift from the lone male to the blue-haired woman, her cheeks a vibrant red as she stared back and his face softened lightly as he met her gaze while he spoke. "Calawarna, it is rather unexpected to run into you again. Shizuka over there told me you had been looking for us, but to think that you were involved in this invasion. I must say that I am disappointed." Snapping out of her daze when her name was mentioned, Calawarna recoiled at the fact they think she's involved with whatever the heck is going on, and nearly jumped the desk trying to explain. "No. I am not. I only came looking for you. I swear. We both did. I promise." Rainier was quick to nod rapidly, her cheeks just as pink gazing upon this Adonis Calawarna had been hung up on. She was not kidding, and boy is this cadre a remarkable sight in person. Yep, most definitely within her strike range. Her panic declaration broke through the fear-induced immobilization of Donasik, snapping to his female friends and asked, You told me." Both snapped to him with disgust on their faces, with Calawarna stating first, "My only concern was meeting with him." Pointing to Naruto, getting risen brows from the Nightwing-aligned present as she continued, "You were just a means to get here. We were never friends, Donasik. All you ever wanted to do is get into my pants like all the rest of those parasites. I want to reach greater heights and be the best Nightwing ever." Before the male could counter, Rainier added, "How many times have you put the moves on us both, Donasik? We never wanted a washout like you." She shrugged calmly before adding, "In truth, your shady behavior has always rubbed us the wrong way. Why do you think Middle left for the 9th Legion? How long have we been friends?" Donasik roared. His four wings appeared at his back as he leapt back from them and glared while summoning a light spear. Yet, he was unprepared for the arm yank, leg kick, and face slam into the polished marble performed by Yaju in one fluid motion. The blue light spear shattering on the ground broke the stasis all three non-Nightwings were in as the Kitsune glanced over at his teacher. Yaju commented, "That was surprisingly easy, sensei." Kicking off the wall, Naruto shrugged as he commented, "You are used to going up against the likes of 6, 8, or 10 winged angels, Yaju. A mere single, or even double set should be nothing more than an annoyance for you now." Struggling under the hold, Donasik screams, This is wrong. I am a loyal member of the Grigori. I did nothing wrong. That's up for debate." Shizuka commented as she passed the other two women present, her voice frosty and tone flat. Soon, the downed four-winged fallen was surrounded by the Nightwings and he had no way out. Kneeling down, Shizuka removed his hat and flung it aside as her boss went through hand signs. When he finished, his right hand glowed a cyan green. Naruto commented dismissively, "This won't hurt at all, but resist and well. I don't think women find vegetables all that appealing." "We don't," Shizuka informed equally as dismissively, watching as the glowing appendage came to rest on the man's oily black hair and her boyfriend closed his eyes. After a breath, Naruto opened his eyes, and they were glowing the same color as his hands as he began shifting through the recent memories of his target. Donasik let out a silent scream again, his brain feeling as if it was being pulled apart and shifted through by hand. His body locked up and he became a statue. Ku Academy. Stepping through the academy, Hanabi yawns as she wonders if Nichan is back yet. It's like almost 5 in the evening now. She's been here most the day and has made up the lost practice time from the devil's meddling all week. Her aim is almost perfect. Grinning, internally of course, Hanabi ponders how her archery can help her fight alongside her Nichan. Him and his sword swooshing and slashing enemies in close range. her and her bow protecting Nichan's back from the stupid who did not stay down. Then again, if they were foolish enough to challenge her brother, then a quick death is unbefitting them at that point. Clearly, they were lost causes. Just as she reaches the building's entrance, Hanabi froze. Her eyes widen upon sensing a magic barrier going up and then a second one from the devils. Flooding her eyes with chakra, her vision is filled with the sight of battle between devils and… Oh crap! Nichan is going to flip. Hanabi muttered as she retrieved her phone immediately, dialing her brother to tell him. A cadre is attacking the school. On the fifth ring, she hears his voice. Hanabi-chan! What's wrong? Nichan! The school is under attack? Hanabi declared, watching the devil swordsman get saved by an exorcist with a giant blue sword and deflect a bunch of bullets. Naruto snapped out. By who? Describe them. A cadre. Slim, pointy ears. He has a few others with him, and they are attacking the devil heiresses. Hanabi reported and heard his growl. Naruto barked. Damn it! Kokabeel is attacking already! We aren't. We need to buy time and get the others here. That was clearly Shizuka Wanchan's voice, Hanabi noticed. After a moment, a heavy breath later, Naruto spoke. Hanabi, I don't want to say this, but I need you to keep them alive for a minute. Buy us a minute and we'll be there. Am I clear? Nodding with a resolve worthy of her new clan, Hanabi reported dutifully. I understand, Nichan. I will not fail. Hanabi, this is not a game. Naruto spoke sharply, causing her pause as he added. Do not hold back anything and do whatever it takes to survive. I am not burying you, so stay safe. Am I clear? Hanabi couldn't hide the smile, nor did she want to as she responded. I understand, Nisama. I will not let you down. Good. 60 seconds, Hanabi. Make them talk, make them underestimate you. I do not care. Just buy us that time. Naruto ordered and she nodded as she responded. I understand. See you soon, Nisama. The line went dead. Quickly replacing her shoes for ninja sandals for more grip, equipping her armored, fingerless gloves with forearm extensions, Hanabi Namikaze secured her bow to her back and double-checked her wrist seals for the kunai sealed there. Nodding, she looks over at the battleground then whispered, I won't let Nisama down. Before vanishing into a swirl of leaves. Tenkeshi's clothing. Benamian, yeah, it's me. Naruto speaks into his phone as Shizuka is already calling Genma, calling all hands to stations. He continued, No, I didn't forget anything, but rather he's already launched his attack as of right now. Wait, what? Like now? Yeah, Hanabi is buying us time, so we are moving to intercept now. Naruto informed promptly. Looking over at Yaju, who was already changed into his Nightwing Chunin gear and looking professionally deadly. Though the cadre asked, Are you going to? I have a few people ready, but not many. I'll message you. Benamian replied, and Naruto nodded, but she asked, I will inform Azazel-sama before I leave. But as a favor to me, can you ask for him to surrender? With a tight sigh, Naruto reported. Fine, Benamian. I will ask for your sake, but don't expect a miracle. She sighs as she responded. I know, but thanks. It's fine. I have to go to call the others. Naruto informed and she chuckled. Yeah, we'll talk soon. The line drops and Naruto had already dialed the next number and spoke immediately. Get here now. We're already engaged in combat. Wait for me, Pupsik. Can't. Just get here. Duh, be safe. Katarina cut the line and Naruto moved on to the final call, spoke immediately. Glory awaits. The traitor has shown up. Are you ready? Duh, on our way. Artur reported and hung up immediately. Naruto slipped his phone into his equipment pouch as he turned to give his orders. Shizuka, take Yasha and hunt down your targets. Drop the grunts and threats, take the leadership alive, but take no risks. Knowing better than argue right now, Shizuka nodded stiffly, reported promptly. Yes, sir. Naruto nodded before heading toward the door, sensing the incoming chakra flare of his father's technique, which distracted him long enough to be caught by surprise as he caught a glimpse of blue hair before his lips were caught. It took only a second to recognize Calawarna was the one he had caught, and was now kissing him. That was tertiary, as the connection kicked in his empathy, and her mental state was all over the place. Within the first second, he could sense her confusion of the phantoms of the memories he had taken. The second, her fixation and stabilization on a form that was him. The third second was the desire that folded into resolve to find and get him. The fourth they pulled back in unison, and she smiled at him, Calawarna whispered. For luck. Blinking owlishly for a moment, Naruto nodded dumbly as he let her go, but the second flare signaled the imminent arrival and snapped him back to the now as he whispered. Thanks, but unnecessary. He grinned as the flash from the arrival of his crack unit at his back as he announced. After all, we are the strongest legion of the Grigori for a reason. Smirking, Calawarna nodded before stepping back and stating, We will help Lady Eight Wings. Nodding, Naruto glanced back at the tight frowning Shizuka and reported. Shizuka. Drawing her emerald gaze to his sapphire, as he commented with a wink. I look forward to your debriefing back at home. It seemed she understood the intent and nodded. Shizuka smiled beautifully and added. It will be an interesting one. Ku Academy. A minute before. Both the Citri and Gremry peerages were on the last legs of this unyielding fight. Out of nowhere the fallen cadre Kokubile had attacked them and making sweeping claims about the new war. A war that is likely to start if they fall here. Not wanting to die, both peerages had teamed up and fought against the Grigori forces and were struggling dreadfully, but were suddenly backed up by two holy sword-wielding exorcists, chasing a certain doctor, and still this combined force was struggling. Thankfully, they were just about to receive their final backup before rescue arrives. It just was not one of their own like they hoped. Battle of Ku. Immediately after the phone call. Cuckoo, with your deaths, my war will finally begin and we, the fallen, will finally rise to the top and take our rightful place as rulers. Kokubile bellowed in glee, his top men of his legion cheering alongside him. These 6 were his best and were supported by 20 twin sets, who had been doing the bulk of the fighting thus far. Rias gritted her teeth in annoyance. Her brother said that the alliance was under strict orders, and they were safe, so why the hell was this happening? Sona, however, had already heard news that this cadre was under investigation by his own and had gone underground. To think, this is what his plan was, and they were completely helpless, believing that the Yukai were the bigger threat with their alliance. Perhaps she should have pushed for Genshiro and Hanabi's introduction sooner, and this would have been far easier to manage. Looking over their lines, for taking out 6 of the 4 wings and 1 of their 6 wings, they have 2 rooks down and only their knights up but battered. Kaneko is exhausted and will need a few minutes. Tsubaki too is running on fumes using her mirror so often. Rias is still very much in the fight and Akino's lightning appears to be the only thing they are wary of. Those 2 exorcists are barely able to stand since the big news was dropped. They are useless. Sona was brought out of her planning when Kokubile declared. Kill the small fry. Keep that filthy half-breed, she will be useful. Of the remaining 14 4-winged fallen, 6 charged with 2 6-winged leading them towards the devils and 2 downed exorcists of the church. A barrage of destruction and lightning is returned, but the density leaves far too many gaps and only 2 4-wings are killed. Yet before they reach them, a new voice whispered into the wind that all seemed to hear. Kaiten, Maelstrom! A sudden and very violent water spout shot up between the 2 groups, razor-sharp arches of water cutting through the bulk of the fallen angels with little problem. The 2 6-wings, however, were soon assaulted by the new arrival. The first one suddenly found her chest caved in by a foot, a blast of force from a kick-off sending her crashing through the concrete paving below. The final 6-winger soon found himself being used as a landing pad. 2 blades punctured through his lungs from behind, and he is forced out of the sky to crash down and slide across the concrete to stop just before the defenders, who gasp at their rescuer's identity. After a good twist, Hanabi Namikaze pulled her kunai from the bleeding-out fallen and glances back over her shoulder with a death glare so fierce, even the cadre had to swallow thickly. Her bulging veins rippled with barely contained fury as she muttered in a monotone. "These devil heiresses are under our protection, filth. You should know your place." She flicks off the blood from her weapons absent-mindedly as she spoke, making a truly terrifying image, and even the devils had no idea what was going on, or whose protection they were supposedly under. Rias unintentionally broke the stasis with her near whisper. "Hanabi-chan." This drew the attention of said teen, who glared at the deviless on reflex, and it was truly terrifying with her bloodline active and forced all the devils to take a step back as Hanabi hissed. "Do not address me so casually, Gremory-san." "What are?" Sona began but was cut off by Kokabile, who had spotted the insignia on her armored gloves and now knew who he was dealing with, as he cackled. All eyes snapped to him as he bellowed. "Oh, how glorious! The newest generation of our fighters appears before us." Grinning with joy, Kokabile added, "No wonder you could take out those mere cannon fodder. After all, you reincarnates are far superior to those weaklings." Gasps from the devils and exorcists, all snapping to the form of Hanabi, who had remained stoic despite the level of the secret that was just revealed. Kokabile continued his rant. "You, girlie, are designed to serve as our own weapons against those lower beings. Why are you defending them now, huh? Come, join me, allow me to—" "My orders were very clear, filth," Hanabi stated coldly stoic, no hint of worry nor fear as she gripped her bloody kunai tighter. She met the cadre's gaze firmly as she informed. "Protection and defense of both devil heiresses. As such, I will not allow any further harm to come to them as long as I breathe." All the members of Kokabile's crew cackled or busted their guts at the defiance of this lone woman, believing she could stand against them. On the other hand, the devils were impressed with her determination but ultimately wondered just how powerful a reincarnated fallen was. Sona especially wanted to know more about this. If the fallen have a reincarnation system equivalent to their own. Hanabi and Genshiro are close. Are they trying to turn him? Most likely. If she was truly here to protect them, then she has known about them the whole time and played the ignorant human. Wait, even now, Hanabi feels human. Perhaps, there is more to this. Rias was of a similar mindset to her childhood friend. This was big news for everyone if the fallen have a reincarnation system too. Then again, if she is a reincarnated fallen, can she still get her in her own peerage? Will the system's interaction be compatible with the other? Wait. What about her sisters? Her brother? Rias was brought out of her thoughts when Hanabi's 4 raven wings spread out from her back as she spoke. "You mere plebeian monsters know not what you seek, the horrors that await those as foolish as you, and so casually disregard life." She sneered at them with nothing but absolute loathing for these pests, as she took up the opening stance of the whirling fist, kunai in reverse grip as Hanabi finished. "You will never be able to touch a single hair upon my head, let alone defeat me." All amusement died at that point. The traitors looked more than a little peeved at those statements, and Kokabile was no exception. Those at her back were even more curious about this fallen defending them and the resolve that remained unyielding, none more than a certain blue-haired exorcist. With a sneering face, Kokabile spoke but 2 words simply. "End her." Yet, for Hanabi Namikaze, her job was done and mission accomplished as she spotted the cavalry had arrived thanks to her Byakugan. So, she was not surprised by the slow clapping that filled the area and startled the crowd as a voice soon joined it. "Well said, my adorable little sister." A smirk reached Hanabi's face, cheeks graced with a light flushing as she whispered, "Ni-sama." Stepping through the crowd of defenders, startling them as they hadn't sensed them, were 3 people, and one had a matching set of golden blonde hair, framed by black bangs, pulled into a low ponytail. He spoke again. "Though, did you hear that, guys? He wants to harm our beloved little sister." "Yeah. I heard. We can't have that. Such uncouth barbarians should know their place." For stepping past the former Hyugakane Naruto, backed up by Genma and Guren, geared for war and all 3 looking murderously at the traitors before them. Growling in frustration, Kokobile muttered beneath that escaping breath. So, more of you reincarnates. What a pity. You were supposed to be our new soldiers, yet here you are, defying your new masters. That's funny, coming from a dead man walking. Naruto quipped back, noting that the devils are within earshot and thus, one of their biggest secrets is no longer so secret. A problem for later, as he added. That being said, I will give you this final chance to surrender, as a favor to Benemian. Stand down now, and your lives will be spared. Don't. He trailed off with no further need to explain the consequences. It was pretty obvious after all. Chuckling, Kokobile remarked. You think you can stand against me? I have legions under my command. You have what? A mere 4-wing, 2/6 and you an 8? Your arrogance is... All the Nightwings present snort in unison, before deploying their wings and revealing the gravity of the situation to the world. Gasps of shock as before the traitors stood another cadre, and 2 8-wings. Both sides have received reports about the Nightwings in various forms at various levels of certainty. However, it has become clear that they are at least twice as strong as their wings suggest, and that their 8 wings may be able to withstand attacks from the likes of the Satans. This is the first time, recorded, that one of their cadres had taken the field, and fear of what he could do was very much at the forefront of everyone's mind. Naruto's bellowing voice shattered their thoughts, the sky growing overcast and crackling with thunder as he spoke. By the order of I, Cadre Naruto, and on the behest of Cadre Benemian, you are to stand down immediately and face charges of incitement. Failure to do so will result in your death. Snarling in rage, Kokobile roared. Kill them all! Teach these reincarnated their place at our feet! His men all cheer, but a couple silently edged away, and it was clear that they were not taking part. Naruto took note of them but still ordered his own. Hanabi, get back! Not needing to be told twice, Hanabi leaped back and landed beside the devils as he continued. Guren, defend them on the rear line. Got it. Guren returned and she too hopped back, preparing her magic, leaving Naruto to order the last man. Genma, handle the small fry, beside those two. I'll handle Elfeir's. No sweat. Genma reports before vanishing from sight. Looking up, Naruto takes up 2 kunai from his pouches, of the 3-pronged persuasion, and channeled wind, water, and lightning through them, creating localized storms around the blades as he spread his wings briefly before taking flight, the concrete shattering in his wake. Abandoned church. Calawarna pulls her light spear from the back of the rogue priest and glances over in time to watch Yasha burn to a crispy brown the last 6 priests. Just then, a body dropped behind him and Rainier landed atop it, spear first. Yanking out with a squelch, Rainier lets out a tired breath before looking at her ruined armor and frowned. Crazed cackles drew the three's attention across the largely decrepit church. Out from the doorway came Shizuka, untouched by the largely finished battle, and she was deflecting light bullets with a pair of kunai. Sliding to the hill's edge, she held her ground as the source of the maniacal cackling came shooting out the same doors, bellowing crudely. Come on, bitch! Just let me touch him and all will be forgiven! He was a young man with short white hair, red eyes, and wore the robes of a priest. But those eyes showed of nothing but a deranged monster in human skin, and to be quite frank, Shizuka just wanted to kill this guy. Regardless of his vulgarity towards her, which only Naruto and Ren could get away with, she had to bring him out the church or heaven might make a stink. With that achieved, Shizuka smirked as the final bullet was finally shot and deflected wide. Stepping towards this pathetic creature, the kunoichi moved slowly and deliberately. Unfazed, as always, Freed took out his light sword and licked his lips as he declared. Come to Papa! We'll slice you up nice and good, then have my way with you before sending you to the Lord myself. He cackled again, but by the time his eyes opened again, his throat had been severed, and he was watching his body fall to its knees and then fall to the side. That's when he spotted the bitch that did this to him, glaring back over her shoulder at him with absolute loathing, as she hissed. Only one man can touch this, and it certainly is not you. Those luminous green emeralds were the last thing the crazed exorcist would ever see as his world slowly creeped towards the darkness. With eyes of diamond still, Shizuka looked over the body-covered hillside along the path up to this abandoned church, and there must have been close to 100 enemies they have since eliminated. A small army. Less than 10% of them stood down, and the sisters they captured will need to be. The overcast sky darkens and drew all eyes up as the chains of lightning grow closer, louder, and much, much brighter. A sudden thundering boom, that vibrated through their entire bodies, echoed, and the kitsune had to cover his ears. It was Rainier who asked. "This isn't natural, is it?" "No, it isn't," Shizuka commented with a smirk before glancing to the two newcomers, sliding her no longer wind-coated kunai back in her holsters before explaining. "This is my maelstrom flexing his wings a bit." The three others with the Nadeshiko were surprised, shocked, or in awe at this sight, but all watched on as this battle of two cadres took place within the now charged skies. Ku Academy. Battle of Ku Part 2. Ducking and weaving, cutting through the barrage with his storm-coated kunai, Naruto darts around the sky as a ball of holy flames was blasted towards him. Kissing his teeth, he floods both weapons with power, and the thunder clouds of lightning explode out as he slices through the ball. The resultant explosion knocked the Nightwing back towards the school and stopping just above the roof's altitude. This is going nowhere fast. The bastard is just throwing everything including the kitchen sink at him and staying at mid-range, not caring about collateral damage or friendly fire, whereas he had to defend himself, the devils, and not get carried away with the humans all around. Sighing, Naruto muttered, "This is troublesome." Cackling, Kokubyo bellows as several more massive blasts of holy flame magic circles began to appear around him. Kaka! What is the matter, you faker? Scared of me?" Firing the bus-sized fire blasts as he roared. Absent-mindedly, Naruto threw his kunai at the 6 flaming holy blasts, that were soon multiplied and effortlessly punched through the attacks like laser beams and imploding them. Only Ginma caught the fact that he had then used Hiroshin to collect them and returned to where he was hovering from before. This stalemate wasn't because he lacked the power, no, that was clear that he was holding back, but because he couldn't focus his power enough to fight effectively. Naruto is a close-range fighter. All his ranged attacks are area-destroying and capable of wiping out zip codes and grid squares, which is a bad matchup in defense missions like this. Fuck it. Lightning began to discharge all over the blonde cadre's body, bright thick golden sparks as Naruto narrowed his eyes on his target, who was calling forth heavenly flames once more. Within the clouds above, the lightning crackled in response as the secret seraph takes a breath while sliding his kunai away, and a dozen magic circles appeared at his back. The static electricity in the area spikes and the hair of all began to stand on end, fray out, or float around due to the sheer amount of electrical energy being gathered. This was absolutely insane for the devils, none more than a certain raven-haired hybrid, whose skin was rippling and magic charging with it. Yet they all heard Naruto mutter, "Storm Surge, Laser Circus." With both clenched hands thrusted towards the higher hovering Kokubyo, and thick beams of hyper-condensed lightning and water, guided by the winds, shot forward at the speed of a lightning crack. Despite that, Kokubyo only caught a dozen of them and was able to defend against half of those. The rest fizzled out before they reached the sky at his back. Kissing his teeth, Naruto supposed he needed more practice in focusing his magical chakra more precisely. A quick glance down at the group below showed all eyes were watching, but more importantly, Naruto called out, "Guren! No barrier? You know how much holy magic is being thrown around up here, right?" With a single hand on her hip, Guren shrugged as she responded, "The levels down here haven't reached dangerous levels yet. Feel free to run a bit more wild. Just no hurricanes or typhoon levels of destruction." She waved him off at the end, and he actually blinked at that, before slowly nodding in the understanding that he can actually climb up another level. Grinning, Naruto nodded before snapping back up and declaring, "In that case..." With his right arm aimed at the other cadre, 6 magic circles appeared at his back, spinning energy shuriken edging out as he bellowed, "I can up this even more! Storm surge! Rasen barrage! The sparking balls of swirling winds, lightning around a water core, streaked through the sky and seemed to shred through everything Kokubil could throw at them. He ducked, weaved and rolled about in an attempt to escape, but they remained on his tail. Annoyed, the traitorous cadre instead targeted the devils and fired off a barrage of light spears and flames at them. On instinct, Naruto detonated his attacks around the bastard prematurely and moved to intercept the dozen blasts of light and flames, catching about half with Guren projecting her crystal-based barricade to block the rest and deflecting the holy magic away from the devils at her back. Rias was growing further and further enamored at this display before her. I mean, how often do you get to see two high-level opponents duke it out like this? That crystal barrier, however, was a particular note. It sparkled beautifully as it absorbed and deflected the barrage of light magic and flames without even leaving a scratch, nor did it seem that the reincarnated fallen put much effort into its defense. Back to the fight itself, it is pretty clear to Rias that Cadre Naruto is fighting with a pretty big handicap, as he is apparently defending them, and thus likely can't use any of his more powerful attacks without risking their lives. It would be like her brother trying to fight against a dragon without being able to use his true form. Majorly inconvenient. Yet, he is clearly holding his own and also forcing Kokubil on the back foot. Incredible. Sona was of the same opinion as her red-haired counterpart, but was far more accurate in thinking that Cadre Naruto was fighting with both hands behind his back in order to keep them safe in this fight. Sure, this Guren, she thinks she heard her be called, is likely capable of defending them all. But as he said, they have to be careful of the ambient amount of light radiation. At current, it is only somewhat noticeable, but these cadres are capable of changing that in a moment's notice, and this Naruto is very clearly being wary of escalating it. Still, this is most definitely a powerful display of tactical skill and fine power control. Sona will record this all and make sure her report is as accurate as possible. The Satans will want to know about this all with as much information as possible. Though Sona's gaze does fall back on the blonde school student ahead of her, and ponders what to do about her. Akino was torn in all sorts of ways, mentally at least. Her hatred for Fallen is as potent as ever, that is certain. However, these ones defending her and her friends are apparently reincarnated humans. The first they had heard of. Should she hate them too? Then again, the sheer stupidity of lightning power being used in the area has long since passed absurdity, and she is likely the only one to truly understand the depths of that statement. So again, as she watched the lightning power surge within this, Cadre Naruto, once more and discharged towards his fellow, no, against their foe, Akino bites her tongue to restrain both her hatred and awe at the feat. Lighting up the sky with another barrage of Rasengan and lasers, Naruto watched as Kokubil changed strategy and blocked the ones directly hitting him, while ignoring the area of effect from the explosive detonations. As the smoke cleared, his enemy looked unharmed and holding out 3 small shards. Eyes narrowed, Naruto can sense the thickness of power within those shards and their familiarity with the 2 blades of the. Snapping his head back down, his eyes meet the 2 female exorcists, one brown-haired and the other blue-haired, that were both staring up at him. Shards, likely the fragments of, right, Excalibur its name was. Oh boy, well, that certainly is a very potent trump card. A major issue for him, though. Looking back at the traitor, Naruto barely gets his guard up in time to block the holy smite launched by his foe. A rookie mistake, looking away from his opponent like that. Smashing down into a crater from the strike, Naruto's form is blocked from view by the majority of witnesses, and Guren couldn't rush to aid as several more smites rain down upon her mission objective. Her defense crystals are raised and tank the repeated hits with strain, but the annoying cackling from the Warhawk was ear-grinding. After the 6th strike, and with confidence in his imminent victory, Kokubil dropped down to his foes with enough arrogance in his grin that those in the Pure Lands could sense it and frowned. With his kit-bashed weapon of the 3 Excalibur fragments in hand, he offered them. Do you now see, vermin? I am unstoppable now. His cackle slipped out as his amusement peaked at the sight of their continued defiance. Guess he'll have to continue this demonstration. A blast of lightning erupted from the smoke cloud of his soon-to-be leash soldier, forcing him up, then duck aside from the follow-up, and then he blocked the blade attack from above. It wasn't even a challenge for Kokubile, as the opposing light sword was sliced through by his Excalibur fragments. Slicing at his attacker, the older cadre forced his younger counterpart back, and he watched him slide to a stop beside that defensive dome of some kind. Getting annoyed at how weak he was looking, Guren barked at Naruto. "What the heck are you playing at, Naruto? Why are you holding back so much, and that rookie mistake?" Blinking owlishly, said Cadre glanced at her from the corner of his eye as she ranted. "Like seriously? I've seen you go all out. This is not you going all out. Why are you letting him run all over you like this?" "Well," Naruto began, but she was glaring at him with an unmatched intensity, getting him to gulp nervously as Guren hissed. "Stop playing around with him and end this already." Hanabi's aggressive head nod shows of her complete agreement with the statement, as she too glared at her stupid Nichan for looking weak. She folded her arms and hissed as his gaze fell on her. "Nichan, you are playing around too much." This got raised brows across the battle space. If what they were saying was true, then Cadre Naruto was purposely not taking this fight seriously, and instead just playing with Kokubile. A few swallows were had as the cadre in question chuckled bashfully. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto responded back. "Well, it's so rare that I find a reason to let loose, you know. I kinda wanted to, drag this out. Enjoy myself a bit, yeah." Both his subordinates rolled their eyes in unison, the devils gawked, and the Warhawk glared with hatred at this news. Him, a mere plaything? The nerve. Letting out an exaggerated sigh as he rose to his full height, Naruto got serious now, and the entire area seemed to shift in response. None missed it. It was impossible to miss the sharpness of the air, the silence of the wind, and the slight hum of death that has seemed to take refuge in the shadows. It terrified the young devils. All the Nightwings, however, smirked. This was a return to form. The final Kage locked in on his task and would see it completed. So, Kokubile can utilize those shards of a holy sword to focus his magic and increase its potential. It feels like a far cruder version of their chakra channeling, Naruto noted. Though, that does present him with a new option. After all, there are 2 holy swords down here of a similar makeup. In a tone so commanding that heaven took notice, Naruto ordered as he reached out with his magic. "Both of you, back me up." The confusion over whom he was talking to was not even a fleeting second long, as abruptly Excalibur, Mimic, and Durandal flew towards him, breaking free of their respective wielders' grips. Well, Durandal broke free, whereas Mimic peeled apart from the serrated sword whip configuration, and the arrow-shaped shards rushed over to the fallen cadre. Naruto caught the large blue blade by the handle in one hand and watched as his left arm was covered by the shards of Excalibur Mimic, and formed a thick armored-like bracer over his forearm. With a single swing to get used to the weight, Naruto looked like he wasn't even trying, despite wielding the 2-handed blade as if it was a simple one-handed one as he took up stance. Everyone was dumbfounded at this development. Beside the Nightwings, obviously. The next moment, Naruto seemed to vanish and appeared before the airborne Kokubile, who barely managed to block the strike of Durandal, just not completely. The resultant explosion forced the Warhawk back, missing 2 of his lower set of wings on his right, but again, the blonde was on him in an instant. From the second smoke cloud, Kokubile came out flying with his Kid Bash sword, unloading everything he had back into it. It was wholly inadequate and ineffective, as chasing him out was Naruto, but floating ahead of him 4 pieces of Mimic were projecting a barrier between them, taking the hits in his place. A defense shield that hovered ahead of him, powered initially by his magic but has been absorbing the energy of the attacks it has been blocking and recycling it to take the burden off its current wielder. Because Mimic is a considerate blade, Naruto noted. Darting through the sky, protected by the barrier remaining between him and his target, the Nightwing commander closed in again with little in the way of opposition. Like the scumbag he is, however, Kokubile released a massive omnidirectional blast of potent holy magic. This was nothing more than a high-powered flash tag for Naruto, However, the secondary effect of this forced him to send several of Mimic's shards down to the defensive wall of Guren's to absorb the holy magic around it before it killed the devils. With his left hand aimed down at the barrier to focus on the recovery of the holy magic, his new gauntlet pulsing gold as it receives the holy magic, Naruto was forced to use Durandal to block the overhead slam from the kit-bashed blade of the Excalibur fragments, and suffer the cackling of a madman. Grinning in delight at getting one up on this upstart, Kokobile exclaims, "Oh, how novel! A cadre and a holy sword wielder! Marvelous! I shall enjoy leashing you and forcing you reincarnated into the front lines. None would be able to stand against." Naruto's boot met his gut, forcing him back and allowed him to actually breathe properly for a second. The 6 shards down by the barrier have almost finished reducing the holy element enough to not be toxic to their charges. The last 3 pieces of Mimic still on his arm can't really be used yet, and this bastard is about to do something stupid. His gut was screaming at him to watch out. An incline of intent reached his mind, and Naruto instantly knew that it was likely Durandal with a plan. Curious, he let the blade do its thing and let it absorb his chakra-laced magic and begin to glow. Going with the intent, Naruto called out, "Excalibur Art, Wave of Destruction." He then slashed at the incoming barrage of holy fire, and a chaotic wave of holy destruction shot forth from Durandal's entire length, blowing apart the encroaching attack. It carried on though, and Kokobile was forced to climb above it or risk being torn asunder. Grinning, Naruto looked to the gleaming blue blade, that seemed to glint in smug satisfaction as he commented, "Oh boy, that was cool." A second glint of light seemed to shimmer across its leading edge and merged with the first. The Nightwing cadre swore Mimic rolled its non-existent eyes at its fellow holy weapon as its fragments finally returned to orbit him. Looking up at the very visibly fuming Warhawk, Naruto called out, "You can't win this, Coco Pops. Give up!" Sneering with nothing but loathing for this development and the disrespect, Kokobile roared, "I have legions under my command. You are nothing but—" "Right now, as we speak, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th legions are hunting down your traitors," Naruto informed the battleground firmly, buying time for the 2 swords to come to an agreement of their next collaboration attack. Down below, the devils were surprised that this one cadre had seemingly gathered together the top legions, the supposed strongest of them, and ordered them to fight back against this apparent threat from one of their own. "Just who exactly is this cadre, Naruto?" Growling as his wings spread wide, Kokobile roared, "You have no right to command such." "I have every right!" Naruto snarled so fiercely, it seemed that even the heavens took notice, the pure lands listened, and the realm of the gods the world over flinched. None dared not listen, watch, or observe this new player, however. During this time, a new arrival tried to be discreet in their actions after receiving an updated emergency message about these reincarnated fallen, and was thus ordered to recover one of them. In her maidly grace, Graphia Lucifuge hoped the battle above them all was enough of a distraction to hide her suppressed presence as she approached the youngest and weakest of them, the teen named Hanabi Namikaze according to her charge. Obviously, she was unaware that she had indeed been spotted by all 3 remaining Nightwings. Hanabi still had her Byakugan active, Guren sees everything within her crystal constructs, and Genma is just Genma. Just as Graphia got clear of her charge, she was forced to leap back from an eruption of crystal that tried to entrap her. As she landed, she suddenly found a blade pressed against her spine and neck, drawing her eyes over to the deathly cold brown eyes of Genma Shirani, who whispered way too calmly, "Our orders only pertain to the protection of the heiresses. Settle down or you will not like the outcome, little lady." None of the devils had even noticed this man since the beginning, nor had they witnessed the fight against the various other fallen, all of which were either dead or bound nearby. Hell, they did not even realize he was still around until he appeared behind Graphia with 2 death blows primed. Yet their attention was drawn back up at the 2 cadres clashing above. Unaware of the attempted kidnapping of his baby sister, Naruto continued his growl at the Warhawk. "We Nightwings have every right. We who have seen the apocalypse, survived the tragedy of a final war, and understand the consequences of life have every fucking right to oppose fucktards like you who seek only glory and destruction. Durandal abruptly erupted in a golden glow, from its guard beyond its tip in a rushing golden aura that reaches out 4 meters. But at the same time the mimic shards that were orbiting the cadre soon attached themselves to its surface along its centerline on both sides equally. The extension then shot out and reached 8 meters as Naruto took hold of the long blue blade with both hands and raised it above his head, its glow becoming overwhelmingly bright as if to match the sun itself. Most had to look away from the phenomenon, which was perfect as none would see the unfolding of the 6th set of wings and the resultant power-up it caused. Sensing all this, Kokubio was not idle either, as he had gathered everything he had into his collected shards, and was matching this upstart until he noticed it. His disbelief was fleeting, turning into absolute fury at this reincarnated reaching the realms he himself never could. The lofty rank of Seraph. With a pained roar of fury and loathing, the Warhawk bellowed. I will not be lectured by an upstart wannabe. You will submit or die. Final judgment. Kokubio unleashed his full remaining, augmented power towards that fucking fallen seraph, the second fallen seraph, and watched as he smirked back as if he had already won. Impossible! Naruto watched the hyper-condensed, wholly interwoven with the might of 3 Excalibur fragments smiting ability, and found himself smirking. Both Durandal and Mimic feeling the same as him as he casted this era-defining strike which all heard regardless. Excalibur Art, Apocalypse End. The following slash was so swift, so clean, so beautiful, so powerful that it scraped the dimensional surface and sent a ripple through the gap between worlds, catching the attention of its 2 residents. Both took note of it, and followed its origin to witness the power of that one swing to end all. The parted clouds above, the slice through buildings and distant landscapes remained in a seemingly silent stasis as the glow subsided and both attacks had ceased. It was broken by the screams of a particularly bloodthirsty cadre, who had lost his left arm, shoulder, and all his wings on that side, as he fell back to the unforgiving earth below. Not done with this punishment of threatening the innocent, Naruto allowed Mimic to lead this time as its shards gave chase of the soon-to-be dead man. With all the built-up power, they all formed ethereal golden swords around each one of them, and Naruto knew exactly what it wanted. Kokubio couldn't believe this. Beaten by a brat. Peeking an eye open, he spots a golden sword ahead of him, but then suddenly that brat appeared, grabbed it, and with Durandal in the opposite hand struck as he declared. Excalibur Art, Mimic Multislash. Naruto caught the first shard sword handle and began the sequence, moving at near enough light speed. He darted across the falling man, slicing him before catching the next shard, and repeating as he collected each of the 9 shards that surrounded the man. Once all had been recovered and reattached to Durandal, he was now above the man and called out Durandal's chosen finisher. Excalibur Art, Destruction of the Damned. He tossed the combined blade directly into Kokubio's shredded, falling form and it pulled him down and directly into the ground with an earth-shuddering crash, kicking up concrete and dust that everyone shielded their faces from. This smoke cloud was dispersed by Naruto landing elegantly on the handle of the holy sword Durandal. His 10 pitched black wings spread out in a refined manner and gave off a powerful yet regal aura as he spoke gently. This is it for your wicked ways, Kokubio. Said cadre had been run through the heart by the combined blue and silver blade, staring up at the seraph, fooling all into thinking he was nothing but a mere cadre. When his red eyes met the golden ones of Naruto, time seemed to slow down to allow him to hear this child's words. Your legacy ends here. Your death will be forgotten, achievements reduced to a myth. Naruto glanced to his left hand where the shards this man stole hovered above his palm, before he looked back at the soon-to-be erased and continued. Nothing but the empty void awaits you and your kin. As the first, you will be the trailblazer for all those who seek to exploit the innocent, disrupt the peace of the world and upset the balance of life. He paused for a moment, moistening his throat before he added. So fear not. My night wings and I will allow you to go alone, for we will ensure your fellows will be able to join you shortly. So, go on. Nothing but the void will remain to greet you, and you should not be late. There was a brief surge of holy power as Naruto finished this rendezvous with a whisper. Excalibur Art, Wave of Destruction. The pulse of holy magic visibly traveled down through the two conjoined blades and into the dying man. As the wave flowed over the man at its base, his entire being, everything that made him up, including his very soul, was consumed in the wave of destruction, and he slowly, silently, began to disintegrate on a fundamental level. As he was slowly but steadily reduced to nothingness, Kokubile managed to mutter, "Sec Sarah." Before he faded away entirely, not even his cut-off limbs escaped the total erasure, as they too dispersed into the nothingness of black ash. Taking a deep breath, Naruto finally looked away from the spot his enemy once occupied and up to see his people, the exorcists, and the devils all staring at him with either shock or awe. His still golden eyes narrowed on the newcomer being held at death point by Ginma, before hopping off his perch atop the sword that was swift to return to his grip and forearm as he strode towards the slowly evaporating crystal prism defense wall. As Naruto passes Guren, all the young devils back up instinctively from the combined holy weapons that were basically oozing holy energy at this point. He stopped before the silver-haired woman, staring through her stoic mask of indifference, and could see the genuine fear dwelling within. His own mask of indifference was more than a match for it, but his golden eyes cut to his shinobi holding her at place, and Ginma reported without hesitation. She attempted to kidnap Hanabi. A potent ripple of holy magic ran across the blue metal of Durandal at the news. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the captured Devilis as he ordered, "Speak or die here." Reluctantly, the devil did so. "My name is Graphia Lucifuge, queen and head maid of Satan Lucifer. Harming me will be the same as declaring war on the new devil faction." Naruto didn't even seem to have heard, he was that impassive. Internally, though, he was pondering his options. Their objective here was to keep an eye on the devil's movements on behalf of the Western Yukai faction. Secondary being to protect them from their own forces should any attempt to interfere. This, obviously, has been completed, but they have been rather explosively exposed by that fool. Their usual plausible deniability is null and void, but their actions in stopping a rogue should enable them to get out of this cleanly enough to not really matter. Though, as tempting as it may be to take this Graphia Lucifuge prisoner, seeing as she has direct connections to the seat of power, and no doubt plenty of valuable information, it would make things infinitely more complicated for the diplomats to do their thing. Not worth the trouble, in all honesty. The casual surface scans are far more than enough of a payback. After all, when faced with possible death, one thinks of the people they would leave behind if they died there. So, not only is she a maid, queen, and servant to the sitting Lucifer, but also wife and mother of his son. Useful, alongside their residence location within the underworld. Good catch. This all happened in a 10-second span of time, a tense 10 seconds that was broken by Naruto, who spoke coldly. "Consider yourself lucky, Graphia Lucifuge, that our presence here was to avert that exact outcome. Had we not been here, no doubt the two heiresses would be dead, and we would likely already be at war." As he finished, Ginma removed his weapons and stepped back to allow the Devil Queen space to breathe easier, despite the very potent blades still visible in the hands of the cadre. Graphia did, however, nod stiffly, understanding that as it had been mentioned several times before, and that these Nightwings were under orders to protect both girls. It does not make sense, though. Movement to the side drew both high-level beings' attention to the two injured exorcists who have stepped up, and Naruto realized he still had their weapons. Looking to them, he nudged them mentally, and they slowly, gracefully pulled apart with the mimic shards circling around the cadre twice before returning to their wielder. Naruto chuckled lightly at the antics of the energetic blade, before offering Durandal to the other one, a blue-haired teenager with a smile, while he spoke. "Thank you for letting me borrow this." Nodding meekly, the church member retook her blade as she offered back softly. "Zenobia, sir. Zenobia Quarta. Exorcist of, well, I guess former exorcist now." Her shoulder slumped, getting a risen brow from Naruto, who asked, "Why former?" Her partner, having reattached her blade to its holster, spoke next. "Well, you see, that cadre said that our father was dead and—" Sighing while grumbling beneath his breath of stupid fools and warmongering fucktards, Naruto looked between the two teens and asked, "What will you two do now?" They both share a look before returning their gazes to him, with the hazel-haired one reporting, "Well, we should probably head back to the Vatican for new orders." "Do you have to report to anyone specific?" Naruto asked, and the two share a look before the still unknown teen responded, "Well, that's where Lady Gabriel gives us instructions." With brows arched, Naruto replied candidly, "You know Raphael and Gabriel also visit the cathedral in Kyoto, right? Sometimes Metatron too." All the non-Nightwings blink at that, Zenobia shouting, "Since when?" Shrugging, Naruto reports, "A few weeks now. They rebuilt the cathedral and have a few groups of pure angels stationed there. It's also where they're gathering any of the excommunicated for guidance on what they can do next. You're welcome to come with us, as we have to report this in any way." Both teens share looks again and then look back at the cadre and nodded, Zenobia reporting, "That would be great, thank you, Cadre Naruto." Waving her off, Naruto responded, "It's part of the Alliance Charter, so it's a duty of care for us, so it's fine." Just then there was a call of, "Comrade!" Drew all eyes up to see two more cadres arrive with a squadron of 8 wingers. Naruto recognized the leader and called back, "Artur! You made it!" Landing swiftly, Cadre Artur nodded and grabbed Naruto in an arm grab with a grin as he spoke. "Indeed, comrade. I saw your finisher of that filthy traitor. A glorious fight, yes?" Naruto nodded and grinned back. "Yeah, surprised even myself with it." They chuckle as his gaze is drawn to the second cadre. She was, like most fallen, an absolute knockout. Long silky dark purple hair that reached her perfectly round ass, purple eyes that danced with seemingly innocent lust set in a soft round, perfectly symmetrical face donning gracefully soft features and soft lips stretched into a knowing smirk. Yep, Naruto knew that this had to be none other than Cadre Hara. "It is great that we finally meet in person like this." With a dainty giggle, Hara responded sweetly, "Oh, it certainly is a pleasure. My Artur here has spoken of you highly. It is pleasing to know he was as accurate in your description as others were in mine." Nodding, Naruto looked back to Artur and asked, "How goes the Hokkaido battle?" With a tight breath, Artur reported, "They are dug in deep, comrade. I issued withdrawal when you made your final strike. We need new plan and united attack. Losses will be great if not for that." Frowning at the news, Naruto nodded slowly, as that was a reasonable move. Before he could respond, however, another new set of arrivals drew eyes up to see elements of the 3rd Legion alongside Shizuka's squad coming into land with them. Smiling, Naruto chirped, "Benamian, glad you made it." Smiling back, Benamian nodded and explained, "Well, the remnants of the Sendai front have scattered to the winds. We came upon sensing your battle. Picked up your 2nd squad here from the abandoned church on the hill." The other cadres nod to that, ignoring the incredibly tense devils in the background as Naruto spoke. "Thanks for that. With you all here, we can transport these prisoners back to Kyoto for interrogation and re-education." He led their gazes to the bundles of bound fallen stacked neatly off to the side. Naruto recognized Genma's handiwork. Growling at the sight, Artur snipped, We shall make them squawk. Take them." His men waste no time, nor were they gentle in recovering the subdued kin of theirs. They sided with the traitor and will earn no sympathy from them. The final new arrival showed up here, with a small guard of 2, and called out, "Pupsik!" Naruto snapped up, recognizing that tone and form of address anywhere as, and dropped in as gracefully as ever was none other than Katarina, who immediately rushed and brought him into a hug. Not wanting to be rude, he returned it, and she hummed before pulling back and offered, "Your slash cut through heavens, I hear." "Allegedly," Naruto countered casually, but she shook her head, Katarina stating, "No, serious. Raphael not happy with you." Chuckling nervously, Naruto was going to ask, but her stare told him everything and caused him to sigh hard. After a moment he nodded, and she nodded back before looking around, noticing the abundance of cadres and the very nervous baby devils. Humming, she looked back to Naruto and asked, "Pupsic, what now?" Snapping out of his annoyance at the bullshit he likely has to answer for later, Naruto looked over the gathered cadres for a moment, then instructs, "We head back to our local headquarters. We need to gather up and come up with a plan of action regarding Hokkaido. No doubt, the devils will have something to say about our intervention here too, and we should ensure that our diplomats have all the facts from our prisoners." All the other cadres nod to him, so after a pause Naruto continued, "Actually, everyone head back, but I'll need Katarina, Benemyun, Gurin, Hanabi, and Shizuka with me. We have a separate mission to undertake before we head back. Move out. Hi." Before moving off to recover the downed, carry the landlocked members of the contingent, and prepare to set off, Naruto moved towards the devils with his selected group at his back. Although tense, the devils gathered up and met him halfway, with Rias being the first, who asked, "Who are you exactly?" Amused, Naruto replied formally, "Cadre Naruto Namikaze, leader of the Grigori's Special Forces and First Legion, the Night Wings. Despite things, it's cool to meet you directly, Rias Gremory, heiress of the Duke-level House of Gremory, student of Ku Academy, former betrothed of Riser Phoenix, little sister of Satan Lucifer and second protection target of the Night Wings." Eyes were wide as dinner plates at that unload of information. It was clearly very intentional, and told that they had always been aware of who she was and for whatever reason decided to protect her from even their own. Putting that aside, Sona spoke next and drew eyes to her by doing so. "Then, ever since the beginning?" Naruto nodded and reported, "Yes, Sona Citri. Princess of the Prince-level Citri House. Student Council President of Ku Academy, little sister of Satan Leviathan, master chess player and first protection target of the Night Wings. We have known of you both, and we were only originally going to observe you and your fellows' actions here while passively protecting you both from our own, but—" He shrugged at the end and she nodded, slightly taken aback by the depth of knowledge on her. It was rather disconcerting in all honesty. Naruto though added, "That being said, your magic feels a lot more water-based than your sister's, more potent too, just in smaller amounts. Curious." Blinking olishly at that, Sona asked hesitantly, "You met my sister? When?" Chuckling, Naruto shrugged again with a cheeky grin and replied airily, "Who knows?" As disturbing as that was, Rias cut in and asked the provocative question, "Is it true? You guys are reincarnated fallen?" With a heavy breath, there was no point in denying it as they had already reported back to the Satans. Naruto nodded and reported, "Yes, Gremory-san. I was once human, now a cadre class fallen." "When?" Rias demanded swiftly, but only got a lazy shrug as a response. Naruto did not need to give them anything they did not already have and thus responded, "Who's to say?" Pouting something fierce, Rias was left unsatisfied, not that Naruto cared, as he turned to the hybrid who stiffened under his gaze, yet to everyone's surprise, Akino spoke first. "Why? Why what? Why choose to be a fallen and not?" "We are not slaves to be wielded, Akino Himejima, Queen of Rias Gremory, Shrine Priestess of Thunder and Hybrid," Naruto retorted with a steely undertone that caused the many devils to tense, including Akino, who bit her tongue. Rias wanted to desperately defend their actions in regard to the evil peace system, but Sona and Graphia's hard staring kept her subdued. After a moment, his eyes slightly softened, Naruto added, "Listen, Sparky." Akino's eyebrow twitched, he noticed but continued, "Yes, I know exactly why you hate us fallen and probably why you now hate me and my own for choosing to join the Grigori. It is not my place to tell you what to do, just as it is not your place to dictate what me and my own do." She nodded slowly, so Naruto spoke again. "So, Sparky, let me give you this parting advice. It is a parent's job to believe in their child 100%. He finally turned away from them, missing her contemplation as he adds, "I don't know the details, Sparky." Naruto felt and heard the crackle of lightning that time and grinned while glancing back at her and finished, "But I am certain that you are missing something important, and that will likely change the story's ending quite a bit." Waving over his shoulder as he walks away and announced, Until next time, Sparky. Naruto chuckled lowly as he hears the crackle of lightning again while taking flight, his group the last to depart, and could picture that eyebrow twitching something fierce. Saji residence. Genshiro opened the door, and his jaw hit the floor as Naruto waved and spoke. We need to talk. It's rather urgent. Hearing his voice, old man Yashigahara called out from the living room. Let him in, Genshiro. That snapped the teenager from his stunned state, and he swiftly moved inside, leading the small group of fallen angels inside the apartment. Upon seeing the group, Yashigahara rose a brow from his place on the couch but remained silent until the door was shut and Naruto spoke immediately. Something's changed and our schedule has with it. Chuckling, the old man noticed what he assumed was battle fatigue and perhaps light injuries. Thus, Yashigahara commented, I assume that the fiendish devils were not too pleased of your presence here, eh? The fallen group all chuckled at that as Naruto supplied. No, not particularly. But it also means that we cannot stay here, or they will retaliate with far greater numbers and so. Don't worry about it, Yashigahara stated with a wave of his hand with a grin slowly forming on his weathered features as he informed. We already decided to leave for Kyoto. Last thing I want are damn devils getting their evil claws in my grandkids. I am certain that Lady Amaterasu sent you to guide us through this challenge. So we're going. He grunts at the end with a nod, and Naruto can feel her gaze once more, and it was far more intense than last time, as if telling him to protect her subject from harm. Yeah, that's what he intends, damn it. Nodding, Naruto offered calmly. Great, but I also need a small favor and to borrow Genshiro for a small bit. Both Genshiro and his grandfather rose a brow as they stare at his grinning face. A short while later. It's just weird that you're inviting me over, Genshiro. Issei Haida says as they approach his door, and Genshiro nodded as he explained. I know, but trust me. Stopping outside the door with a perverted smirk, the blonde stated. You are going to want to hear and see this. Opening the door, Genshiro leads his fellow pervert into the barren apartment's door and into the darkness of the front room. After closing the door behind him, Issei steps after his fellow pervert into the living room and muttered. Why is it so dark in here? Just then the light flicks on and sitting on the lone chair, looking like a Yakuza boss and surrounded by godly level of attractive women was a very stern-looking man. He had blonde hair with black bangs, sharp features and deep blue eyes, but had a smirk on his face as if he could read the boy's mind. It took several minutes for Issei's brain to partially reboot from the overload of large boobs all over the place. This bastard had the works, from the subtle inverted to the perky, the soft perky and even a melon-sized gentle type. The woman on his lap had white hair and serving him red wine. The level of jealousy Issei felt at this sight was unquantifiable, yet the man spoke casually. Issei Haida, we've been expecting you. Blinking olishly, Issei points to himself while staring across the selection of breasts being presented before him as he asks distractedly. Me, why? Well, you see, my student Genshiro there told me that you would benefit from my teachings. That caused Issei to snap to his fellow student who was off to the side with the golden princess of the first year, standing tall and proud while holding a smirk. He owed him for this as he looked back at the boss-like blonde and bowed his head. Issei offered respectfully. How may I be of service, sensei? There was a delicate giggle from the white-haired woman. Her Russian accent only elevated her sex appeal, if you asked the meager student. My, such a diligent one you have here, my pupsik. Chuckling into his wine, the black-banged blonde replied softly. So it would seem. So, kiddo, are you ready for a journey like no other? One of action, romance, and kick-ass moments that will make your heart rush for the next day. Snapping up with a face-splitting grin, Issei replied. Will there be boobs? Naturally. The white-haired Russian beauty reported with a truly sensual smile, her finger gliding across her red lips that contrasted her rather pale complexion and highlighted her beauty further. Swallowing nervously, in slight disbelief for this save, Issei nodded and reported. What do I have to do exactly? The entire fallen group all smirk. Genshiro was among that category, as the clear boss stated. Firstly, Issei Haidu, you will need to. Jinjugaku no Haisaido, Medical Center. Letting out a sigh as she entered the operating theater, Sakura looks around at all the people gathered that all look back at her. Ino, Temari, Kurenai, Summers, Kyoto, Karui, Ishiwari and Sakaria. Tapping her clipboard for a few moments, wondering how to say this, Sakura was urged on by Temari's candid. Just spit it out, Pinky. Sighing, the head medic reported. Yes, we are all very much pregnant. The silence was almost suffocating and dense. Eventually, it was Kurenai who broke it. This may be bad, right? Snorting, Temari offered. Considering how short-staffed we were before, I'm actually worried about how Naruto will react more than Shikamaru. Ino flinched at that, suspecting that he will definitely not be happy as his workload is already rather extensive. Then again, he is not one to complain or place blame, and after they talk about it, they'll come to an understanding, so she relaxed significantly. She was not worried. Still, this might be a bit of a problem for me, seeing as I am head diplomat. Temari offered in thoughts, but Summers Hyuga offered back. That would mean that my fiancé will be covering you, no? Her short brown hair was loose and smiled soft as her pale eyes met the teal of the Wind Commander, who sighed and nodded. Temari replied. Yeah, likely. But not for a few weeks at least, right? Aiming that last question at Sakura, who shrugged then looked to the only actual mother in the room. Sighing, Kurenai responded. Well, none of us will be deployed on missions, but instead restricted to the village. That's fine for me. Ino chimed in with a shrug. She hasn't left the village at all and has no real reason or desire to. So nothing really changes for her. Frowning, Sakaria commented. I am in two minds. I am both happy that I can be a mother, but also not, as I have yet to be given a mission as a member of the Night Wings. Give it time. Kurenai responded, drawing the woman's attention as she smiled back. Although technically a member myself, I haven't been deployed either. Only worn my uniform once, and that was to check the fit. Ishiwari commented herself. I am still not technically a member myself. I just live here until I find out about my family. I'll ask Naruto about it when he gets back. Ino informed the woman, who nodded grateful for the consideration. This led to plenty of small talk and planning about the future of their little group that would last for plenty of hours. They were unaware of the shifting world beyond that small operating theater, responding to the actions of their leader. Asgard, Odin's throne room. Brynhilde, thank you for coming. Odin chuckled as the squad of Valkyries approached his throne. Taking a knee, Brynhilde reported promptly. Lord Odin, what can we Valkyries do for you? With a smirk, the All-Father looked over the squad and then to his bodyguard, a beautiful young woman who appeared to be in her teens with striking silver hair that was straight and reached down her near her calves, despite standing at 5'8". From this angle, he could not ogle her breasts, but he knew her aqua-colored eyes were catching. With that in mind, Odin chuckled again before meeting Brynhilde's steely gaze firmly and offered far more seriously than mere seconds ago. In the nation of Japan rises a new alliance. One of dawn and dusk uniting upon the earth. Its rather fitting name of Twilight has recently become far closer to the center of our future. Upon the light blue-haired woman's nod, the Allfather continued. I want you to put together a squad of your finest Valkyries to join Rasizi here and gain an audience with their leaders. We must build ties and bridges with this group. Brynhilde simply nodded, accepting the order without hesitation, but Rasizi was surprised she was being sent aboard all of a sudden and not at his lordship's side. The chief Valkyrie responded swiftly. It will be done, Lord Odin. Sixth Heaven. Chaos. Total chaos within the Seraphim Council was shouting and yelling aplenty, with only Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel remaining silent and contemplative over this development. It was brief, and most would have been blinded by the sheer amount of holy magic gathered in that final strike, but they had caught it, and it was unmistakable. A second Seraph of the Fallen. Now here they are, gathered to discuss this matter, and yet plenty of opinions are being shouted over one another with no clear side winning over the others. until a very dangerous growl erupted from Serial, who brought out her scythe and shouted, "They lied to us! We should head down and force them to talk." This snapped the three silent ones from their thoughts in time to hear Metatron respond. "They are ninjas. Finding them is impossible, even for us keeping track of them was difficult. They cannot hide from us forever," Uriel urged with gaze hard as diamond, looking to his brother and stating, "We can burn them out if they wish to remain hidden. The innocence that would endanger would be unacceptable." Raziel responded firmly, and thankfully, Michael cut in here. "Enough." All fell silent and looked to him as he took a moment to collect his thoughts before he spoke them. "I understand that you all feel that we have been betrayed by our newest ally. I too am somewhat disappointed by this." "Then," Serio began, but Michael did not stop. "However, I choose to believe that they have a very valid reason for keeping this from us." "Care to share?" Uriel asked, and his brother nodded firmly. Michael continued, "Look at us all." That caught them all off balance for a moment as they gathered all glance around the disorderly meeting chambers. Perhaps there was some merit to their leader's words. Raphael felt inclined to add his own thoughts, thus spoke next. "Not to mention the fact that we were already skeptical about them originally. I see that it was likely Azazel being cautious about revealing their newest seraph. It would likely not be taken by us all that well, like it has now." Many bit lips and averted eyes as there was certainly truth to be had about such a statement. It was a bitter pill to swallow, admittedly. Seeing his sibling's state of mind's calming, Michael spoke. "I have only spoken to Gabriel about this prior, but I had my suspicions of Cadre Nar." Pausing to correct himself, the leader of heaven continued. "Second fallen seraph Naruto, due to his aura and presence I sensed from him during our meeting. He is a strong, capable, disciplined and thoughtful leader who cares deeply about his own people and that of those who choose to follow him." Michael's gaze was sweeping as he added, "Since then, I have been in thought of them all and as such, I have added them to our system under the tag of the fallen Kintsugi due to them being very much our cousins and not humans dressed up as such." That added more weight to the contemplative in the room, yet Gabriel spoke now. I think if we ask them, promise that we are not mad but concerned, that we are still friends and family, they will answer our questions." Raphael nodded stiffly while adding, "I concur with you, sister." Gabriel smiled at him as Michael nodded, while he commented, "I do believe that too. They are not bad people who lied to us out of malice, but rather for their own protection. Seraph Naruto takes his role as leader very seriously, and no doubt Azazel would have alerted him to the dangers of his presence." With a grunt, arms folded tightly, Uriel responded, "That, unfortunately, makes sense. Also matches what we know of ninja." Metatron added swiftly, deep in thought as he nods to himself before he commented, "Misdirection, no, their first rule was, deception is your most powerful tool. They wielded it expertly here. Then, how can we trust them?" Serial asked pointedly, eyes narrowed. She got a few nods of agreement, but both Michael and Gabriel just smiled, the former offering calmly, "Have faith in them and I am sure they will prove themselves to us without question. They are cute little children after all." Gabriel cheered, which reminded Michael, who added, "Well, actually, Seraph Naruto is more, he feels more like a half-brother perhaps. That is how I have come to see him as." Everyone got lost in their thoughts for a while before Raphael offered, "I can see the logic and agree. I accept Seraph Naruto as our half-brother. I will withhold my judgment until I meet him directly." Serio relents, arms crossed as she stared out at nothing in particular as she was still in her thoughts. The others were near enough the same besides Metatron, who spoke. "I want to fight him first. See what he's made of. You would lose." Raphael spoke curtly, no hesitation or doubt in his voice to be found, and Metatron looked hurt by it. Uriel, though, spoke after a moment. "I agree with Raphael on that one. That attack he used. I never thought Durandal be used in such a way. He merged it with Excalibur Mimic, right?" Sandalphon posed and Michael nodded as he informed the room. "That he did. He seemed to have some kind of understanding with both and created new effects and uses of their abilities previously unknown or heard of before. That final strike, he called it Excalibur Art, Apocalypse End. Uriel commented, recalling that one-of-a-kind slash that ended everything it cut through. That crazed cadre was foolish to attempt to stand against such a final strike that was adeptly named, in his humble opinion. Serial inclined her head to that, having witnessed it herself, and added her own thoughts. It was truly a final strike attack. Everything that it cut though ended in that instant. Ceased to exist, like it never did on the first place. Then, how did that cadre survive? Sandalphon asked, but Uriel answered swiftly. He was holding the stolen Excalibur shards, and they dulled its effects. Getting nods from the room over with Gabriel standing up as she announced. I will be heading out first. No doubt they will be returning to Kyoto shortly. I shall accompany you. Raphael standing next with Michael adding. Everyone else will remain here until we get back. As he rose and casually announced he too will be heading down. It was expected since he is the leader of heaven. This was his duty. Dimensional gap. In the infinity endless kaleidoscope of the interdimensional space, sat a being just as long-lived and one of two inhabitants that call it home. Though recently, she has been going back and forth between here and the various realms. Not too long ago, however, a strange phenomenon had caught its attention. A power so great within the mortal realm that it was felt from this place. It was brief, yet potent enough to prod the fabric between the two places. If they had that power, then Great Red could be far easier to deal with, as no doubt it could cut even its scales. Problem is that if it can, then it will be in danger too. Thus, this deliberation. Finally, a decision was made and action decided on. It will likely be immortal, so a simple offering of more power will be sufficient. That is something it has infinite of and thus of no consequence to bestow. Now, to find this powerful being. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 1, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.